Chapter 1, Intruders in the Kingdom. Chapter 1, Kingdom Intruder. New World, Basta Kingdom. There is a warship in the offshore area, moving slowly. They are here because they are chasing a group of pirates, and the leader is an old acquaintance. Marine Admiral Aokiji. At this time, Aokiji was lazily lying on a sun lounger with sunglasses on his face. He looked like he was not here to catch pirates, but more like he was on vacation. In fact, it was true. Aokiji's catching pirates was similar to vacationing, which seemed to be inherited from Mr. Garp. Next to him, a marine stood there respectfully. Aokiji Admiral. The marine said. Aokiji was slightly startled, then took off the sunglasses on his face and put the newspaper in his hand aside. What's wrong? The marine continued. The Black Ocean pirates went to the direction of Basta Kingdom. Their ship should have landed now. Basta Kingdom. Aokiji frowned slightly. As a marine admiral, he still knew the basic information between kingdoms. The Kingdom of Basta is a non-member of the world government in the New World. As we all know, to become a member of the world government, you need to pay enough heavenly gold. The Kingdom of Basta is very poor and can't pay these heavenly golds at all, so it can't become a member of the world government. If you can't join the world government, your situation will be very miserable under normal circumstances. It will become a paradise for pirates, and some will even be destroyed directly. The situation of the Kingdom of Basta is probably like this. Let's go, let's catch the Black Ocean gang. Aokiji said. It's rare to encounter such a weak pirate with a bounty of over 300 million baileys. If you can catch him, your achievements will be more impressive. It's a bit embarrassing that he doesn't find out that he is not as good as Kizaru in the end of the year's performance summary. In fact, there is another reason why Aokiji insisted on catching the Black Ocean gang. That is, Aokiji is too idle now. When people are free, they want to find something to do. As a result, the Black Ocean group happened to meet Aokiji at this critical moment. Yes. The young marine saluted hurriedly. Each marine took his position and drove the warship to the Kingdom of Basta, cutting through the waves along the way. At this time, the Kingdom of Basta, port location. A magnificent pirate ship was docked there. The flag on the ship was a black skull with mountains and rivers below. Captain, we have arrived at the Kingdom of Basta. The captain of the pirate ship was a dark-skinned and muscular man with an amazing aura. The bounty on this guy reached 350 million baileys. This amount is also considered a big pirate. If you join the 4 emperors, you can also get a small cotter, which is already very remarkable. Basta Kingdom. Is it the Basta Kingdom in Pirate Paradise? When they mentioned Basta Kingdom, they subconsciously thought of a word. Pirate Paradise. Because it is a non-world conquest member country, it is called Pirate Paradise. In the past, various pirates often came here to wreak havoc. Gold and silver treasures were also harvested one after another, and there was nothing good here. However, they were soon shocked by the scene in front of them. Looking around, there was a vibrant scene everywhere, and people lived and worked in peace and contentment. There was a fierce conflict with the impression that there was no grass growing, which could be said to be a barren land. Even the prosperity here exceeded that of several countries ranked high in the world government. It seems that Basta Kingdom has changed. Here, it's very rich. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes suddenly turned red. That was excitement. Seeing that people lived and worked in peace and contentment, and their lives were rich, the nature of the pirates instantly broke out, and they wanted to plunder them fiercely first. There are pirates. These guys seem to be the Black Ocean gang. It's been a long time since I saw pirates. The crowds coming and going stopped and looked at the Black Ocean gang curiously. They looked surprised. It seemed that pirates were rare creatures in this country. They were very surprised, and the Black Ocean gang was even more surprised. This scene was too weird, right? The reaction of these guys was very wrong. Under normal circumstances, people would feel scared when seeing pirates, but why did these guys look like nothing happened? They even pointed at the Black Ocean Gang, without any fear on their faces. This is not normal, very abnormal. But they didn't know what the problem was for a while. What's wrong with these guys? The pirates looked at each other and were completely dumbfounded. They thought about the reaction of ordinary people, but they didn't expect that these guys could actually look at them and talk and laugh. Did they walk in the wrong way? The leader, Hei Yang, grinned, with a ferocious look in his eyes. Don't worry, as long as we take action, they will soon associate us with terror. He smiled so ferociously. All the pirates followed suit, and their smiles were frightening. Then the gang walked towards the people, but at this moment, swish! Figures appeared on both sides of the street. They were all wearing armor and had badges on their chests, looking majestic. They were the guards stationed at the port. When they heard the movement at the port, they rushed over as soon as possible. Pirates, leave our country quickly. The captain in the lead threatened with a solemn expression. After that, he drew the sword from his waist, obviously ready for battle. Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 2 Ace appears. Please give me flowers. Chapter 2 Ace appears. Boy, do you have the strength to let us leave? Hei Yang stared at the captain of the guard, his eyes full of provocation. After so many years as a pirate, he was tired of hearing these words, but how many people really have the strength to let him leave? Just looking at this guy's frail appearance, Hei Yang didn't think that he was a master at all. Boom! The next moment, Hei Yang exuded a terrifying aura. The aura was gloomy and terrifying, and ordinary people would be scared to death just by seeing it. However, these measures were obviously useless to the guards. Humph, it turns out that fighting is inevitable. The captain of the guard snorted, then clenched the sword in his hand and rushed towards the other party. The speed was very fast, and he arrived in front of the man in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Hei Yang rushed to meet the attack in a hurry. Bang! The two weapons touched, making a metallic trembling sound, and sparks flew at the same time. Soon, Hei Yang's eyes widened. He couldn't help but ask, how could it be? My power was suppressed. The terrifying force came, and then the whole person of Hei Yang retreated uncontrollably. The opponent's strength was stronger than his own? The guard looked ordinary, and it was totally unexpected that the strength was so great. No way! The captain actually retreated. This! Everyone looked at it in surprise. Originally, they were full of confidence, and this guy must be vulnerable in front of their captain. After all, their captain is a big pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, and his strength is very terrifying. Especially in terms of strength, so far few people are stronger than him. But, it was beyond everyone's expectations. The captain actually lost in the strength competition. How is this possible? That guy looks ordinary, but his strength is so strong. But the captain still has a great chance of winning. He is not only strong in strength. As a big pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries, Hei Yang has no shortcomings at all. Both strength and speed are very strong. Now it was just that his strength was suppressed, and he still had some speed. Swoosh! While retreating, Hei Yang rushed forward. His speed was incredible, even faster than the fastest beast. He appeared in front of the captain of the guard in a flash. But the captain of the guard was even faster. He drew his knife like lightning, and then chopped it hard at his chest. Poof! After the knife, blood splattered. The whole person of Hei Yang flew backwards uncontrollably and hit the wall behind him hard. He was covered in blood and looked very embarrassed. His neck tilted and he fainted directly. At this point, the winner had been revealed. and the winner was the guard of the Basta kingdom. For a moment, all the pirates stared with their eyes wide open, shocked and speechless. No way! The captain actually lost. Impossible, I must be dazzled. They simply couldn't believe this scene. His captain, who was like a god of war, was defeated by the guards of this country. You know, their captain is a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. This guy is quite strong. The captain of the guard looked at Hei Yang and couldn't help saying. Everyone was speechless. This is a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. Even in the New World. He is a well-known figure. The evaluation he got was just quite good. How great it would be if he could be used by our king. The captain of the guard murmured again. When their king was mentioned, this guy's eyes lit up instantly, with deep admiration. King Basta is a godlike existence in their minds. The reason why he has such strength is inseparable from the king's teachings. And the reason why everyone can live a harmonious and stable life in the chaotic new world is all because of this mysterious king. At this time, dong dong dong, a crisp sound of footsteps sounded. A beautiful woman in a military uniform with long blue hair draped over her shoulders walked slowly in high heels. She made a thump-thump sound when she walked. There were 3 people beside the woman. They were Leva, who looked like a gentleman butler, Nu, who looked like a sweet girl but was actually a man. The last one was Datas, who had no special features. These 3 people were the 3 beast warriors in Akame Ga Kill. They were loyal generals of Asts and swore allegiance to Asts. To be honest, their strength was still very strong. At least in the original work, the protagonists wanted to kill them and paid a great price. Now, these guys have learned Haki. Their strength has reached a higher level. As for the woman in the military uniform, she was the object of their loyalty. Asts. Wow! Where is this beautiful woman? I have never seen such a beautiful woman in my life. She looks even prettier than Hancock. This is too beautiful. As Asts appeared, everyone in the field was attracted by her. Asts' charm is beyond words. Even in the pirate world, her beauty is absolutely the top level, and no one can surpass her. The guards looked at the pirates. They all shook their heads slightly. You should put away your little thoughts. Everyone knows that Asts is devoted to the king. She would not even look at ordinary men. In fact, in their opinion, only their own king is qualified to match Asts. Lord Asts, why are you here? The guards knelt down and greeted. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 3 Marine is here. Please give me flowers. Chapter 3 Marine is here. Lord Asts. All the pirates looked at him in surprise. The guard who had just defeated his captain was now kneeling respectfully in front of Asts. The respect in his eyes was beyond description. Instantly, a thought came to their minds: could this woman be more powerful than that guard? They thought it was impossible. Even the captain was no match for that guy. Could this Asts really be able to do it? No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like a strong guy. Did that guy get solved? Asts asked. Yes, it's solved. The other party is a more difficult guy. Is that so? Asts was thoughtful. He was only difficult compared to the captain of the guards. Maybe he would be weak and vulnerable in front of him. Suddenly, Asts' expression froze. She instantly looked at the sea not far away. The sea surface was surging and looked calm, but just a moment ago, her observation Haki sensed that there seemed to be a powerful guy in the distant sea. It looks like there will be some fun. The corners of Asts' mouth curled up slightly. Because of her overly belligerent personality, King Roy asked her to be in charge of the port's guarding. As long as there were pirates who caused trouble, she had the power to kill first and report later. At first, Asts was really happy, so she could fight to her heart's content. But soon, she found that the strength of these guys was too weak, so she couldn't get interested. After all, Ace's strength is too terrifying now. Conqueror's haki has awakened. Even Conqueror's haki has been cultivated to the point of Conqueror's entanglement, and its strength is self-evident. Coupled with the original skills, it is indeed enough to walk sideways in this sea area. If she goes out to sea alone, I am afraid that she can set off a bloody storm in the entire pirate world. When ordinary pirates meet Ace, they can only be abused, and it can't be called a battle at all. Everyone noticed Ace's expression. "Master Ace, what's wrong with you?" Ace looked at the sea in front of him and said solemnly, "It seems that a heavyweight guy is coming." Heavyweight guy? Everyone was slightly stunned. The opponent was actually called a heavyweight guy by Ace, so it can be imagined that his strength must be terrifying. After all, this is Ace. Ace's strength is obvious to all, and he is often severely abused by this witch. I don't know what kind of person can make Master Ace so solemn. It's been a long time since I met Master Ace with such a solemn expression. Only when Master Uchiha Madara and Master Senju Hashirama appeared last time, Master Ace showed such an expression. The pirates next to him were a little confused. How come the guards who defeated their captain, in front of Ace, are like minions? Their captain is a pirate with a bounty of over 300 million berries. They were defeated by such a minion, which made them feel a little suffocated. They mentioned Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama and other characters. They have been in Grand Line for so many years, but they have never heard of these two characters. Little did they know that these two were not from the pirate world at all. They were from the Hokage Plain. Senju Hashirama is known as the god of ninja world, and Uchiha Madara is also powerful in ninja world. Let's not talk about these. Anyway, they just felt that the person who defeated their captain was a complete minion in front of Ace. That respectful look, there is no need to say it. Suddenly, they seemed to think of something, and their expressions were panicked. Could it be? In an instant, cold sweat flowed from their foreheads. Then they noticed a warship slowly appearing on the sea in the distance. The logo on the warship was the logo of the world government. It was Marine. They thought they had gotten rid of the Marines, but it seemed they hadn't. The guys still chased after them tenaciously. It is said that there is a rear admiral on the warship. Even if it is the captain, I dare not deal with them too much. They only knew that there was a warship chasing them. But they didn't know that there was a terrifying existence on the warship. Aokiji. After all, Aokiji didn't really want to capture them. He was just strolling around the sea and didn't show his strength. It's them. I didn't expect Marine to chase us. What should we do? The pirates were shocked. After all, they are pirates, and they are naturally afraid of Marine. They are too weak and are no match for Marine. If they have the strength of the four emperors, they naturally don't have to fear Marine. But the problem is, they are noobs. In this world, being noobs is the original sin. It's the Marine. The guards were also deeply moved. The structure of this world is that the four emperors, the world government, and the 7 warlords of the sea are in opposition. If we say that the strongest force in the pirate world is not the 4 emperors, nor the supernovas, or the Shishibukai. The strongest is always the Marine. It's the world government. There are many heroes in the Marine, and there are countless powerful ones. I wonder who is here from the Marine. It actually made Lord Aciades look unusually solemn. At least it must be the rank of Rear Admiral. Maybe it's the Vice Admiral. For them, the Marine Vice Admiral is already a complete big boss level. As for the Marine Admiral, those are all big figures in the Marine, the real dragons that can only be seen from the head but not the tail. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 4, Aokiji appears, Marine Admiral. Chapter 4 Aokiji appears, Marine Admiral. Woohoo! The warship moves forward slowly, and there are bursts of sound from the instruments. Aokiji Admiral, the port of the Kingdom of Basta is ahead. A marine stood in front of Aokiji and reported. Aokiji was still lying on the chair reading the newspaper. His expression was so leisurely. His performance in the marine was actually slightly better than Kizaru. Aokiji could do something occasionally, while Kizaru was just paddling and playing, but he was the highest combat power in the marine after all, and he had to be kept. It feels different from what I remembered. Aokiji looked up. He was surprised to find that the scene around him was different from what he imagined. In general, countries that are not members of the world government are in a mess and are ravaged by pirates. However, everything in this country is in order and looks very harmonious. It's so weird. Admiral. Aokiji saw that he was a little hesitant and frowned immediately. What happened? The Black Ocean pirates seem to have been destroyed and defeated by the local guards. When these words came out, Aokiji's eyes widened in shock. No way. He couldn't help but raise his voice a few decibels. After all, the bounty of the Black Ocean pirates reached an astonishing bounty of 350 million baileys, which is also considered a big pirate. Such a big man was defeated by a non-member country of the world government. It's a bit unbelievable. That guy has fainted and was successfully arrested. Then the marine handed the telescope to Aokiji, indicating that Aokiji could take a look for himself. Aokiji was skeptical, so he picked up the telescope and looked. Then, the whole person was stunned in shock. Is it true? The bounty on that guy is 350 million baileys, and he was killed just like that. And this Basta Kingdom has changed so much from what I remembered. Are you sure this is the Basta Kingdom? Aokiji widened his eyes and stared at the marine in front of him. I'm sure. The marine said firmly. He wouldn't lie about this kind of thing, so it's probably true. How could this be? The Spartan Kingdom has completely changed. Not only has it become prosperous, but the guards are also very good. Let's go and take a look. Aokiji quickly gave orders, asking the warship to approach the Spartan Kingdom. Not long after, the warship cut through the waves and arrived at the port of Sparta. The marines lined up and waited, coming down in an orderly manner. Lieutenant Colonel, Colonel. That guy seems to be Punk Rear Admiral, right? I didn't expect that the other person is Punk Rear Admiral. Punk Rear Admiral is also a relatively powerful Rear Admiral, and his strength is even at the level of Vice Admiral. It's just that his military merits are not enough. So he can't be promoted to become a Vice Admiral. Everyone subconsciously thought that the owner of this warship was Punk Rear Admiral. But it wasn't. After Punk Rear Admiral came out, he stood aside with a smile on his face. Then, another person came down from the ship. This person was a little lazy. He wore sunglasses on his eyes and held a newspaper in one hand. This is. When everyone saw this person appear, they were stunned and breathed rapidly. The scene fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared blankly at the marine who appeared later. Aokiji, Kyuzan. One of the three marine admirals. I didn't expect that this warship could see the legendary marine, Aokiji, one of the three admirals. Everyone was ashamed. Is this true? It's actually the Marine Admiral. This. Whether it was the pirates or the guards in charge of Basta, they were all looking at the man in front of them in shock. This guy represents the highest combat power of Marine. One of the three admirals of Marine, I didn't expect to appear here. We were actually targeted by the Marine Admiral. This. The Black Ocean group was also confused at this moment. They didn't expect that the one chasing them was actually Marine Admiral Aokiji. This is enough for them to brag about for the rest of their lives. Of course, the premise is that they have to find a way to escape from here. No wonder Lord Aestes is on guard. This guy is actually the Admiral of Marine. Everyone couldn't help but look at Ace. At this moment, Ace's expression was solemn, but her eyes were fixed on Aokiji. And beside her, the three beast warriors were all facing a great enemy. This man gives me a feeling, very dangerous. It's the first time I feel such pressure from an outsider. At the same time, Aokiji also noticed Ace not far away. In his perception, this woman was as terrifying as ice, with sharp edges all over her body. The murderous aura she inadvertently revealed even made Aokiji feel terrified. How many people did she have to kill to have such a terrible murderous aura? Ace was a ruthless person in the world of Akame no Mi. She exterminated the northern aliens and killed countless people. She was born with killing all her life, so she always believed in the law of the jungle. It was normal for her to have such a terrible murderous aura. Swish! At this moment, the two of them collided with their eyes. Boom! The next moment, their momentum began to collide, like beasts constantly fighting, biting each other. You are very strong. Ace spoke coldly. At the same time, there was an almost crazy fighting spirit in her eyes. It's rare to meet an opponent of this level. Ace is now burning with excitement. He is excited. Who is this guy? He is not inferior to Aokiji Admiral in momentum, and even has the upper hand. This guy is not simple. The Marines also looked at him in amazement. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Readers, click here. The author of One Piece fan fiction is still far behind those big guys, so please just spray it. Finally, let me talk about the update. I beg for more than 500 flowers on the first day, and 1500V collections on the first day. As for the update, strive to guarantee 4 updates at the minimum. Zyoki's purpose is to update as much as possible as long as he is not dead. If you can see it, please vote for it. I look at the readers' fathers without a sense of security. Dads give some flowers. Poor Baba. The author of One Piece fan fiction is still far behind those big guys, so please just spray it. Finally, let me talk about the update. I beg for more than 500 flowers on the first day, and 1500V collections on the first day. As for the update, strive to guarantee 4 updates at the minimum. Zyoki's purpose is to update as much as possible as long as he is not dead. If you can see it, please vote for it. I look at the readers' fathers without a sense of security. Dads, give me some flowers. Poor old man. Read books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5, The Contact of Ice and Ice. Please give me flowers. Chapter 5, Ice and Ice Touch. I didn't expect Ace's momentum to be no less than Aokiji's. Everyone was shocked. That woman gives me a bad feeling. Maybe she's a tough one. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ace. Most people would be terrified just by seeing Aokiji, but Ace dared to release his momentum. This guy. Then, Aokiji's eyes became serious. There's no doubt that he felt a bit of pressure from Ace. If he didn't use all his skills, he might be killed. Here we go. He watched Ace rushing towards him with his own eyes. The speed was very fast, and he came to him in the blink of an eye. Bipolar Spear. Aokiji quickly used his ultimate move, the Bipolar Spear. Ice appeared in the air, and then the ice condensed into several spears, shooting at Ace in front of him. This move is one of Aokiji's ultimate moves. He had used such an attack when he first appeared in Summit War. However, it did not cause much damage to Whitebeard at that time. This was a test. Ordinary people simply could not block such an attack. Humph! Ace snorted coldly. An ice shield instantly appeared in front of her, directly blocking the attack. Blocked. Aokiji was surprised. At the same time, he was also surprised that Ace's ability was the same as his own, all ice-related abilities. Maybe this was also a kind of fate. Similar abilities to mine. Ace grinned. The opponent was very strong, but the stronger she was, the more excited she was. Only in this way could she become stronger. Take it! Ace shouted. Although her imperial weapon ability was very strong, she could not ignore this guy's swordsmanship. Especially in these years in the pirate world, she has been practicing haki. His swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle. Whoosh! A sword slashed out, easily cutting the surrounding air in half, making a hissing sound. You can imagine how terrifying this move is. Block. Aokiji raised the ice blade in his hand to block Ace's attack. Bang! After the weapons of both sides collided, there was a low tremor. Aokiji's elemental sword is still very hard, enough to fight with the strong head-on. Such a strong force. Aokiji was shocked. He felt his shoulders sink. Obviously Ace's strength exceeded his imagination, and for a while he suppressed himself in terms of strength. A man was suppressed by a woman? Aokiji gritted his teeth and kept fighting with Ace. The movement of the two sides fighting was too terrible. Every time they fought, there was a shocking loud noise, which looked very scary. Even the surrounding terrain was changed. Hurry! Everyone, stay away! Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? We can't intervene in this level of battle. Stay away to avoid being affected. Boom boom boom. When Admiral level masters fight, it really changes the map level, and the movement caused is very exaggerated. Every time they touch the surrounding air, the air collapses and the space distorts. Admiral Aokiji, please hold back. This warship was almost destroyed by you. The Marine looked at Aokiji in the air helplessly and couldn't help but say. The aftermath of the fight between the two just now accidentally affected the warship and almost completely destroyed it. At this moment, they really understood what the Admiral class represents. It is no exaggeration to say that even if they all go together, they are not enough to play with Aokiji alone. When the strength reaches a certain level, the number is completely useless. In any case, ordinary people, no matter how many there are just food in front of the Admiral. That woman is really exaggerated. She can fight Aokiji Admiral to this extent. Everyone sighed. What does Marine Admiral mean? They are the face of the Marine and the highest fighting force of the world government. To be able to fight with this level of Marine, one must be at least at the level of 4 emperors. As a result, this woman actually fought with Aokiji to a white-hot stage, and for a while, there was no winner. Even the guards of the Basta Kingdom were shocked at this moment. This is too amazing. Is this the true strength of Lord Ace? She actually fought with that Aokiji Admiral to this extent. This scene is incredible. The opponent is the face of the world government and the highest fighting force in the Marine, but he actually fought on equal terms with Ace. From this, it can be seen that Ace's strength is unfathomable. Although they knew that Ace was very strong, they didn't expect him to be so strong, which was completely beyond their imagination. This guy, is he a monster? A bunch of monsters. Everyone looked up at the two people fighting in the air, and they were all shocked. To be honest, the scene was very handsome, and the extremely passionate battle made people excited. I couldn't help but think. If my strength could reach this level, how great would it be? But this is simply impossible. I can only think about it slowly in my heart, and I can't put it into action at all. Boom boom boom. In the air, the attacks of the two collided again. The ice layer controlled by Aokiji came with absolute power, boom boom, and soon came to Ace. In the face of such an attack, Ace also condensed ice to fight back. The fierce collision of ice and ice. The fierce battle between haki and haki. The Ice Queen who shocked the world finally met her own opponent. Boom boom. Crack, crack. With the crisp sound, even the space couldn't bear it and cracked directly. P.S. Begging for flowers and votes to support. There is one more chapter tonight, please give me flowers if you like it. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 6 Uchiha Madara Please Give Me Flowers. Chapter 6 Uchiha Madara. The space is cracked. This is too amazing. Everyone is a little scared. The noise of the two guys fighting is too terrible, even the space can be torn apart, the destructive power is simply not to be covered, if you stay here, you are likely to be affected. But, where else can they go? Facing the pleading of his men, Aokiji was helpless. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, do you think I want to fight this guy? This battle was completely initiated by Ace. The moment he saw Aokiji, Ace seemed to have made up his mind and rushed up suddenly. The battle happened just like that. Aokiji was also helpless. He didn't want to fight at all. Everything was forced by Ace. This guy's strength is really pervert. I can't spare any spare energy. Even my own situation is very dangerous. Aokiji felt bitter. Ace gave him a very pervert feeling, a little pervert. The most terrifying thing is that this guy is the type who gets braver the more he fights. As the battle continues, he becomes more and more passive. Facing this woman, Aokiji feels as if he is fighting a prehistoric beast. It's too scary. This won't work. Lord Ace, you're totally ignoring us. If we continue to fight, the port will be destroyed. But, once Lord Ace enters a fighting posture, we can't wake her up at all. Marine finds the Basta guards and asks them to find a way. This battle was unnecessary. But the answer from the Basta guards left them speechless. It was the first time they met such a person who was so persistent in his pursuit of fighting. It's completely the opposite of Admiral Aokiji. Yes, Admiral Aokiji is most afraid of trouble, especially fighting. Everyone was speechless and didn't know what to do. Ask Aokiji to stop, he has no chance to stop, and once he stops, he may be blown away in the next second. As for asking Ace to stop? Just kidding. Ace can't hear their voices now, and only Aokiji is in his eyes. No matter what, Aokiji must be defeated. Except for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Ace hasn't met such an opponent for a long time. He can have a hearty battle. There is no other way, go and ask Lord Uchiha Madara. This battle is not something we can intervene in at all. The gap between them and Ace and Aokiji is too big. If they rush forward rashly, they may be killed by the aftermath. As for the pirates of the Black Ocean pirates before, at this time, they were completely dumbfounded. In their opinion, their captain is a well-known big man, with a bounty of more than 300 million Baileys, and he is invincible in the Grand Line. However, compared with Ace and Aokiji, there is no need to compare the battle. The two sides are not at the same level at all, just like the light of a firefly, how can it compete with the sun? They realized how narrow their vision was before. It turns out that this is the world's top level. What they did before was just a pirate game. How stupid we were before. It turns out that this is the world's level. Everyone suddenly realized. They also opened their eyes and knew what the world's top level was like. Of course, this is not the top, just the world's top level. But they were shocked and speechless. In the palace of the Kingdom of Basta, Uchiha Madara, wearing a samurai suit and a killer hairstyle, was sitting in his seat bored. Roy went out to sea with Senju Hashirama and others. For the time being, the guarding mission of the Kingdom of Basta was handed over to Uchiha Madara. Now the top combat power in this country is only Uchiha Madara and Ace. Ace has no interest in politics. She is only interested in one thing. That is fighting. Fighting. She would fight with anyone she had nothing to do. Basically, she had beaten all the top fighters in the kingdom. Except for Senju Hashirama Uchihamadara, basically no one was her opponent. Because of her character, Roy was not at ease to leave things to such a woman. Hey! Suddenly, Uchihamadara opened his eyes in astonishment. That BD is fighting with someone again. He had a very high level of observation haki, and instantly sensed that a fierce fight was going on at the port. Even if he thought with his toes, he knew that it must be Aces who had a fight. It's really not quiet all day. Strange. Uchihamadara murmured, this guy's aura is quite strong, and he can be on par with Aces. Although he hated Aces' character, Uchihamadara knew very well. This woman was very strong and could even threaten him. Sengoku Madara's strength is needless to say, and after coming to this world, haki practiced and his strength is unfathomable. Even so, he admitted Ace's strength. At this moment, the guards came over. Master Uchihamadara, something bad has happened. Master Ace is fighting with Marine Admiral. If this continues, the port will be destroyed. Originally, Uchihamadara didn't intend to care about this matter. That willful girl, the sadistic queen, he really didn't want to pay attention to it if he had to. But as the guards said, at their level, if they go all out, they can definitely destroy the port, and even if they let go, they can destroy the entire country. Alas, it seems that I can't ignore it. Uchihamadara sighed. P.S. The 6th update is over. Because there are too many characters, the rhythm may be a bit slow. Zyoki will write it carefully and try to give everyone a good article. However, due to my personal writing style, if there is anything wrong, I beg readers to correct me. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7 Aokiji's request. Please give me flowers. Chapter 7 Aokiji's request. After all, Uchihamadara's current identity is to be in charge of the entire country. That woman is really troublesome, damn it. Uchihamadara couldn't help but sigh. At the moment, he rushed to the direction of Aces and others without any hesitation. This kind of thing must be stopped. On the other side, the battle between Aces and Aokiji has also reached a white-hot stage. The moves of both sides are bombarded. The terrifying power spreads in all directions, and the whistling wind around can be felt. Even the air seems to be unable to bear it and completely dissipates. The collision of ice and ice. The overwhelming ice chips fell from the sky, and the people on the ground looked a little dazed and shocked. Is it true? This power is too terrifying. Are the two of them really human? It feels that they are not human at all. Everyone couldn't help but murmur. In fact, this is normal. To ordinary people, the strength of Aces and Aokiji is like a monster. Ordinary people simply don't have the strength to fight this kind of monster, because the two sides are not in the same league at all. Is this an admiral-level fight? It's really exaggerated. Admirals and ordinary people are two different species. Admirals are far superior to them in terms of fruit ability and haki application level. Perhaps they are not as good as the four emperors in terms of haki application. But ordinary people can't touch it. As strong as Doflamingo, he was killed in one move by Aokiji. Those who have watched the anime should know it. It's simply the level of world destruction. If this goes on, we will also be affected. Didn't someone go to find Lord Uchihamadara? Why hasn't he come yet? They can only hope that Uchihamadara will appear. This kind of monster can only be stopped by a stronger monster. In their eyes, Uchihamadara is a stronger monster. At this moment, Uchihamadara, wearing a samurai uniform and a killer head, appeared at the port. Uchihamadara looked at Aces. Aces, stop it quickly, do you want to destroy the Basta kingdom? The voice came out, like thunder, and soon reached everyone's ears. Everyone was quite excited. Because Uchiha Madara came, the dispute could finally be resolved. Hey! Aokiji glanced at Uchiha Madara in surprise, and the whole person was scared to death. I don't know if it was his illusion, he felt a very terrifying momentum from this man. This guy is probably stronger than Ace. No way. Aokiji was speechless. One Ace was enough to give him a headache, and now there was another Uchiha Madara. He felt that his head was about to explode. Fortunately, he did not feel the killing intent from Uchiha Madara, and the other party did not seem to want to fight with him. Uchiha Madara. Ace was fighting with Aokiji to his heart's content. The long-lost passion surged, and at this time Uchiha Madara came out to make trouble. She was going to ignore it, but then she thought that what Uchiha Madara said was not unreasonable. Continuing to fight here might destroy the Basta kingdom. So, she stopped. Finally stopped. A trace of cold sweat ran down Aokiji's forehead. He hadn't met such a difficult guy for a long time since he became a Marine Admiral. Ace's strength left a deep impression on Aokiji. Who are you? Uchiha Madara looked down at Aokiji and asked. Aokiji. Aokiji. Uchiha Madara raised his eyebrows. He didn't know the distribution of power in the pirate world, so he didn't know what Marine Admiral was, let alone Aokiji. Mr. Madara, this guy is the Marine Admiral of the world government. Yet. Uchiha Madara nodded, too lazy to continue asking questions on this issue. He looked at Aokiji. What are you doing here? We are responsible for chasing the pirates of the Black Ocean Group and accidentally landed in your country. Are you the king here? Aokiji looked at Uchiha Madara's killer matte hairstyle and asked. Uchiha Madara waved his hand. Of course not, how can I compare with Lord Roy's power? Aokiji was shocked. This guy's momentum is so terrifying, but he is not the king. He was immediately curious about the king. I don't know who your king is, can you introduce him? Lord Roy is out with his people, and he will probably come here in a while. For the time being, I will protect this country. Uchiha Madara said directly. To be honest, Uchiha Madara is completely clueless about politics and basically has no achievements. So his real mission is to protect national security. With him in charge, ordinary people really dare not act rashly. After all, the strength of Lord Madara is there. Aokiji still has many questions in his heart. This country just appeared out of thin air, and was not discovered by the world government at all. This is a bit too scary. Moreover, the Basta kingdom was originally a non-member of the world government, and it should have been very chaotic and barren. However, the country is now very stable, even more peaceful than those member countries of the world government. What happened here? Aokiji murmured. His eyes fell on Ace and Uchiha Madara next to him, and he soon found the answer. With these two strong men in charge, ordinary people really can't make any waves. What's your name? Uchiha Madara. Mr. Madara, can we go in and take a look? Aokiji was very curious about this unknown country and decisively put forward his request. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 8 The Mysterious King Second Update. Chapter 8 The Mysterious King. Of course. Lord Roy said that as long as no one comes with malicious intent, our kingdom welcomes them. Uchiha Madara smiled. Their country is not a closed feudal kingdom, but a very open and free one. With extremely exaggerated strength, they are not afraid of any conspiracy at all. Not to mention the strength of Roy and others, just the strength of Ace alone, ordinary pirates have to take a detour. After all, this guy can fight Marine Admiral Aokiji on equal terms, and his strength is very terrifying. Thank you. Aokiji smiled. Since there is no need to fight, he instantly returned to his lazy look. Who knew that at this time Ace came up to Aokiji again and asked, "Your name is Aokiji, right?" "Yes." Ace's eyes were a little excited. That look made Aokiji feel creepy, as if he had become a prey. After a long while, Ace finally spoke, "Aokiji, let's continue the unfinished duel. This time, let's fight on the sea over there." She pointed to the turbulent sea not far away, and the longing in her eyes could not be concealed. Uchihamadara looked at it and held her forehead speechlessly. This woman is really the same as always. And Aokiji, the cold sweat on his face instantly flowed down, and he coughed and said, "Ahem, I have something to do, let's fight next time." He ran away as if he was escaping. He knew the strength of Ace, and it was meaningless to continue fighting. Maybe he would even overturn. As Aokiji was particularly afraid of trouble, of course he would try his best to avoid this situation. Get out of the way quickly. It seemed that Ace had become a plague god. The Marines around him all relaxed their expressions and couldn't help laughing. "Look, our Aokiji Admiral is actually scared. This is the first time I see Aokiji Admiral scared, ha ha ha." But to be honest, that Ace is really scary, even Aokiji Admiral is struggling. Everyone was talking about it. Aokiji was in no mood to discuss this matter. Now he was focusing all his attention on the kingdom of Basta. This kingdom is too mysterious. Before this, there was no news at all, and the world government was unaware of it. The environment in the city is so peaceful and the scenery is great. It can definitely be a resort. As the Marines arrived at the city, they were shocked by the flourishing appearance. "I suspect this is the Sabayati archipelago. Yes, the prosperity is even higher than those powerful countries." "And did you find it?" It was Aokiji who said this, and everyone looked at him in surprise. These people all have smiles on their faces. Not fake smiles, but real smiles from the bottom of their hearts. They must be very happy, right? Indeed, everyone here has smiles on their faces, very naturally, without any signs of coercion. Living in such a town, the whole person is very relaxed. The people around looked at Aokiji and his group in surprise. "Is that Marine? Why is Marine here? Has the Basta Kingdom become a member of the world government?" For a moment, everyone had different expressions. They were all natives of the pirate world, so of course they knew the famous Marine. Aokiji was accompanied by a team of guards, escorting the group. Escorting was one of the reasons, but the main purpose was to guard against these guys. After all, they were outsiders. And no one knew what they were really thinking. Aokiji didn't care about this kind of thing. "All this is thanks to Lord Roy," the captain of the guards said. "Hey!" Aokiji looked at him in surprise. About half a year ago, Lord Roy suddenly appeared, and then quickly unified the country. Before that, the kingdom of Asda was the kingdom of pirates, and there were constant wars everywhere. Everyone lived a hard life under the oppression of pirates. Through his simple description, Aokiji also roughly knew the cause and effect of the matter. About half a year ago, this place was in a similar situation to the non-member countries of the world government, shrouded in war, and the people lived a hard life and suffered oppression. In this situation, Roy and his men appeared, swept all the pirates in the country at lightning speed, and then built a country of freedom and equality. "There are no nobles in the country," Aokiji murmured. This move really shocked him. He never expected that Roy would have such courage to abolish the noble system directly and make everyone equal. If there is only one noble in the country, it is probably Roy alone. Even Ace, Uchihamadara and others will be punished if they break the law. Only in this case can we truly establish an equal kingdom. Aokiji nodded. Like the world government, including those non-member countries, they have retained the noble system as a whole. People are divided into different classes according to their origins. The lower class will always be subservient to the upper class and cannot turn over. This situation is honestly very sad. Aokiji admired Roy a little bit. He actually had the courage to do this. However, perhaps only people like him can do it. First of all, you need to overcome your desires. After all, most people, if they are in a high position, will subconsciously want privileges. Let all the wealth in the world belong to you, and all the beauties warm your bed. It is normal for people to have such thoughts. Secondly, you need the strength to suppress everything, otherwise it is just wishful thinking. This is the kingdom of Basta. I am becoming more and more interested in the king of this country. Aokiji smiled, eager to meet the legendary king. Excuse me, where is Lord Roy? He is visiting other countries with a delegation. It is more like a visit than a tour, after all, he is with Leon and the others who love to play the most. However, Roy is very busy and tired. Everyone hopes to relax. When will you be able to come back? About 7 days at most. Lord Roy seems to say that he will return soon. Thank you. Aokiji expressed his gratitude. After all, he got a lot of useful clues from this guy, so this trip was not in vain. In the evening, Aokiji and his party finally returned and left. Admiral Aokiji, I think this place is quite fun. Come here to have some fun during your vacation, maybe you can retire here in the future. Aokiji nodded thoughtfully, it is indeed quite prosperous here, a little unexpected. Then, he looked at the marine in front of him. Bring the den mushi over. Seeing Aokiji's serious expression, the marine realized the seriousness of the problem and quickly brought the den mushi over. Aokiji took the den mushi and decisively called Sengoku. P.S. If nothing unexpected happens today, there will be 8 more chapters. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 9 Marineford's Discussion Request Flowers. Chapter 9 Discussion of Marineford. 1 day later. Grand Line, Marineford. The naval headquarters of the world government is located here. At this time, Aokiji's warship finally arrived at the port. Aokiji Admiral, Marineford is here. Well, let's go. Aokiji nodded, and then walked towards Marineford surrounded by the Marines. Many people greeted Aokiji enthusiastically. After all, he is a Marine Admiral, and his status is there. Soon, the group arrived at the Admiral's office. It is now the year 1518 of the Sea Circle calendar. There are 3 people in the Admiral's office, including Sengoku. Sengoku was lying on the table, processing documents wholeheartedly. Kizaru was cutting his nails next to him, and Akainu was sitting there bored. Aokiji Admiral. The Marine standing guard at the door greeted Aokiji immediately when he saw him. Aokiji. Sengoku heard the voice and raised his head quickly, and found Aokiji standing in front of him. Aokiji, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Tell me in detail what you encountered in the kingdom of Basta. Sengoku's voice was nervous. After all, anyone who heard this news would be nervous. A mysterious force suddenly appeared on the sea. Before this, he had no news at all. There were even strong people in this force who were as strong as Aokiji. The rest didn't matter. The last one definitely made Sengoku care. Who is Aokiji? He is Marine Admiral, the highest combat power in Marine, and his strength is unfathomable. It is no exaggeration to say that there are few people who can be his opponents in the entire pirate world. Only people like 4 emperors can compete with them. Now, another person has appeared. How can Sengoku not be worried? It's like this. Aokiji quickly told everything he saw and heard along the way. Sengoku smacked his lips, and cold sweat kept dripping down his neck. Is it impossible? Is that Asts really that powerful? According to Aokiji, Asts is extremely powerful, and his strength is definitely at the admiral level. Not only that, although that Uchiha Madara didn't make a move, he gave me a more dangerous feeling. Anyway, the strength of this Basta kingdom is very strong," Aokiji said. As soon as these words came out, Sengoku's expression froze. Asts was so difficult, and then there was Uchiha Madara. This country is full of hidden talents. Aokiji continued, "The guard also told me that they still have several fighting forces and have gone out with the king. The thing that scares me the most." At this point, he hesitated. Sengoku hurriedly urged, "What scares you?" "It is said that the strongest among them is the king." "Roy." Aokiji's voice was unquestionable, "That Asts is so strong, I'm afraid Roy's strength is at the level of 4 emperors, or even higher than 4 emperors. 4 emperors, even higher than 4 emperors. Such combat power is too exaggerated. All the strong ones gathered in the Basta kingdom, especially Roy's strength, which is even more unfathomable. Such a force must be treated with attention. This is a big deal, and the degree of danger may be higher than that of 4 emperors. Perhaps the world pattern will be completely changed because of this incident." Humph. However, at this moment Akainu snorted disdainfully. "I think you are too weak, right? Kyuzan. You are too weak. So you describe the other party as a 4 emperors level strongman. You have completely disgraced our marines," Akainu said. These words were not given any face. Aokiji's face immediately turned red with anger, and he trembled all over. "A whole Sakazuki, what are you talking about? I think you are too weak." Akainu snorted disdainfully. "A whole, do you want to fight?" Aokiji was not afraid of Akainu's provocation, and he decisively wanted to give him a big fight. It happened that he had some insights in the battle with Asts, and maybe he could teach this guy a lesson. Asts and Aokiji are completely two extremes. She is a real hexagonal warrior. It's just that she is limited by the physique of a woman. If she were a man, her combat power would definitely soar several times. Come on, who's afraid of whom? Akainu was not afraid at all. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, the atmosphere in the Admiral's office also dropped to the freezing point. Sengoku hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. "You two, enough." As soon as Sengoku got angry, the two calmed down decisively, but even so, they still stared at each other fiercely. Aokiji and Akainu, the two people are born incompatible. This matter is a big deal, and the Basta kingdom must treat it with caution. After thinking for a long time, Sengoku finally came to this conclusion. If it is really as Aokiji said, the power contained in this kingdom is too amazing. Maybe it is even better than the original Rocks Pirate. His thoughts flew, and he instantly remembered the Rocks Pirate decades ago. In the era before Roger, it was undoubtedly the world of Rocks. Rocks Pirate dominated the entire New World and competed with Marine. That period was an unprecedented dangerous time for the world government. Not to mention the strength of Rocks himself, he is definitely the strongest in the world. The members of Rocks alone were terrifying beings that shook the sea. Even 2 legendary pirates were on their ship. It was conceivable how crazy the Rocks pirate was back then. Unfortunately, as time went on, the crew members began to disagree, and in the end they completely fell apart. This Basta kingdom is very dangerous, Sengoku said. In fact, it was true. If Roy wanted, such a force would definitely cause a huge wave in the pirate world, and its power would be far greater than that of the Rocks pirate back then. But this was not what Roy was pursuing. World hegemony? Sorry, I'm not interested. He just wants to own a piece of his own territory and live a plain life. As for other things, he really had no interest. It seems that I have to go there. Have a good contact with the Basta kingdom, Sengoku said in a deep voice, as if he had made some kind of resolution. The strength of the Basta kingdom, he had no choice but to go there in person to find out the details of this country. and the real thoughts of Roy as a king. Diplomacy is a big deal, not to mention that it is diplomacy with a powerful country. Akainu still refused to accept it. Marshal, don't believe him. This guy is talking nonsense. He just said Ace Day, Uchihamadara, I have never heard of it. How could a strong man of their level be unknown? Akainu made an inference. In fact, what he said is not unreasonable. How could a strong man of this level not have been heard of before? He didn't know that he didn't belong to this world at all. P.S. I wanted to update more today, but I found that it was too bad to write like this. I deleted a lot of things, and my hands are so painful now. I will update 5 times today. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 10, Roy Returns. Chapter 10, Roy's Return. While the 3 Marine admirals were discussing this matter, a ship was slowly moving on the sea 30 nautical miles away from the kingdom of Basta. The leader was a silver-haired man. The man's face was incredibly handsome, with distinct features and exquisite carvings like the most perfect work of art. He was the mysterious king of the kingdom of Basta. Roy. Beside him, there were 4 people, Senju Hashirama, Leona, Akame, and Kurome. Senju Hashirama doesn't need to be described decisively. This guy is one of the ceilings of strength in the Hokage ninja plane and is called the god of the ninja world. He is also the second strongest in Basta now. He is slightly stronger than Uchihamadara. After all, Uchihamadara is only in the form of Sengoku Madara now and has not yet opened the Rinnegan, so his strength cannot threaten him. As for Roy, that guy is a cheater. Not only does he have all the strength of a summoner, but he has also trained Conqueror's haki and swordsmanship to the maximum level. Even if there is no summoned character, such strength is enough to walk sideways in the pirate world. Akame, Kurome, Leone, are all characters in Akame ga Kill. The author likes Akame ga Kill very much, but some people don't. Lord Roy, we will arrive at the Basta kingdom soon. Akame stood beside Roy and said obediently. Yet. Roy nodded slightly. Then, he reached out and gently stroked Akame's forehead. The action was so gentle. Akame's long black hair felt very soft to the touch. The touch was very good. Roy glanced at Akame and found that her face was already blushing. Well, Lord Roy. Akame closed her eyes, as if she enjoyed this action. Roy smiled at this scene. Is this the function of max favorability? The female characters summoned by the system have reached the maximum favorability for him. At first, Roy was still wondering what this maximum favorability was. Now he can vaguely guess something. Maybe I can feel at ease and play some 18+ games. Roy laughed. But he didn't say this. Mainly because he felt particularly tired during the journey these days, so he would talk about this matter later. Lord Roy is so partial, I want one too. I want one too. As a result, while Roy was stunned, Leona and Haetong both approached with a wronged look on their faces. They looked like neglected young wives, and they looked very loving. The 2 raised their heads and looked at Roy with pitiful eyes. There was mist in their eyes, like a lotus emerging from the water. Anyway, Roy almost couldn't control himself. Okay, I won't forget you. As he said that, he reached out to touch their heads. After a gentle touch, he saw a satisfied look on their faces. Really? Senju Hashirama complained on the side. This scene is simply a large-scale dog abuse scene. Senju Hashirama, the god of the ninja world, said that his heart was hit by 100 million points of critical strikes. Here is a brief introduction to Roy. He was not originally from this world. He traveled to the pirate world by chance. Became an ordinary person in the new world. At first, Roy was desperate. After all, this is the world of One Piece where the weak are preyed on by the strong. Without strength, he is like an ant. Just like what Doflamingo said, the weak can't even decide how to die. Fortunately, the legendary system came to the door soon after. God-level sign-in system. There is one sign-in opportunity every day. With the help of the system, he gradually has the current situation. Not long after, the group arrived at the port of the Basta Kingdom. Lord Roy is here. Lord Roy, welcome back. Everyone greeted him warmly. In their hearts, Roy was worshipped as a god. After all, if there was no Roy, they would still be in dire straits. It is said that the world government is a symbol of justice, but when the disaster is imminent, when has the world government, which represents justice, ever appeared? Everything is Roy's credit. Everyone, get up quickly. Roy said with a smile. He doesn't put on airs, it's just his personality. If he really cares about status, he won't abolish the aristocracy system. How good is it to make himself a noble? Lord Roy. Long time no see, Asts. Roy looked at the woman in front of him. This beautiful girl with sky blue hair always maintains the temperament of an ice queen in front of outsiders. But for some reason, she would show her little woman's thoughtfulness in front of me. Did we cause any trouble to everyone when we were away? Roy asked with a smile. Then the field fell into a strange silence. Ast's personality is like this. Roy would find it strange if he didn't cause any trouble to everyone. At this time, Uchiha Madara came over with everyone. Master! Get up! Roy looked at Uchiha Madara with a smile on his face. Master, a group of people came to visit when you were away. The other party seemed to be Marine Admiral. Uchiha Madara said. This made Roy stunned. He blurted out without hesitation, Marine Admiral? Who is it? I didn't expect that I would come into contact with the forces of this world so soon. I have to say that Marine's sense of smell is really sensitive. I have been very careful, but they still found me. The other party is Marine Admiral Aokiji. Oh, it turned out to be that guy. Roy murmured. In fact, no matter who it is, the secret of the Basta Kingdom must have been known by the world government. The next step is the troublesome diplomatic issue. With the efficiency of the world government, their visit will probably be within these 2 days. Roy was calm. Since he chose to take the route of the king, he would inevitably come into contact with the world government and the 4 emperors. Unless you choose to live in seclusion and do nothing. I just didn't expect the other party to be so fast, which disrupted Roy's rhythm a bit, but it doesn't matter. To be honest, the strength of his own kingdom. Its strength has long reached the point where it is not afraid of the world government. If you want to threaten Roy and his gang, at least the world government and 2 or 3 4 emperors are needed to completely destroy them. But do you expect the world government and the 4 emperors to join forces? Unless it is forced, the world government will never join forces with the 4 emperors, because this will have a huge impact on the world government. We have exchanged Den Den Mushi with Aokiji Admiral. Master, do you want to tell them about your return? Uchiha Madara looked at Roy. This is related to the establishment of diplomatic relations between the 2 forces, and it cannot be sloppy. If possible, Roy certainly hopes to establish diplomatic relations with the world government, so that everyone can develop harmoniously and move towards a better future together. Roy nodded. You can tell them. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 11.3 The Admiral's Visit. Chapter 11 The Visit of the 3 Admirals. Marine Ford, Naval Headquarters. Sengoku put down the Den Den Mushi, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Everyone knows the situation, and this matter must be treated with caution. Yes. The 3 admirals also nodded. Everyone realized the seriousness of this matter. It might be another 4 emperors group. Even the combat power is higher than the 4 emperors group. The instructions from the 5 elders came down, and he asked us to try to establish diplomatic relations with the Kingdom of Basta. Actually, I think so too, but I don't know if the Kingdom of Basta is willing. Sengoku hesitated. Humph, Marshal Sengoku, you can't just listen to Aokiji's one-sided words. We Marines are not vegetarians. We 3 admirals are visiting in person, which is already a great honor for them. Akainu said angrily. He still felt that this matter was a bit exaggerated. No matter how powerful the Kingdom of Basta was, it was not worth the 3 admirals to visit together. Even the kings of those allied countries would not get such treatment. However, Sengoku was obviously determined and ignored Akainu's complaints. You have to go whether you want to or not. Unless you don't want to be a Marine Admiral. Faced with this unreasonable marshal, Akainu had no choice but to compromise. But he was very angry. The 3 of them immediately boarded the warship and sailed to the Kingdom of Basta. The 3 admirals on the warship had different expressions. The laziest one was Kizaru, who was cutting his fingernails with a nail clipper. The Marines beside him were talking about it. It's really rare to see. All the Marine admirals are out. What happened? You don't know. Oh? Brother, do you know the inside story? All of a sudden, the eyes of all the Marines were focused on the Marine who was speaking. The Marine held his head high and said, in fact, this incident happened in the Kingdom of Basta. This guy did know some inside stories and knew that everything started with Aokiji. Rumor has it that Admiral Aokiji seems to have fought a woman in the Basta Kingdom. Who is so powerful that he can fight that Aokiji? The man shook his head. Not only that, the 2 fought for a long time, and there was no winner until the end. Hiss! Everyone widened their eyes in shock, almost suspecting that they had heard it wrong. How is this possible? Who is Aokiji? He is a Marine Admiral, the strongest fighting force of the Marine. With such fighting power, he tied with an unknown woman in the Basta Kingdom. How can this not be shocking? Is it impossible? Did Admiral Aokiji hold back? That's not the case. According to the report from the Marine at the scene, the 2 fought so hard that the sky and the earth were broken. The movement was like the end of the world. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but be shocked when they heard such a description. Is this admiral level power? Indeed. When the strength reaches the admiral level, the gap with ordinary people is too big, just like a natural moat that is difficult to cross. The warships cut through the waves all the way and continued to sail towards the Kingdom of Basta. To be honest, the Kingdom of Basta is still quite far from the naval headquarters. Even if the fastest warship of the Marine is used, it will take about a day. Wow, ha ha ha, the Marine is really arrogant. Dare to break into the New World, brothers, pull the ship over and let these stupid Marines see the strength of our Bana pirates. What makes people laugh and cry is that the 3 admirals and their group had just arrived in the New World not long ago. As a result, they were targeted by a group of stubborn pirates. Apparently, they did not expect that there were 3 admirals on this ship. Captain, something is wrong. What's wrong? No. The person on that ship is Admiral Kizaru. At some point, Admiral Kizaru appeared in midair. In the first half of the Grand Line, they had heard of the horror of Admiral. Many pirates would be frightened to death just by hearing the name of Admiral. Unexpectedly, they would run into him this time. What's more terrible is that he just wanted to rob Admiral Kizaru's warship. The battle was naturally a foregone conclusion. Although Kizaru was known as a lazy admiral, his hard power was definitely enough. He was not the opponent of the 4 emperors. Could he not deal with this bunch of rookie pirates? 3 admirals came out together. This is too terrifying. I didn't expect Marine to send out such an elite force. Then, a pirate with a bounty of 85 million Baileys looked at the approaching Marine warship with a serious face. Is it here to arrest me? The younger brothers around him flattered. As expected of Lord Darcy, he actually sent all 3 marine admirals out with him. These guys are simply brainless. All 3 marine admirals were sent out. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible for them to be for this little pirate worth 85 million Baileys. In the New World, if the bounty is not over 100 million, then you are definitely an ant. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, the marine warship had arrived at the port of the Basta Kingdom. Lord Roy, the marine is here. The kingdom guards rushed to Roy without stopping and reported the situation. I didn't expect them to come so quickly. Roy was slightly surprised, and then looked at the guard. Bring them in. Yes. Then the guards retreated. While waiting, Sengoku and others were also observing this country. The more they looked, the more surprised they were. Most of the non-member countries of the world government were in a very miserable situation and were called the paradise of pirates, but this place was completely different. Everything was in order and looked lively. The fishermen were working in an orderly manner. I can't imagine. This is actually a non-member country of the world government. It seems that most member countries don't have such a prosperous scene. It is said that this place was still a ruin half a year ago. Who is that Roy? Let's not talk about other skills for now, this way of governing the country is already speechless. Sengoku remained silent, and he also admitted Roy's methods. After a while, a guard came to lead the way. Sengoku and his party also saw the style in the town market, and the prosperity was really amazing. In New World, there are many pirates. It is a bit unbelievable that there is such a pure land in such an area. But everything in front of him is reminding Sengoku. This is not a dream, but a real thing. I'm really curious about what kind of person the king of this country is. Sengoku murmured. But he is a little relieved now. Seeing the peaceful scene in the Basta Kingdom. Everyone's face is full of happiness. It can be seen that Roy is not a bad person by nature, at least not the kind of violent and bloody person. If you are cruel by nature, you can't create such a country. Soon, the group arrived at the gate of the palace. It was a simple and old gate, cast in bronze, and looked majestic. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 12 A Kind of Sastes. Chapter 12 A Kind of Sastes. Inside the hall. Roy finally met Sengoku. Are you the king of the Basta Kingdom? Hello, Marshal Sengoku. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then they began to discuss important matters, that is, the main purpose of Sengoku's visit this time was to establish diplomatic relations with Roy. But Roy's situation is different from other kings. Other kings do not have much self-protection power, while Roy and his people are very strong. So joining the world government is simply impossible. Forget about joining the world government. I still like a free and unrestrained life. Roy decisively rejected Sengoku's first request. There is no need for him to join the world government, whether in terms of economic benefits or their combat effectiveness. Sengoku was not surprised, he had thought of this kind of thing a long time ago. In this case, let's form an alliance, what do you think? This condition is very good. Basically there is no restriction, as long as they do not send troops to the world government, the two sides maintain a friendly and cooperative mode. Economic exchanges can be carried out. This kind of relationship is actually the best situation for diplomacy between countries. As for the member states proposed before, it is just one of the means to find minions for the world government. Roy nodded slightly. Okay. Anyway, it has no impact on me, and I can still trade with the world government. To be honest, this kind of thing is still very helpful to the Basta Kingdom. The only restriction of the contract is, Roy is not allowed to do anything that harms the interests of the world government. Similarly, the world government will not interfere with Roy's regime. Under normal circumstances, it will not cross the line. Once it really crosses the line, it doesn't matter even if it is hostile to the world government. At that time, I have almost taken all the benefits, so it doesn't matter even if I am hostile to the world government. However, if I have to, Roy will not be hostile to the world government. He is not the kind of person who likes to provoke war. Then it's settled. Sengoku smiled. I didn't expect this task to be so easy to complete, basically without any effort. In fact, it depends on the person. If Roy was the kind of ambitious and ulterior motive, he would not be so easy. Maybe the Basta Kingdom had already stood on the opposite side of the world government. However, in fact, it did not. When Sengoku was talking to Roy, Asts found Aokiji. Hey, is your name Aokiji? Aokiji looked at Asts and was shocked. Why did this troublesome woman come again? In Aokiji's eyes, Asts was obviously a super troublesome woman. If possible, he wanted to stay away. Aokiji, let's continue the unfinished duel. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. With that, Aokiji turned and left. He absolutely didn't want to continue fighting with this female BD. If he continued to fight, it would be difficult to determine the winner, and he might even lose. He couldn't afford to lose this person. However, Akainu next to him saw the whole scene. Aokiji is a disgrace to Marine. He was scared by a woman. It's useless. At the same time, he was also a little curious about the strength of Asts and his men. He took this opportunity to fight with Asts. You are Asts, right? Akainu looked at Asts and asked. Yes. Asts also looked at him. Almost instantly, Asts felt a pressure from the latter. This guy's strength was also unfathomable, not even weaker than Aokiji. What's your name? You look pretty strong too. I'm Marine Admiral Akainu. Oh, are you a Marine Admiral too? I heard from the master that Marine Admirals are all as strong as monsters. I wonder how powerful you are. That's right. Asts instantly became interested in Akainu, wanting to see how powerful this Marine Admiral, who was praised by the master, was. I just want to test your strength. Akainu's eyes were cold, and he obviously accepted Asts' challenge. The two sides stood face to face, and then their momentum began to collide. Asts was shrouded in a cold aura, and the whole person seemed like the Queen of Ice. And Akainu was surging with hot magma. This guy is a lava fruit ability user, and has the ability of magma. Is this guy similar to Aokiji's ability? Akainu murmured. He didn't expect that Asts actually had similar abilities to Aokiji, which meant that Aokiji, this useless waste, was defeated by the same ability. Thinking of this, Akainu immediately looked at Aokiji with disdain. He felt that Aokiji was too shameful. Not only was he defeated by a woman, but the other party even used similar abilities. I don't know if Asts can beat Akainu. Aokiji watched silently from the side. He actually didn't care about false reputation, and this guy never took Akainu's contempt to heart. After all, Akainu was the strongest admiral in the Marine, and he had fought him several times, but he was not his opponent. Asts' words felt a little uncertain. Take it. The next second, Asts rushed towards Akainu. She was very fast, and she came to Akainu in almost the blink of an eye. But Akainu was not an ordinary person. Although this guy had a bad character, since he could become a Marine Admiral, he was definitely not a simple character. Then, Akainu also started to fight back. The magma in his hand rolled and hit Asts directly. Hiss, hiss, hiss. When the magma touched the ice, a lot of water vapor suddenly emerged, making the surrounding environment blurry. Even so, the two did not stop fighting. The water vapor in the sky just blocked everyone's sight, and then Akainu decisively used his ultimate move. Great Eruption. Whoosh! Countless magmas fell from the sky, and for a while it was an overwhelming attack. The movement was really terrible. Fortunately, the two fought on an island outside the port, otherwise they would definitely be stopped. Hey! Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were staying together to reminisce about the past. These two good friends have a super good relationship no matter where they are. At this time, they looked up at the same time and saw the hot magma on the island in the distance. What is that? A lot of lava is falling from the sky, Madara, let's go take a look. Yes. Uchiha Madara nodded. Then, the two of them stepped on the sea water and quickly moved towards the island. Sure enough, it's that BD Ace again. This guy won't stop even if Lord Roy comes back. Uchiha Madara sighed. Senju Hashirama touched his chin, I've been used to it for a long time. If Ace doesn't look for someone to fight, I will doubt whether it is her. He counted the number of times he was challenged by Ace. It should be more than 500 times. Right? Although Ace has never won. P.S. The purpose of these chapters is to teach Akainu a lesson and to let readers know the basic strength of Roy Group. The strongest one at present is Roy. I don't plan to expose it because it will be exposed in the final battle. Zyoki will try his best to write battle scenes, especially large-scale battles, and strive to have a hint of the original charm. Finally, I want some flowers. It will be good if the amount exceeds 4,000, otherwise it will be awkward to read. He. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13 This is a monster. Chapter 13 This is a monster. Hey! Aokiji was suddenly stunned. He observation Haki sensed someone approaching, so he looked back. It turned out to be Uchiha Madara, and the person next to him, whom he didn't know at all. He frowned immediately. Mr. Madara, who is this? Uchiha Madara smiled and began to introduce his good friend. This guy is Senju Hashirama, my friend. You are the Marine Admiral Aokiji that the master mentioned before. Hashirama smiled and showed his friendliness to Aokiji. He and Madara are completely different personalities. Uchiha Madara, high and mighty. Except for returning to his nature in front of his own people, he is a completely cold male god in front of others. Feeling Hashirama's enthusiasm, Aokiji also has a good impression of him. Why did the two of them fight? Hashirama looked at Ace in the battle and couldn't help asking. It's their personalities. They'll have to fight sooner or later anyway. Aokiji complained. Let's not talk about Ace's fighting madness. Akainu is completely morally corrupt. It's basically impossible for them not to fight as long as the two of them come into contact. Then, the three stood together and watched the battle silently. I have to say that you Marines are really strong. Pick any two people and they can fight Ace. Hashirama said seriously, to be honest, the only people in our kingdom who can defeat Ace are Lord Roy, me and Madara. He was telling the truth. But why did Aokiji feel so awkward when he heard this? The one Ace fought was the Marine Admiral. Although there are many Marines, there are only less than 10 Admiral-level strong men. And the world government is recognized as the strongest existence on the sea. Did you say it the other way around? It should be that the strength of your kingdom is too strong to compete with the Marine Admiral. However, they said something that moved Aokiji very much, that is, there are actually 3 people who can defeat Ace. Sure enough, my guess was not wrong, the strength of the two of them is better than Admiral. Ace's strength is comparable to Admiral. They must be better than ordinary admirals, and may even be similar to 4 emperors. Aokiji was shocked. My goodness, what kind of monster is this? In the palace, Roy and Sengoku had just signed the contract, and then they were attracted by the great eruption in the distance. That's Great Eruption. Sengoku, as a marshal. He recognized this move as Akainu's ultimate move, Great Eruption, but he didn't know why Akainu used Great Eruption. What is Sakazuki doing over there? Sengoku questioned his subordinate Marine. I don't know, Marshal. Marine didn't know anything about it, and had no idea what Sakazuki was doing over there. Sengoku's eyebrows were twisted into a ball. Go and see what Sakazuki is doing over there, and tell him not to mess around. This diplomatic matter is of great significance and cannot be ruined by such things. Roy smiled and said, Marshal Sengoku, they are fighting now. Oh. Sengoku was suspicious. It seems that my subordinate Ace is fighting with Sakazuki. Roy smiled. He was not worried about Ace. After all, in his perception, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were there. Even if Ace is not Akainu's opponent, his life should not be safe. Sure enough. Sengoku vaguely guessed something when he saw the great eruption. He then looked at Roy with a complicated look, and was a little shocked. From such a distance, Roy-kun, you can also see the situation over there. Well, my observation haki can just cover there. He said this modestly. In fact, Roy can also sense it from a distance, but Roy's nature is not to show off. Sengoku's eyes widened and he was a little surprised. This. As expected of you, Roy-kun, your observation haki is probably the strongest I have ever seen. No. Although Roy is very modest. But Sengoku's heart is like a mirror, and his eyes are more complicated. I don't know what kind of power this ordinary-looking young man hides. Anyway, the means he just showed are far beyond himself. Sengoku's observation haki can't reach that far. Obviously, Roy was far superior to himself in observation haki. At this time, the two of them had no idea that countless eyes had already fallen on them. Akainu performed great eruption, the destructive power was simply earth-shattering, and the air was as hot as a big steamer. It felt like the space was completely melted in such heat. Block it. Ace tried his best. The ice layer turned into the most solid defense, blocking all the attacks of great eruption. At the moment of the collision between the two sides, countless water vapor erupted. There was a hissing sound, which looked very strange. The ice layer continued to melt, but Ace continued to create ice, and finally blocked all the attacks in this round. Ace was restrained by the attribute. Well, the magma temperature of that guy is very high, and this battle will be very difficult. Is this the strength of Marine Admiral? Aokiji frowned slightly as he watched from the side. The quality of her ice is not as good as mine, so she was completely suppressed in the process of contact with my magma. So that's how it is. The situation in front of him is very clear. If he continues to attack with ice, Ace will fall into a passive position. The reason why Aokiji can use ice to fight Akainu is because he is a frozen fruit ability user. In terms of ice quality, he is better than Ace. I can't go on like this. Ace's eyes became firm. She also knew her current situation. If she continued to use the power of the Imperial weapon, she would only be suppressed by Akainu. She could only think of other ways. Fortunately, Ace is also an excellent swordsman. She quickly adjusted her fighting rhythm. After a confrontation. Hey! In a flash, Ace rushed to Akainu and drew his sword to chop. The sword was covered with a layer of armament haki, which made the power of this sword reach an exaggerated level. Swish, swish, swish. The air seemed unable to bear it and continued to dissipate. The attack soon reached Sakazuki. Before Sakazuki obtained the lava fruit, he was also an excellent swordsman and could see the trajectory of the sword at a glance. Bang! His fist was mixed with rolling magma and blasted out. This punch was so hot that it seemed to burn the space completely. Then it touched Ace's sword, and the moment it touched, a strong wind whistled. Both of them fought back and forth, killing each other madly. In a short period of time, Ace was evenly matched with Akainu, and it was difficult to tell the winner for a while. Sure enough, this woman is very strong. Even when the fruit ability was restrained, she was able to fight Akainu to this extent. Aokiji couldn't help but sigh. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 14, Eternal Mangeki. Chapter 14 Eternal Mangeki. In fact, in Aist's opinion, this kind of thing is very common. She may have encountered many unfavorable situations, and in most of the endings, she was the winner in the end. She is still very confident about winning. Dogtooth Red Lotus. On the other side, Akainu also released another big move of his. His arm melted instantly, and then turned into a dog head. The dog head made of magma roared, and then bit directly at Aist. The speed was very fast, and the sound of breaking through the air could be heard. Dang! Aist subconsciously condensed ice to block. But the ice melted directly when it touched the Dogtooth Red Lotus. Obviously, it could not withstand such an attack. Forced to retreat, Aist used the knife in her hand to block the Dogtooth Red Lotus. But this move was too fierce. Bang! She was blown away. No way! Aist was blown away. Uchi Hamadara and Senju Hashirama were both quite shocked. It was obvious that Aist was at a disadvantage in the battle with Akainu. The main reason was that the attribute restraint had a great impact, and secondly, Aist's swordsmanship was not superb enough. If Aist had the swordsmanship of red hair, Akainu would not be able to stop him at all. This incident also showed her shortcomings. Aist has reached his limit. If you continue, you can't beat that guy. This Akainu is really capable. Uchi Hamadara and Senju Hashirama looked at each other and said at the same time. There is no doubt that Akainu's strength is enough to attract the attention of both of them. Aokiji frowned. Sakazuki is really powerful. Anyway, he can't do anything to Aist, but Akainu can gain the upper hand in the battle. Damn it! Aist roared. In anger, she was about to use her trump card. As we all know, Aist's strongest skill is to freeze the entire time. Although it can only be used once a day, this ability is enough to be heaven-defying. In those few seconds, you can't move. In front of a truly strong person, a few seconds is enough for you to die more than a dozen times. Aist, stop! Uchi Hamadara stepped forward to stop him. Roy had already ordered that Aist was not allowed to use this move in front of outsiders. This move is not only Aist's trump card. It is also the trump card of Roy's entire team. If they really encounter a dangerous moment, this move can save their lives. But Aist is unwilling. How can she be happy about losing to Akainu? She tried her best just to win. If she uses that move, she will never lose. Uchi Hamadara didn't look at her, but looked at Akainu. I will be your opponent next. Senju Hashirama just came up to him and said. We are the host after all, we should let them see how powerful we are. We must let them know that we are very strong. If they think we are weak, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Uchi Hamadara thought about it for a while and figured it out. This kind of thing really needs attention, so he chose to stand up at this time. You. Akainu looked at Uchi Hamadara. Now that he defeated Aist, he is in a super expansion stage. Although Aist is very strong, stronger than anyone he has met in the past. But didn't he lose to himself in the end? And Aokiji was only 50-50 with this guy. Does this mean that his strength is far superior to Aokiji? The battle situation here also fell into the eyes of Roy and Sengoku. I didn't expect Aist to lose. This red dog is really powerful. Roy murmured in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud, otherwise it would have a bad impact. The title of Red Dog is the nickname given to Akainu by the Sea fans. To be able to fight Akainu to this extent, that Aist is not simple. Sengoku thought to himself. He couldn't help but calculate Aist's strength, which must have reached the admiral level. It seems that Aokiji was not wrong. Is Uchiha Madara going to fight Akainu? If it's Uchiha Madara, Akainu should not be a match. Roy murmured softly, and then he looked at Sengoku next to him. Marshal Sengoku, should we go and take a look? Sure. The two set off together. At this time, Uchiha Madara and Red Dog also began to confront each other, and the momentum of the two people continued to collide. It is worth mentioning that Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, both of them have reached the advanced level of observation haki and armed haki. Uchiha Madara is slightly weaker. Because Senju Hashirama is too evil, he actually mastered Conqueror's Entanglement. In the entire Roy team, the only people who can master Conqueror's Entanglement are Roy and Senju Hashirama, and no one else has mastered this advanced Conqueror's technique. It's actually very simple. Senju Hashirama's talent is originally a little higher than Uchiha Madara's talent. Before the two of them, all previous Indras crushed Ashura, but in Senju Hashirama's generation, it was completely reversed. What's going on? Isn't it because Senju Hashirama's talent is originally very high? Although sometimes he is careless and looks unreliable, his talent is beyond doubt. Bang, bang, bang. The two fought with fists and feet. At the beginning, Uchiha Madara was just testing Akainu's strength. This guy's armament haki and observation haki are also high level. It's hard to decide the winner with haki. Uchiha Madara thought to himself. To be honest, Akainu's haki level is comparable to that of Uchiha Madara now. After fighting for a while, he decided to change his mind. Since he is on par with you in haki, he will directly attack you with the fruit ability to see if you can block it. Thinking of this, Akainu decisively activated the ability of Lava Fruit. Dogtooth Red Lotus. The first move was his ultimate move. The rolling magma overflowed, and even the void was about to be burned out. As a blow of Akainu's super destructive power, the power was really destructive. It was like a crushing force, advancing with a roar. Here it comes. The same attack as when dealing with Asts. Asts had a complicated expression, and she couldn't help but think of the previous scene. Her ice power was completely useless in front of such a terrifying force. Uchiha Madara, can he block it? Humph. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. The momentum on his body suddenly rose, and then his eyes began to change. The outline of the enchanting eternal Mangeki appeared. In the blood-red pupils, it was like three daggers combined together, exuding a strange breath. This is Uchiha Madara's eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Ah, Madara opened Mangeki. This makes the battle interesting. Senju Hashirama's mouth curled up. Having dealt with Uchiha Madara for so long, he certainly knew the horror of eternal Mangeki. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 15 Susanoo. Chapter 15 Susanoo. Susanoo. Uchiha Madara decisively used his Mangeki ability. His eternal Mangeki seemed to be most famous for Susanoo. Then he saw a pitch-black giant rising from the ground. It completely enveloped Uchiha Madara. This was only the semi-perfect form of Susanoo. Uchiha Madara felt that Akainu should not need to use the perfect form of Susanoo. If Akainu knew this news, he would definitely be very angry. After all, he is a Marine Admiral, so don't look down on others. What kind of ability is this? Aokiji looked at him in surprise. He had never seen such a pitch-black giant. I don't know if it was his illusion, Aokiji felt unprecedented pressure from this giant. Senju Hashirama smiled and said, "This is Uchiha Madara's bloodline limit." Bloodline limit? Aokiji had never heard of it. There is no such thing as bloodline limit in One Piece. In addition to Devil Fruit, there is only Haki. It's hard to explain it in a short time. You can understand it as the ability of Devil Fruit. Senju Hashirama spread his hands, too lazy to argue with Aokiji on this matter. His eyes fell on Uchiha Madara and Akainu. I wonder how the fight between the two will go? Akainu also used the dog-tooth red lotus. Aokiji reminded. Dog-tooth red lotus is one of Akainu's specialties. Even if it is me, it is difficult to fight against it. The two have always disagreed with each other, so there have been several frictions and minor fights. But most of the results are Akainu's victory. I have to say that this guy is still quite capable. Akainu's famous tricks are mainly Dark Hound, Dog-tooth Red Lotus. They are all skills with strong lethality. We must be careful to deal with them. Suzanu's Dog-tooth Red Lotus, I wonder who will be better. Akainu is known as the strongest attack power of Marine. In the world of Hokage ninjas, Susanoo is also known for her absolute defense. Is it the strongest attack that wins, or the absolute defense that wins? This is indeed a point of concern. Dogtooth Red Lotus. Akainu roared. When he used the Dogtooth Red Lotus, his entire arm was completely magma. Then the hot magma turned into a dog head and bit towards Susanoo in front of him. This move is known as his strongest attack. It has always been invincible and nothing can stop it. Hey! The next moment, Akainu's eyes suddenly widened. He couldn't believe his eyes. His Dogtooth Red Lotus didn't break Susanoo's absolute defense. How could this be? Akainu's voice was full of astonishment. The defense was not broken. Akainu's attack was blocked. Aokiji couldn't help but say. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo actually blocked Akainu's Dogtooth Red Lotus. Although the magma baked Susanoo. If it takes this long, Susanoo will definitely be completely melted. However, Uchiha Madara will never give Akainu such a long time. In the eyes of a true strong man, time is money, and there is no room for carelessness. Oh my god! Isn't it possible that I saw it wrong? Akainu Admiral, he didn't break the opponent's defense. Akainu, who is known for his strongest attack, finally met his opponent. Not far away, there was a marine paying attention to the situation here. The news of the battle between Akainu and Uchiha Madara spread like the wind in the marine camp. The dog-toothed Red Lotus was actually blocked. That's Admiral Akainu's special move. Who blocked it? Everyone was curious. Most people didn't know Uchiha Madara, nor had they heard of this guy. Marine knew the secret here, and quickly said, his name is Uchiha Madara. Have you heard of him? Everyone shook their heads subconsciously. Obviously, they had never heard of Uchiha Madara. There are many well-known names in this sea, but it seems that there is no one called Uchiha Madara. He is also one of the cadres of the Basta Kingdom. Same as Aestes. Speaking of Aestes, they knew it instantly. This woman is not inferior to Admiral Aokiji. Why are they all affiliated with the Basta Kingdom? This small kingdom is actually full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How many strong people are hidden here? Able to fight Aokiji, Akainu, and others. In the eyes of everyone, this is undoubtedly the strongest among the strong. After all, Aokiji and Akainu are Marine Admirals. Marine Admirals represent the highest combat power in the Marines, and are as famous as the Four Emperors. They are definitely the top figures in this sea. In the field, Uchiha Madara is still fighting with Akainu. Both of them are showing their best skills, especially Akainu, who keeps using his special moves. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. Dark Hound. Great Eruption. This guy's Dark Hound can actually break my defense. Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed with solemnity. Just now, Akainu used another of his special skills. Dark Hound. This move is definitely Akainu's most powerful attack method. In the later Summit War, Dark Hound shined. It pierced Whitebeard's chest and knocked off half of Whitebeard's head. Needless to say, its power is powerful. Although I can break Susanoo's defense, it's not easy to hit me. Uchiha Madara was very calm. Breaking Suzanu's defense is completely different from attacking yourself. Uchiha Madara's fighting style is more agile, and the battle with Senju Hashirama is ever-changing. Suzanu has been blown up countless times. And now, it's just a hole. Swoosh! Accompanied by the sound of breaking air, Suzanu raised her arm and fell in the direction of Akainu. Whoosh whoosh! There was a series of breaking air sounds. The sound was very sharp, and Suzanu's arm came in front of Akainu in the blink of an eye. Akainu raised his head and could see the dark Suzanu arm. Akainu! After all, he had just used Dark Hound, and he was still in the stage where the old power had gone and the new power had not yet been born. Then he was directly stunned by Uchiha Madara's Suzanu. Suzanu's fist hit his face. Blood immediately spurted out. His body, like a kite with a broken string, kept flying backwards. He smashed hard on the hill behind him. He smashed countless rocks along the way, and was beaten to a pulp. Akainu Admiral was. How is it possible? Everyone looked at him in surprise. In their minds, Akainu was invincible and his strength was terrifying. Otherwise, he would not be Marine Admiral. But such a person was actually blown away by Uchiha Madara. Everyone was curious about who this Uchiha Madara was, and how he could fight Akainu to such an extent. From the moment Uchiha Madara used Suzanu, this battle was already a crushing victory. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 16 Shameless Akainu, A Sneak Attack? Chapter 16 Shameless Akainu, Sneak Attack? Is this move called Suzanu? So strong. Aokiji was also quite shocked. Akainu is known as Marine's strongest attack, but it didn't break Suzanu's defense. Although Dark Hound can break the defense, the impact on Uchiha Madara is negligible. Even if I am, there is no way to deal with this move. Aokiji thought about it carefully. His ability is indeed helpless against Uchiha Madara's Suzanu. Fortunately, the two are not hostile. I really didn't expect that Akainu Admiral couldn't do anything to him. Everyone sighed. I thought Akainu would win easily. But the fact is that it is not the case. The person who was easily killed is Akainu. If it is a competition, this situation has already decided the winner. After all, Akainu was blown away and suffered serious injuries. This situation will greatly affect the battle. If nothing unexpected happens, the situation is determined. Looks like I won. Uchiha Madara said coldly. He always had a stern face, as if someone owed him millions. Only in front of a few people like Senju Hashirama could he smile. Especially in front of Senju Hashirama, he could even be funny. After all, the two had an affair. Uchiha Madara turned around and prepared to leave. How did that saying go? It's exciting to run after pretending. This situation now fully confirms that saying. Damn it! This BD. Akainu's eyes were red. He felt insulted. Looking at Uchiha Madara's receding back, Akainu rushed over quickly without thinking. The speed was very fast, like a flash of lightning. Whoosh! As he moved forward, he could be heard whistling through the air. Akainu obviously had his old problem again. If he couldn't beat me, he would sneak attack. The old man didn't have martial ethics and sneak attacked Uchiha Madara from behind. Hey! Instantly, everyone saw this scene. The Marines felt that their worldview was simply shattered. Their wise and brave Marine Admiral, Akainu. He couldn't beat Uchiha Madara, so he attacked from behind. The battle was obviously over. Uchiha Madara was about to turn around and leave, but Akainu still rushed up at this time. Aokiji's eyelids twitched. He obviously didn't expect Akainu to be so unbearable. If I can't beat him, I'll attack from behind. Hey? What can you do to me? For a moment, Aokiji remembered what Akainu said to him. Aokiji, you have embarrassed us Marines. Then compare the old cunning Akainu with his current appearance. If I can't beat him, I'll attack from behind. Aokiji was ashamed. Who is embarrassed, brother? Akainu obviously didn't have this awareness. He was morally corrupt, and attacking from behind when he couldn't beat him was a normal method in Akainu's eyes. Senju Hashirama, Madara, be careful. As he spoke, a terrifying aura burst out from this guy. An unprecedented murderous aura instantly spread from Senju Hashirama. This is his personality. Others can hit him, scold him, it doesn't matter, but if someone bullies his friends, especially his good friend Uchiha Madara, this is absolutely not allowed. Whoosh! It happened in a split second. Senju Hashirama instantly appeared in front of Akainu, with amazing pressure all over his body. You dare! He didn't use ninjutsu such as wood style, because it was too slow. The fastest way is physical contact. Senju Hashirama punched Akainu with a clean and neat move, with full destructive power. This punch naturally released Conqueror's Haki. Senju Hashirama subconsciously covered Conqueror's Haki with this punch. Conqueror's Coil. As we all know, the symbol of the top power in One Piece is Conqueror's Coil. As the only Senju Hashirama who has learned Conqueror's Coil in the Roy group. How terrible is the destructive power when he attacks in anger. If it was Akainu in his peak state, he could still dodge or even fight back. However, he was severely punished by Uchiha Madara just now. His abilities in all aspects have declined a lot, and he has no way to fight back against this punch. Bang! Hashirama's fist hit Akainu's face hard. In an instant, Akainu's dog face was twisted. Countless blood gushed out, and the details can be seen in the scene where Akainu was beaten by Whitebeard. Blood gushed out, and he looked as miserable as he could be. Even more miserable than that time. Akainu's teeth were knocked out, and he had a lisp when he spoke. Now Akainu has become like Blackbeard, and they both have the same teeth. At this time, Uchiha Madara also knew that Akainu, the old BD, actually wanted to attack him from behind. He let him go and didn't kill him. As a result, this old BD actually wanted to plot against him, and Uchiha Madara instantly lost his composure. Boom! He decisively summoned Susanoo. The pitch-black Susanoo surrounded him and punched Akainu again. The terrifying energy shook the earth. When this punch was thrown, a strong wind blew, and even the space was torn apart. When it hit the ground cracked. If this was not an island overseas, but the kingdom of Basta, this blow would be enough to destroy the entire port. The terrifying power was earth-shaking. It even affected the sea, and the sea water surged, raising huge waves. The waves almost overturned the marine warship. The marine who stayed on the warship was terrified. Oh my god! What's going on? Why did such a shocking wave suddenly appear? This noise is as loud as the end of the world. And the power of this move was all borne by Akainu. Akainu used his thin body to bear the anger from the couple of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Akainu was already exhausted. Under this series of bombardments, Akainu became a dead dog. He was beaten unconscious. He really only had one breath left, struggling to survive. I'll spare you first. If you dare to sneak attack from behind again next time, don't blame us for being rude. Senju Hashirama looked at the dead dog on the ground indifferently. Then he and Uchiha Madara turned around and left, ignoring the people present. The battle is over. Akainu Admiral lost so thoroughly. This. Everyone was surprised. I thought the opponent was Marine Admiral, so he was sure to win. In the end, the situation was completely reversed. Who won? I heard that Marine Admiral Akainu is fighting with Lord Uchiha Madara. The fishermen on the shore are also paying attention to the movement here. Uchihamadara is one of the pillars of the Basta Kingdom. And Marine Admiral is the highest combat power of Marine, and Akainu's strength is the best among admirals. Of course Lord Madara won. Lord Madara is so powerful, how great it would be if I had this power. Then Susanoo is really super handsome. Everyone sneered. Do you still want to match Lord Madara? Don't daydream, okay? Even if you work hard all your life, you can't compare to Lord Madara. Seeing everyone say this, the man was a little unconvinced. Who said that? I will definitely catch up with them in the future and become Lord Roy's first pillar. P.S. I think it's fun to write Akainu like this. Next, I will also make Akainu smarter and strive to reproduce the iron-blooded admiral in the anime. By the way, I'm recruiting characters. The addition of new characters is of great importance. I will first see the tastes of readers and adjust them according to my plot. The combat power cannot be too strong. It also needs to be designed with the protagonist group and the original characters. It is a delicate job. Readers can also help think about it. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 17 ends, Marine leaves. Chapter 17 came to an end, and Marine left. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The gap between their qualifications and those of Uchihamadara and his group is huge and basically insurmountable. Admiral Akainu, wake up! Uchihamadara and others did not kill Akainu directly. Then, the Marines appeared and came to Akainu. Although Akainu did not follow martial ethics and attacked from behind, he was still a Marine Admiral after all. Amid the shoving of the crowd, Akainu gradually opened his eyes. This is... Having just woken up, Akainu is still a little confused. Admiral Akainu, you finally woke up. Akainu did not speak, but looked at his bloody body, and then at his teeth. Both front teeth were missing. That look was so miserable that he could have sworn brotherhood with Blackbeard now. Drink a glass of wine. The heavens are above, the earth is my witness. This matter has gone a bit far, and now Akainu also remembered what happened just now. That guy is so strong. There is no doubt that the strength of Uchihamadara and Senju Hashirama is terrifying. It seems to have left a shadow in Akainu's heart. Aokiji and others, at this time, they are looking at the back of Uchihamadara who is constantly leaving. The strength of these two people is really unfathomable. I am afraid that they are two 4 Emperors level combat forces. This time, Marine has lost face in the Basta Kingdom. Aokiji and Akainu did not speak and did not deal with each other. Board the warship together. They silently waited for Sengoku to arrive, and then they could leave the country. Have you heard? Akainu Admiral, actually lost to that Uchihamadara. Impossible. Everyone was shocked. Akainu is Marine Admiral after all, the highest combat force in Marine. Such a person actually lost. Just then, Akainu and his group finally arrived. Shut up! The older Marine quickly scolded them, signaling them to stop talking. After all, Akainu is not a good character to deal with. He is cruel and ruthless. He will kill you directly if he says so. Everyone shut up. Humph. Akainu didn't say anything, but his face was as cold as ice. Damn Uchihamadara, he is so powerful. Akainu thought to himself. He didn't care about the people around him pointing and even Aokiji's ridicule. His creed in his heart is that he will never give up until he achieves his goal. For the so-called justice, he can do anything. Yo! Our Akainu Admiral is back. Kizaru was slacking off all day. He was cutting his nails on the warship. Even if there were huge waves on the sea just now, it didn't stop this guy from slacking off. Humph! Akainu snorted. I'm in a bad mood now, don't bother me. After saying this, he left on his own. Kizaru was embarrassed. Then he smiled again. Oh, this tone is so scary. Akainu didn't bother to pay attention to him at all. The three admirals were not on the same page. As soon as they got on the warship, they each did their own things. Some were slacking off, some were sleeping lazily, and some were sulking. Soon, Sengoku and his group came over. He had said goodbye to Roy and was ready to leave the kingdom of Basta. The purpose of establishing diplomatic relations with the kingdom of Basta had been achieved, and there was no need to stay here any longer. Marshal Sengoku. The escorting marine saluted hurriedly. Sengoku was a marshal after all, with a special status. When the three admirals heard the voice, they all knew that Sengoku and the others were back, and they all had blank expressions. The first thing Sengoku did when he came in was to find Akainu. Akainu, what do you think of their strength? Sengoku's face was solemn. From the fighting, he could vaguely guess that his opponent was probably not simple. His solemn eyes wandered around Akainu. Akainu said truthfully, very strong. That Uchihamadara is unfathomable. My ordinary attack can't break his defense at all. Only Darkhound can break it. But Akainu didn't say the rest. Although Darkhound can break Suzanu's defense, it seems to have no effect. The next second he was severely beaten. Is that so? Sengoku murmured. He also roughly knew the strength of Uchihamadara, and he was a little sure in his heart. Then, Sengoku looked at Akainu again. If it's a life and death fight, do you have a chance to defeat him? Akainu was silent for a while and said, the probability is still very small. I need Haki to strengthen a little more. At this stage, it is difficult to threaten Uchihamadara. Uchihamadara's Susanoo is very strong, and we must find a way to restrain it. There are many strong people in Marine, and sooner or later someone will find a way to restrain this power. So, Roy urged everyone to try not to expose their strength. I know. Sengoku looked serious. He had already thought that Uchihamadara was very strong, but he didn't expect to ignore that guy. Aokiji also added. Not only Uchihamadara, that Senju Hashirama should not be underestimated. Even Asts is very strong. After all, the battle between himself and Asts was inconclusive. Although Akainu was able to defeat him, he defeated Asts by suppressing his attributes. If we put aside the ability of Lava Fruit, it would be difficult. The kingdom of Sparta is very strong. Finally, this conclusion was drawn. In this kingdom, there are 3 god tiers hidden, Uchihamadara, Senju Hashirama, and Asts. In addition, Roy, whose strength is unknown. Once we become enemies, it will be terrible. Fortunately. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Roy-kun is looking forward to peace. We are not enemies. They finally showed a smile on their faces. It is really not good to be enemies with such a force. Such an ending is already very good. Marshal, has the contract been signed? Aokiji asked. Sengoku nodded. Our world government has also officially cooperated with the Kingdom of Sparta, but some things in it need to be reported to the 5 elders in advance. After all, the 5 elders are the ones who hold the power of the government. Bring the Den Mushi here. Sengoku urged. In the palace of the Kingdom of Sparta. Uchihamadara, Senju Hashirama, Akahim, Kurohime, and others are sitting next to Roy. Prepare to start the meeting. Roy looked up and found that there was an empty seat. Where is Asts? Beiji. Hei Tong stuffed biscuits into his mouth and stopped immediately. Lord Asts has no face to come here, and is now locking himself in the room. After all, she lost to Akainu. At first, he didn't think much of it, but later he realized that this was a disgrace to the Kingdom of Sparta. Feeling extremely ashamed. This guy. Roy looked doting. He was always very good to his subordinates. Then forget about her, let's continue the meeting. Anyway, this kind of meeting is the same with or without her. Asts never speaks. It can be said that he is oblivious to political affairs. Yes, Lord Roy. P.S. This plot is temporarily over, guess who the next strong enemy will be, he. Today is generally excessive, Zyoki can't write emotional dramas, readers are not allowed to spray. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18 Enlightenment Aists. Chapter 18 Enlightening Aists. Now we have reached a cooperation with the world government. Roy said. The content is the cooperation method discussed with Sengoku, most of which is economic trade. Lord Roy has decided, we just need to obey. Leon said. That's right. The two sisters Akame and Kurome said at the same time. Uchi Hamadara supported her chin, distracted, thinking in her mind. Where is the best place to eat later? Roy. Helpless. These guys don't do anything at all. Basically, the general direction is all set by Roy. They are only responsible for following orders. Roy appealed, in fact, I also want to be like you, a happy salted fish. However, as the king of the Basta kingdom, many things are beyond his control. On the one hand, he enjoys the love of the people. Naturally, he has to bear the responsibility of protecting the people. He can also learn from those vicious pirates and exploit civilians. But he is not an evil person after all, and he can't do such a thing. This is why Roy is loved by the people. The eyes of the masses are sharp. They know clearly who is good to them. Senju Hashirama, I'll trouble you with these things. Roy glanced at Senju Hashirama. Among these people, the only one who can do things is Senju Hashirama. Understood. Senju Hashirama nodded. Then, the meeting was disbanded. Leon put his hands behind his head, revealing his bouncy and fierce parts. This guy's figure is even better than Tsunade in the Hokage Ninja, very. Where should we eat later? I want to eat with Lord Roy. I want to eat too. For Roy, they are very clingy and want to stay by his side all the time. The quarrel is between Leon and Kuronesu. Kuronesu is a child after all, sometimes arrogant, sometimes playful. They are exactly the same type as Leon. Ah! Akahim looked at the two of them speechlessly. Compared to these two crazy girls, Akahim seemed much more mature. Actually, I also want to stay with Master Roy all the time. She said this in her heart. But Akahim would never say it out loud, as things like this are secrets for adults. Instantly, Akahim's face turned a little red. Uchi Hamadara and Senju Hashirama walked over side by side. After all, these two are good friends, and their feelings are beyond words, very good. Even Roy suspected that they were that kind of relationship. Akahim, do you want to go to dinner together? Senju Hashirama greeted. No. Akahim shook her head. She was still waiting for Roy, so why would she go with a rough guy like you? Although Roy is also a man. But Roy is different from this kind of rough guy, and he is more charming. Okay then. Senju Hashirama laughed. There was no embarrassment of being rejected. This guy's carefree personality was comparable to Uzumaki Naruto. Well. At this time, Leon came over. Don't you see that I am here too? Why are you only talking to Akame? Ahem. Senju Hashirama coughed. Talking to her is the same as talking to you. What kind of logic is this? Akame and I are not two people. Leon stood up and said fiercely, ask us for our opinions. Senju Hashirama was in a dilemma. This unreasonable woman is the same as Aists, and both are the types that Senju Hashirama is not good at dealing with. Then, do you want to have a meal together? Leon smiled and said. No need, we are still waiting for Lord Roy here. Senju Hashirama. Speechless, deeply speechless. So you specifically asked me to ask you, what are you doing? A good man should not fight with a woman. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were indignant and left quickly. They didn't want to stay for a moment, for fear that Leon would cause trouble again. If there was a conflict, they would be punished in the end. The hurried look made Leon and others seem like devils. But Leon was furious. I'm not a bad person, why are you running so fast? At the palace gate, Roy walked out with his hands in his pockets, with a thoughtful look on his face. Although my men are very powerful in combat, there are very few talents who can be used in politics. He sighed. Looking at the blue sky, the clear sky, he slowly walked out of the gate. It would be nice if I could draw a politician. Just as I walked out of the gate, I saw Red Eye and Black Eye Leon waiting there. Didn't you go to eat? Lord Roy, we've been waiting for you for a long time, let's go together. The three girls gathered around decisively, stayed quietly beside Roy, and each occupied a position. Red Eye was a little nervous in front of Roy, blushed, and her heartbeat quickened. A typical little woman in love. Leon was much bolder, and stuck very close to Roy. So close. Too close. Bo Tao Xiang. Black Eye occupied Roy's left hand, and the two held hands. Then this girl held hands with Roy while stuffing biscuits into her mouth. No matter what time, the biscuits were always in her hand. Biscuits are the real thing. Without Lord Roy, eating is meaningless. Leon said. Hei Tong took a bite of the biscuit and started to complain decisively, you are such a dog licker, Leon. You. Leon was so angry that the waves rose and fell. I don't know why, in front of this guy Hei Tong, I can't control my temper. If Roy is not here, the two girls might fight again. Although they don't get along with each other on the surface, they are still very close. If something really happens, both of them will fight for their lives. These things are all later, let's not talk about them for now. This is. The three girls soon found that the destination was not to eat. It was Aist's residence. As the Lord, Roy needed to take care of Aist's emotions at this time, and he couldn't just ignore it. There was a maid guarding the door, and no one was allowed to enter. Get out of the way. Lord Roy. The other party subconsciously wanted to refuse, but when she saw the man in front of her, it turned out to be King Roy. Instantly, the words on her lips were taken back alive. Lord Roy, please persuade Lord Aist. Well, you go down first. Yes. Everyone left. Akagi, Kuroi, and Leon also left wisely and stood aside to watch silently. Roy pushed open the door and walked towards Aist's room. Aist was in a bad mood. She was upset. As a result, she smashed everything she saw in the room, and the broken bottles were everywhere. As a female general of the empire, she had the character of a queen. She was not allowed to cry or show any weakness. In the eyes of everyone, she was so unruly and lawless. She was like a queen, high above everyone else. So, when she was wronged, she would use her own way. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Untying the Heart Knot. Chapter 19 The knot is untied. Squeak. The door was pushed open and Roy appeared. Lord Roy. Aist looked at Roy in surprise. She didn't expect this man to come to her room, so she subconsciously fixed her makeup. Looking at the debris on the ground, Aist felt a little embarrassed. Why are you so angry? Roy asked with a smile. Nothing. Aist was still stubborn and didn't want to admit it. Although her face always kept the posture of a queen, Roy could still see the grievances she was hiding. After all, she was also a person, a woman. She had 7 emotions and 6 desires. She would be happy and angry. The only thing Roy could do now was to try to calm Aist's emotions. Only by solving the emotional problem could the next thing be easier. Come sit for a while, let's talk. Yet. Ace nodded. In front of outsiders, she always looked like a queen with a high attitude. No one dared to approach. Because this queen is cruel and ruthless. Although she is very beautiful, she is a rose with thorns. Only in front of Roy will Ace slowly take off her disguise, gradually revealing the brilliance of a woman. Tell me, if you keep it in your heart, your body will be damaged. It's really nothing. Until this moment, Ace is still pretending something. Roy stared at Ace's eyes. Really? Yet. If you continue like this, I won't leave, won't eat, and will stay here with you overnight. Hearing that Roy didn't eat, Ace felt a little distressed and said, Lord Roy, go eat. Then just say it, you will feel better. There are no outsiders here, just you and me. Then he looked directly into Ace's eyes and said seriously, it has been very hard all along, right? I have never shown my true feelings in front of anyone. Even in front of himself. Ace also tried his best to maintain his own characteristics. In this case, all the pressure is concentrated on Ace alone. In fact, I can be your shoulder and give you support. If there is anything, I will try my best to help you solve it. Because you are very important to me. In Roy's heart, every subordinate is unique. They are all the most important people to him. Ace is also his treasure, worth protecting for a lifetime. Lord Roy. Ace was moved and couldn't help calling Roy's name. Did someone bully you? No. Did something go wrong in the kingdom? No. Akainu. Roy read out the name. Ace was obviously frozen, and the problem was obviously with Akainu. He got the news that Akainu had fought a battle with Ace before losing to Uchiha Madara. In the end, it seemed that Ace was defeated. So that's how it is. Winning or losing doesn't matter, as long as you keep getting stronger, you will definitely beat that guy next time. Roy couldn't help but sigh. This is indeed a woman with an extremely strong desire to win. She just lost a game, but she showed such an expression. But it's okay this way. As long as you have a competitive spirit, you will keep getting stronger and become your own invincible blade. I'm really unwilling, Lord Roy. I really want to win, I really want to win. I obviously prepared so much before this, why did I still lose in the end? Lord Roy. Ace's tears fell, and the big tears kept flowing from her eyes. This sadistic queen actually shed tears. To outsiders, this is basically impossible. This queen is as decisive as a demon. When will she show such a weak side? Probably only in front of Roy will she take off her previous disguise. Why is she crying again? Is this guy's self-esteem so strong? Roy was speechless. The girl cried, what should I do at this time? The key is that this girl is still the sadistic Queen Ace, crying without all kinds of disguises. Before this, he never thought that a woman like Ace would cry. Okay, don't cry. Roy is not a scumbag after all. It's easy to coax a woman around, not knowing east, west, south, north. He can only use the most clumsy skills to coax her slowly. Ace buried her head in Roy's chest, and her tears wet her clothes. It turns out that this kind of woman also has so many tears. Once a girl breaks her defense, there is no end to it, but Roy is very patient. After all, Ace is his most important subordinate. It's okay, I'll just have to beat him next time. Roy said, while holding Ace in his arms, his eyes full of doting. This way, it was just like a daughter lying in her father's arms and acting like a spoiled child. However, Roy had misjudged Ace's thoughts after all. This woman would not cry bitterly over such a thing. Her real reason was actually because of Roy. Lord Roy. Is Ace a useless woman? She can't even beat Akainu. She raised her head and stared at Roy with her watery eyes. She looked as well behaved as possible. In front of Roy, she seemed to be so well behaved all the time, willing to do anything. Love is like a storm, so unexpected. It can completely change a person's character. Even Ace, who is like a queen, will become very humble. Of course not. In my heart, Ace will always be the strongest. How can you have such an idea? Roy was speechless. Ace's idea was completely wrong. His personality was there. No matter what happened, he would never dislike Ace. How could he dislike him when he couldn't even pamper him enough? Roy, who was so disappointed with his son, wanted to reach out and hit Ace's little butt hard. I really want to help Lord Roy. I like Lord Roy so much. It's great that Lord Roy doesn't dislike me. This guy is so stubborn. He thinks that he will be disliked if he loses once. How is this possible? Okay, don't think too much next time. Roy breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Ace, he seemed to have completely recovered. Not like at the beginning, full of dead air. Now he is full of life. After getting Roy's affirmation, even the queen-like temperament emerged again. Wearing a military uniform and high heels, she showed her icy beauty to the fullest. Finally, she is back to normal. Roy smiled. Ace broke away from Roy's arms. Her big watery eyes stared at Roy, full of affection. If she had been secretly in love with Roy before, now Ace found that she could not control the desire in her heart at all. It was like a fire, rising continuously. Roy's face seemed to contain infinite magic. She looked at him infatuatedly. What's wrong with you? Roy was surprised. That delicate face was looking at him affectionately. He didn't know what Ace was thinking. At this moment, Ace's delicate face suddenly approached, almost face to face with Roy. He could feel the hot air exhaled from Ace's nostrils. That pretty face seemed to be a little blushing at this moment. Why did my heartbeat suddenly speed up? Roy was surprised. At this moment, he clearly noticed that his heartbeat was speeding up. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 20, Ace's Encounter. Chapter 20, Ace's Encounter. It's normal to have a faster heartbeat in front of such a beautiful woman. Especially when this guy is face to face with you. They are less than an inch apart, and you can even feel the air exhaled by the other person. Bang, bang, bang. Ace's heartbeat also accelerated. As long as she is in front of Roy, this phenomenon will be very strong. Now, she can't care about anything. Her mind is full of Roy, and she can't care about anything else. The distance is constantly shortening. Then, like a dragonfly touching the water, Ace pecked Roy's face lightly. The action was very gentle. Then they quickly separated. Am I being kissed by force? Roy touched his mouth. He didn't expect to be kissed by Ace, but this is not bad. The first kiss is gone just like that. There is a lingering fragrance in his mouth, which is the mark left by Ace, and there is no way to erase it. With this kiss, Roy's calm heart finally had a wave at this moment. Ace sometimes asks herself, what do I want? The strongest fighting force in the world? Or an army that wins every battle? None of them. What she really cares about is not these, but being able to stay with Roy forever, without separation. If the wish is really fulfilled, this is the greatest reward for her. Now she is quite reluctant to leave, leaning on Roy's chest, feeling the hot body temperature. Although he is not a very strong figure. But as long as she stays here, she will have an unprecedented sense of security. So warm. Ace murmured to herself. She was greedy for the smell of Roy, like a docile kitten. Roy was helpless. She had just recovered a little bit of the queen's temperament, but it turned out to be like this again. Let's go eat. Roy said. yet. Ace nodded. Then she motioned Roy to wait for a while, and ran to the corner. Roy was curious. What is this guy going to do? A moment later, Ace came out from the corner, but the difference from before was that her aura had changed. That arrogant, high-handed sadistic queen. She appeared like a magic trick. She wore the military uniform, and her eyes were bright. A word came to my mind, heroic. Now Ace looked so strong, how could I see the weakness just now? It seemed like they were not the same person. Lord Roy, what are you looking at? It's a big change. Roy told the truth. Then Ace giggled, and that look was very moving. Let's go. The two walked out together, both standing straight and heroic. What? I thought you were angry, Ace. Leon stepped forward and said. Hey Tong complained beside him, Leon, you look like a gossip when you are 8 trigrams. You are looking for death, you damn girl. Leon was furious. He rushed towards Hey Tong decisively. Today, he must let this damn girl know how powerful she is. The battle was about to start. Even in front of Roy, these two guys still made people worry. There is really no way. Roy shook his head helplessly. It was because of his good character that they were able to preserve their personalities. Unlike some time travelers, who directly erased their personalities and turned them into tools. As long as they are happy, it's fine. Roy smiled as he watched this scene. His mentality at this moment was really like that of an old father. He always treated these guys as his own daughters. However, for Ace, there seemed to be some subtle changes. Lord Roy. A blush appeared on Ace's face again. But it was cleverly concealed. Continuing to maintain her queen style is almost her daily work. Okay, let's go eat. Akahide urged. Then she ran over to persuade them to stop fighting. They couldn't continue to be so willful, after all, Lord Roy was still here. Her relationship with Leon and the others was better than Ace's. After all, she spent more time with Leon and Hey Tong. After a while, the quarrel was successfully stopped. Roy smiled and said, let's go. Where are Hashirama and Madara? Akaji said, Hashirama and Madara have already left. After all, the two friends have a good relationship and are inseparable wherever they go. Roy knew it well. So he didn't disturb them and continued their date. Soon, the group arrived at the restaurant of the palace. At first, Roy and others went out to eat, but every time they went out, they caused a sensation. After all, Roy's identity is at the level of a big star in the Basta Kingdom. Every time he went out, there was a lot of noise. Even those shops refused to accept Roy's money, which was very embarrassing. Over time, Roy was too lazy to go out. Specially hired chefs to make delicious food. As long as the money is in place, what kind of chef can't be hired? Of course, most of them don't have to spend money. Many people came for Roy's name, and felt honored to work with Roy. Sometimes being too popular is not a good thing. I'm going to eat. Kurat and Leon both posed in the same position and said the same words. Then they ate happily. Do people in anime have this habit when eating? Fortunately, Ace and Akka did not have this habit, and they were very calm from beginning to end. Really, you guys just mess around all day long. You are not children anymore. Like their mother, Akka kept nagging them. However, the two of them did not seem to notice it at all. They ate really deliciously. Knowing that it was futile to do so, Akka sighed. You guys are really stupid. It's good like this, very straightforward, I like it very much. Roy expressed his thoughts. He thought the two of them were still very cute like this, and the most important thing was that the atmosphere was very good. As a result, this sentence became their shield. Look, Master Roy said so. Akka is because you always look like a face, so you can't find a partner. Look like a face. Can't find a partner. These words were like a sharp blade, piercing the sensitive heart of Akahide. I didn't expect that this little BD Haitong would start to be venomous even to his own sister. What are you talking about, UBD? That's right. Didn't you see that Lord Roy said that he likes lively girls? That means lively girls are better. Leon followed up, that's right, lively girls are the best. Haitong, it seems that we are really close friends. Close friends. This word deeply connected the two people, and they looked at each other with mutual respect. Akahide blushed and was embarrassed. It's not that I can't find a partner, it's just that. She subconsciously glanced at Roy beside her, her face blushing like water. This man would subconsciously fall for her as soon as she looked at him, and her heartbeat was like a deer. Does Lord Roy really like lively girls? No. They are just talking nonsense. 11 reads books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 21 Calling all members to take action. Chapter 21, all members mustered, big action. 2 days later. A guard found Roy and reported the situation in the past 2 days. The port was harassed by pirates about 5 or 6 times, but they have all been killed. From this point of view, Uchiha Madara and Aces are very efficient. But this is also as it should be, who let this be their responsibility? Roy rubbed his temples, this is not a solution. We still have to find a way to eradicate the pirate problem. Roy said to the New World map in his hand, there is only one Baton kingdom near us, which is also a non-member of the world government. Because it is a non-member of the world government, the kingdom is very chaotic and various pirates are entrenched. Most of the pirates who harassed the Basta kingdom before came from this place. It seems that we must treat it with caution. It is necessary to take action. If these guys continue to develop, it will affect the Basta kingdom. Looking around, Roy said, call all the cotters here. Yes. The guards nodded. Then they left in 2s and 3s, summoning all the cotters under Roy. Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, Aces, Akame, Kurome, Leon. An unprecedented meeting. A meeting of cotters. Is there any big action in the kingdom? Everyone was surprised. Several cotters were summoned, which obviously meant that the kingdom had something important, otherwise they would not be summoned. Shut up, this kind of thing is not something we can discuss. When the cotters met, they were also a little curious. Strange. Why did Lord Roy summon us? Aces said, needless to say, there must be something important. It's not a good idea for us to continue discussing here, let's go in first. Akame said. They couldn't discuss it here, but they couldn't make sense. When they saw Roy, everything was explained. That's right. Everyone rushed in and came to Roy. Rather than everyone being curious, let's talk about the purpose of summoning you this time. Seeing the confusion on everyone's face, Roy said with a smile. Well, is Lord Roy taking any action? Yes. Then, Roy spoke out all his thoughts. Look at the map. There is a Baton kingdom near the sea area where we are. As a non-member of the world government. And the purpose of summoning everyone this time is only one. Occupy this place. Eliminate all the pirates in the kingdom, leaving none behind. Everyone suddenly realized that this was the case. Roy's action this time was also a big deal, directly dispatching a large fleet of 5,000 people. There are only about 100,000 guards in the kingdom, and 5,000 people are not small. The most important thing is that all 6 cotters are dispatched, which is absolutely terrifying combat power. When the strength reaches the level of Aces and others, the number is basically useless. One skill, as many people as come will die. Like the Whitebeard shock fruit ability, it directly destroys the entire naval headquarters. You can imagine how terrifying it is. This lineup is really exaggerated. 6 officers, plus a large fleet of 5,000 people, can still contend with such a force. Everyone was shocked. This fighting force is very strong, especially Asts and others, who can fight with Admiral. By the way, what is the purpose of this operation? Does anyone know? Of course, ordinary people don't know the purpose of this march. My cousin works in the palace. He said this time he was going to wipe out the pirates. Clear the pirates. Someone finally took care of those guys. Everyone had a smile on their face. Clearing the pirates is a good thing. It's a great thing for them. Marine's spy was also hidden in the crowd. What? The 6 major cotters of the Basta kingdom are all dispatched. This is a big operation. Such a big thing must be notified to Marshal Sengoku as soon as possible. Sengoku was stunned when he heard the news. All 6 cotters are going out? What are they going to do? I don't know. Investigate, we must find out the purpose. After hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku's face was as gloomy as water, terribly gloomy. There are only 2 admirals in the office, Akainu and Kizaru. Aokiji, the lazy guy, went to see Old Man Garp to reminisce about the past. As for Kizaru, this lazy admiral, he has nothing to do all day, just cutting his nails in the office. Marshal, what happened? Akainu took the cigar out of his mouth and asked. Sengoku told the story, and then the 2 of them lay together to study for a long time. Sakazuki, did you see anything? Akainu took a puff of the cigar, his expression solemn. Didn't the spy report that Basta was invaded by several groups of pirates recently? Are these 2 things related? Sengoku was puzzled. I think there should be. Soon the report from the spy came, surprising Sengoku and Akainu. I didn't expect them to do it. Akainu nodded. It's actually expected, Marshal. What should we do? This does not violate the contract, we just wait and see. In fact, Roy's doing this is actually helping the world government. That kind of lawless place has long been a den for New World pirates. Let's not talk about the marine side. Aste and others took a huge battleship to the kingdom of Baton. The ship was also discussing their battle plan. In fact, with their strength, there was no need to discuss the battle plan. They could just push forward. How could those scum pirates be their opponents? What is that? A large fleet of pirates is coming. Many pirates entrenched on the island could not help but say when they saw the huge warships rushing over. However, many people were eager to try. Their flags look strange. They should be rookies who are just starting out, right? I like rookies the most. Brothers, get ready. The battle will start soon. Fight, 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 let them know how powerful our Kitano pirates are. Everyone was excited, but they didn't know how terrifying the enemy in front of them was. No matter how strong they were far from opponents. Finally, Asts and others successfully logged in. While standing at the port to communicate, the pirates couldn't hold back and rushed up. There are so many stunning beauties, ha ha ha, they are mine. Everyone rushed up, as if Asts and others had become their prey. However, Asts and the others didn't even look at them, and let the Kitano pirates rush over. These guys are too noisy. Uchiha Madara frowned and slowly walked out of the crowd. He kept chattering there. It's okay that they are strong, but in Uchiha Madara's eyes, these guys are just noobs. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Uchiha Madara. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 22 Jack, who do you think Laozi is? Chapter 22 Jack, who do you think Laozi is? Bang! 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 All the pirates fell down at once, without a single suspense. Only their captain, Kitano, did not faint in this shock. At this moment, Kitano's eyes widened, and the horror in his heart reached the ultimate. No way! What kind of ability is this? He was completely shocked. Obviously Uchiha Madara did nothing, but his men fell one after another. He did feel a shock just now. Conqueror's Haki. After Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara also mastered Conqueror's Entanglement, and the level of Haki reached the pinnacle. The two brothers are worthy of being good friends, very tacit understanding, and very powerful. Of course, this method is not Conqueror's Entanglement. After all, they are just minions, not worthy of Uchiha Madara to this extent. This. The man was sweating coldly. Akahim said coldly, "I'll kill her. Leave it to you." Then the few of them continued to communicate, not taking the Kitano pirates seriously at all. This was being looked down upon from head to toe. But Kitano was in no mood to complain. After seeing what Uchiha Madara had just shown, he was now panicking. "I didn't know what to do." Akahim grabbed her imperial weapon, the demon sword Muramasa, and walked over with a cold expression, "Destroy her." Although she was very good to her friends. But strangers were different. Known as the coldest killer in the night raid, his imperial weapon was also very cruel. As long as he cut the enemy's skin, the curse poison would take effect, and then kill that person. Puff! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Akahim's demon sword had already chopped the man's chest. And then, the curse poison took effect. The killing officially began afterwards. As long as they were pirates on this island, without exception, they were all killed. In the dense jungle. "Captain Jack, what should we do?" The wretched-looking Sipshead and the hot Jin Rummy looked at the man in front of them nervously. The man was burly, with a ponytail and 2 braids, and a metal jaw on his mouth. It was one of the 3 disasters under Kaido. Jack the Drow. Unfortunately, Jack the Drow was also on this island now. "The other side is coming aggressively, why don't we run away quickly? Many pirates have died in their hands. Those guys are too scary," Sipshead and Jin Rummy said to themselves. They obviously didn't notice that Jack the Drow's expression was very angry at this time, as if he was restraining something. Jack's eyes were full of bloodshot. "Who do you think Laozi is?" "I'm Jack the Drow. One of the 3 disasters under Kaido. How could he retreat when encountering such a small matter?" Jack the Drow was very stubborn and never knew what running away was. In the original work, he could bravely charge forward even when facing the Marine Admiral, the former Marine Marshal, and Granny Crane. In terms of stubbornness, he may be the strongest among the pirates. Go for it. When others heard about this, they all retreated and hid as far away as possible. Jack the Drow didn't think so at all. Without saying a word, he rolled up his neck and did it. Sipshead. Jin Rummy. Although they also wanted to persuade him, it was useless. Once Jack the Drow made a decision, even 10 cows couldn't pull him back. It's over, I'm definitely going to die this time." Just then, Ace and others had already walked in this direction. Now most of the pirates on the island have been cleared, and only Jack the Drow is left. This guy has the strongest aura, so he stayed until the end. Although the aura is very strong, that is also compared to ordinary people. Compared with Ace and others, the gap between the 2 sides is still very large. There is only one left. Who will deal with this? No one wanted to do it, they were all lazy, and in the end Ace was more diligent. This guy likes fighting the most, he can be called a fighting maniac. Let me deal with him, Ace said. Then leave it to you, Ace. They decisively became the hands-off boss and pushed all the things to Ace. Is anyone coming? Jack also saw the few people in front, and then a woman in military clothes came out of the crowd. You actually sent a woman here, do you look down on me? Jack was instantly furious. When this guy is angry, his eyes are red, and you can clearly see the bloodshot in his eyes. A terrifying murderous aura burst out from Jack. Since the other party dares to look down on me, let them know how powerful I am. You actually sent a woman here. Don't blame me if you die later. Jack grinned and looked at Ace as if he was looking at a dead person. Women are not as talented as men by nature. You can see from the stories of Kuina and Zoro, and why there is only one woman among the 4 emperors. And her life experience is quite bizarre. I am the famous pirate in the New World. Jack the Drow. Before he surrendered to Kaido, he was very famous. The reason why he surrendered to Kaido was because Kaido was too strong and he had no way to resist. A woman actually wanted to challenge me? Although Ace is very beautiful, it is impossible to defeat him. Jack is very confident. Behind Ace, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed when they saw Jack the Drow. It looks like Jack the Drow. How did he appear here? I didn't expect to see Jack the Drow here. Someone shouted, Jack the Drow? Is he one of the 3 disasters under Kaido? Yes, that's him. I've seen him on the wanted poster. After all, he is a wanted criminal of the world government, so it's normal to have Jack's photo on it. On the wanted poster of the world government, the bounty for Jack the Drow is as high as 1 billion Baileys. This is definitely an exaggerated number. That Jack the Drow is going to fight Master Ace. Who will win? After all, the other party is a well-known pirate in the New World, and his strength should not be underestimated. As for Ace, needless to say, she repelled Marine Admiral Aokiji. Her strength is also extremely exaggerated. I still think Master Ace has a better chance of winning. After all, she defeated that Aokiji. Who is Aokiji? The Marine Admiral of the world government represents the highest combat power of the world government. With such combat power, how can he not beat Jack the Drow? However, there are also cautious people who hold different opinions. After all, Jack has been famous for a long time, and he must not be underestimated. Uchiha Madara, Hashirama, and others have also heard that Ace's opponent, Jack the Drow, seems to be a formidable opponent. As the saying goes, there is no false person under a great reputation, and Jack's strength must be unfathomable. Ace probably met his opponent this time. The situation is not right, let's help him. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23, Jack is killed instantly. Is this a strong enemy? Chapter 23, Kill Jack in seconds, is this a strong enemy? I don't think that guy is that strong. Uchiha Madara said coldly. He believed more in seeing things, and as for random guesses, forget it. For a moment, everyone's attention was on Ace. I wonder how this battle will go. Ace and Jack the Drow. Both of them are very powerful, and they are finally going to start a formal fight. I will make you regret standing here. Jack grinned, and the murderous intent in his eyes was extremely strong at this moment. Captain Jack is angry. Captain Jack is angry, and the consequences are very serious. The pirates on the Mammoth were all terrified at this time. Jack usually doesn't get angry, but once he gets angry, he is very scary, and as his subordinates, their end will be very miserable. That woman actually angered Master Jack. She is definitely dead. As if the ending has been determined. In the eyes of everyone, Ace is now a dead man. No one could survive Jack's rage, of course, let alone those freaks under Kaido. Even if they bullied Jack, Jack could only endure it. After all, he couldn't beat them, so what else could he do but endure it? Die. Jack's eyes were red, and he immediately swung the shotel knife in his hand and slashed at Ace. Whoosh! The knife was very fast. It even cut through the air as it moved forward, and soon it reached Ace. Jack used the shotel knife from the beginning. The blade was filled with armament haki, and both attack and defense were significantly improved at this moment. As a pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries, He was also one of the 3 big bosses of Beast's pirates. Of course, Jack would use observation haki and armament haki, and his attainments in haki were not low. Unfortunately, Ace was a little stronger. Jack's level was at best the bottom of the 3 big bosses. Quinn, who was stronger than him, was killed instantly by Big Mom. And Big Mom was covered with sea stone all over her body, which could kill Quinn instantly. It is conceivable how big the gap is between their level and the 4 emperors. Although Admiral is not as good as 4 emperors, its combat power cannot be ignored, and the gap between them is not big. Some people say that 4 emperors can kill Admiral instantly. How is this possible? If 4 emperors can kill Admiral instantly, wouldn't world government be finished long ago? Bang! Facing Jack's attack. Ace only used one hand to block the attack. The expression on his face was very relaxed. Everyone was stunned and completely dumbfounded. Blocked. Captain Jack's attack was actually blocked by her. And just one hand. This is too unbelievable. No matter what, Jack the Drow is a famous pirate in the New World and a terrifying existence with a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. As one of the 3 main characters of Beast's pirates, even though he is at the bottom, can he be weak? As a result, Ace blocked Jack's attack so easily. How is this possible? Jack was speechless. He obviously didn't expect that his attack would be blocked so easily. Although this attack was not his full strength. But it was enough to prove Ace's strength. This guy is not as weak as he looks. Bang! The battle is not over. Ace is not a passive character. The sword in his hand turned into a series of attacks. Keep hitting Jack. Not good. Seeing this attack, Jack panicked and subconsciously raised the shortle knife in his hand to resist. Ace's knife also fell on Jack's shortle knife. Clang, clang, clang. After the collision, a dull metal tremor was heard, and sparks flew. After a series of blows, Jack could only barely parry. Ace's knife attack was too fierce, and Jack found that he couldn't support it at all, and the whole person was beaten back step by step. Hand, numb. Jack murmured. After attacking again and again, Jack found that his hand was about to fail. He was always in a defensive posture, causing all the pressure to fall on the wrist. Obviously, Ace used this practical skill very skillfully. I can't go on like this. Jack roared. Then he burst out with a terrifying momentum, and his body expanded rapidly, visible to the naked eye. The clothes on his body seemed to be unable to bear it and were about to burst. This guy's aura has changed. That's... Senju Hashirama looked at Jack in surprise. Jack is now much stronger than before. I don't know what ability he used. This is the power of the devil fruit. It is said that Jack the Drow is an ancient species of Zoan and the owner of the mammoth form. Then, Jack turned into a mammoth. Mammoths, as prehistoric creatures, appeared again in this world, but Jack the Drow is a fruit ability user after all, and his mammoth is different from ordinary mammoths. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Ace murmured. She heard from Roy that there are many devil fruits in this world. Ace has seen Akainu's lava fruit and Aokiji's frozen fruit. To be honest, this is the first time Ace has seen a Zoan like Jack the Drow. After turning on the mammoth form, Jack the Drow is very arrogant now. I'm invincible in this state. Really? Ace snorted disdainfully. She hadn't used all her skills yet, but Jack the Drow was already showing off. If that's the case... The pitch-black substance instantly covered Ace's knife. That was armament haki. Ace's armament haki had reached the top level, the level of Admiral. It was obviously much higher than Jack the Drow. Whoosh! The sword slashed out, as fast as a flash of lightning. Jack the Drow had no time to react, and the next second he was hit and flew backwards. Like a ball, he flew more than 10 meters away. He even broke several large trees, so that his whole body was embedded in a tree trunk. No way! Captain Jack actually The pirates on the Mammoth were speechless. They wondered if they were dazzled. In their minds, the invincible Captain Jack was actually knocked away. Moreover, he was defeated by Aestes when he transformed into a mammoth. He only used one sword from beginning to end. Who is this guy? He is not even a match for Captain Jack. What should we do now? Everyone was a little panicked. Even Jack was not their match, let alone them. They couldn't take down Jack even if they attacked together. As a result, Jack himself was easily killed by this woman with one sword. It was so easy and effortless throughout the whole process. It makes people suspect that she is not a human, but a monster or something. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24 Smile Fruit. Chapter 24 Smile Fruit. How to deal with these guys? Akagi looked at the remaining pirates and couldn't help asking. Didn't Lord Roy tell us to kill all these guys? Aestes said. Roy clearly told us to kill all the pirates on the island, and killing Jack and the others would be considered completing the mission. Yes. Everyone decisively took action. You can't do it. We belong to the Beast's pirates, and our real captain is that Kaido. That's right. If you kill us, you will be enemies with 4 emperors Kaido. The reputation of 4 emperors in this sea is really too great. Ordinary people will tremble with fear just by hearing the name of Kaido. After a long time, 4 emperors have long been described as man-eating devils by the world government. Some people who don't know the truth even think that Whitebeard likes to eat people the most. The actual situation is that Whitebeard just likes to have sons. When they heard that they moved 4 emperors Kaido, everyone hesitated for a moment. Are you scared? We have Kaido standing behind us. Uchiha Madara had a cold expression and just said calmly, kill. He didn't care about anything. What 4 emperors Kaido? What world government? You can kill whatever you want, what can you do to me? Let alone this is Roy's order. These minions are still so arrogant in front of me, they don't even know how to write the word death. With Uchiha Madara's words, everyone no longer hesitated. You have 4 emperors Kaido, don't we have no backers? We have Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, Aestes. It's not just 4 emperors. Thinking of this, everyone was excited. No, you can't. Please spare us, we know we are wrong. Although the Mammoth pirates knew their mistakes and begged for mercy, everyone ignored them. Knowing they were wrong? It's too late. Now there is only one fate waiting for them, death. Half an hour later. The pirates on the island were basically eliminated, and they didn't plan to stay any longer. Finally, we can leave this damn place. I've been here long enough. Leona said, her voice surging. Then Haitong stared at her chest, and couldn't help muttering in her heart, when can I have such proud capital? What do girls yearn for? Identity? Status? Or strength? None of them. What girls want most is appearance and figure. In terms of appearance, Haitong is still very good, as for figure. Looking at her flat scale, Haitong fell into a long silence. Humph. No matter how fierce she is, it's useless. She's just a fierce and brainless woman. Where is Aestes? Now she led her men to look for spoils. She found a lot of good things after searching through boxes and cabinets. Why are there so many fruits on Jack the Drow's ship? It feels a bit like devil fruit. I think so too. But, are there so many devil fruits? Anyone with a little bit of common sense knows that this is definitely not a devil fruit. If Roy were here, he would definitely be able to tell at a glance that this is a man-made devil fruit. Smile. It is a product jointly researched by Doflamingo and Geisa. After taking it, it can also have some of the power of devil fruit, but the sequelae are too strong. Those who fail will be miserable. Lord Aestes. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran to Ace, his voice full of anxiety. "What's wrong?" Ace looked at him in confusion. Looking back for a moment. That stunning appearance. The guard didn't care about anything else and hurriedly said, "Before you came, one of us thought it was an ordinary fruit, so he took a bite, but he didn't expect it to activate the devil fruit ability." "Then what?" Ace said. "If it's just like this, it's a good thing. Why does he look so anxious?" Then a few greedy guys also ate this fruit. As a result, they got hit. Now that his emotions are taken away, no matter what he does, he will only laugh. This. Ace was surprised. "I didn't expect this fruit to be so magical and take away people's emotions." Soon, Ace arrived in front of those people. "Ace. Ha ha ha, Lord Ace, ha ha ha. We are now, ha ha ha, so panicked, ha ha ha, what should we do, ha ha ha." Because of the nervousness, he kept laughing, but his eyes were full of tears. "Ace. Lord Ace, save us, ha ha ha." To be honest, this look is quite pitiful, and Ace's eyes are somewhat sympathetic. "Don't do this kind of thing next time," Ace said. If it were an ordinary general, he would definitely curse now. But Ace's character is that she truly loves soldiers like her own sons, and she is very warm-hearted to every soldier. So Ace has a high prestige in the army. "Hurry up and let Senju Hashirama come over." In this case, Senju Hashirama has to try. After all, that guy is a medical ninja, and in the Basta Kingdom, he is also a rare medical skill. Senju Hashirama's expression is very solemn. "I need a lot of time. This kind of thing can't be solved by simple medicine, it requires a lot of financial resources and energy." Then everyone returned and took the artificial devil fruit with them. Basta Kingdom. After more than an hour of trekking through mountains and rivers, everyone finally returned here. "Isn't this an artificial devil fruit? How can there be so many?" Looking at the huge amount of artificial devil fruit seized, Roy was a little confused. "I defeated that Jack the Drow, and then found this on their ship," Ace said seriously. "Wait. Jack the Drow?" Unexpectedly, Ace actually met Jack the Drow on that island. Killing Jack the Drow and stealing so many devil fruits, this time he has a feud with Kaido. "It doesn't matter. With our current strength, even if 4 Emperors Kaido comes, it will be useless," Roy murmured. Let alone his own strength, the people under him are enough to teach Kaido a lesson, so he is not panicked at all. "By the way, how are the cases of those who were infected?" Roy asked. He began to care about his subordinates. "Senju Hashirama is trying to find a solution." "Got it." After Ace left, Roy tapped the table with his fingers. "Why don't we ask the world government to help? I think they will be happy to help." Now he and the world government are in a cooperative relationship, and the world government should not ignore his request. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 25 New Character, Nichitan. Chapter 25 New Character, Nichitan. P.S. For the time being, I will get a few with low combat power, and I haven't watched the anime yet. The next day. It is detected that the host has not signed in today. Will you sign in? A system prompt sounded in my ear. Today's sign-in task is here again. To be honest, Roy is a little looking forward to it. I don't know what kind of good things I can get. Sign in. A moment later. Roy heard another metallic prompt sound in his ear. Congratulations on obtaining Character Card ×1. Character cards can summon characters in anime. Then they appear in the real world. Not the real world, but the world of One Piece. This character card is. Roy was full of expectations and opened the character card. Then, the following is the character introduction column. Nichitan, one of the important characters in Akame no Mizuki. She has amazing courage and strategy, and is the captain of the night attack assassination team. Now Roy is lacking someone with amazing strategy who can help him run the kingdom. The appearance of this Nichiren can be said to be very timely. Okay, it's him. Roy smiled. Then he clicked the summon button without thinking. After a strange light, a door of nothingness appeared in front of him. It was the door to each dimension. Then a figure walked out of the dimensional door. It was a cold woman with white hair, a machine on her right hand, and an eye patch on her right eye. Who else could it be but Nichiren? Master. Nichiren knelt down to Roy and saluted. The whole process was very aristocratic. After all, she was originally a noble, so it was normal to know these etiquette. Sure enough, those who are summoned by the system are unconditionally loyal to me. Roy touched his chin and thought to himself. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama, although they were very strong, they were all unconditionally loyal to him. Nichiren is the same now. Get up. Roy waved his hand. Yes, Master. I feel that the title of Master is a bit awkward. Roy thought for a moment and said, just call me by my name from now on. Isn't that a bit bad? After all, Roy is his master, and Nichiren can't call him by his name directly. So Nichiren suggested, why don't we call him Lord Roy? The same name as others. Okay. Roy nodded, acquiescing to this name. Then he began to think about what kind of work he should assign to Nichiren. Since she is staying in this country, she should do something, not to mention that she is so capable. After being summoned to this world, her memory is gone. By the way, Roy looked at Nichiren with ill intentions. Come and help me with official business. To be honest, Roy feels that this kind of life is very boring because he has to deal with tedious documents every day. Now that Nichiren appears, he can help her. I wonder if Nichiren can handle these things perfectly. With a suspicious expression, Roy couldn't help but guess in his heart, I just came here, I should have to adapt, it will probably take a lot of time. However, as soon as this thought came up, Roy was quickly slapped in the face. It's already being done. Then he leaned in to look at the specific details to see if there were any mistakes or omissions, and he came to a surprising conclusion. There weren't any. Nichiren was a genius in handling government affairs. This processing ability is probably 3 to 5 times mine? Or even more. Roy couldn't help but complain in his heart. But if he was here, he wouldn't have to do many things himself. He could be a salted fish comfortably. As a man, how could he not have the dream of being a salted fish? 1 hour later. Finished. Roy was shocked and at a loss. He almost doubted if he had heard it wrong. This was his daily workload, from morning to night, he worked diligently and responsibly, and could barely complete the project. As a result, this guy only took an hour. Monster. This guy must be a monster in human skin, that's for sure. Lord Roy, what should I do next? Nichiren looked into Roy's eyes and asked in a low voice. Snoring. Roy moved his throat. For the time being, he didn't know how to arrange Nichiren better. After all, he didn't expect Nichiren to be so powerful. She only took an hour for a day's workload. Well. Roy thought seriously. I'll arrange your room first, and introduce you to some of my cotters. Yes. Nagizata nodded obediently. From the moment she was summoned, her fate was completely controlled by Roy, and she would be loyal to him until death. The palace is very large, with a vast area, and there are many empty houses inside. Look, are you satisfied with this house? Pointing to the single-family luxury single room in front, Roy stared at Nagizata's delicate face and asked. It's good, I like it very much. Then it's decided to be this one. There seems to be some quarrel next door. Dong dong dong. The door was kicked and shook, as if someone was fighting inside. Then I saw Hae Tong kicked out from inside. The owner of the room was Leon. After Haitong was kicked out, Leon quickly closed the door heavily. "Ahole, let go of the door." "I refuse." The two of them quarreled as soon as they met, but their relationship was very good. "Are you sure you don't want to open it? Then don't blame me for being rude." As he said that, Haitong seemed to be putting all his strength into it, and it was obvious that he was going to take action. At the critical moment, this girl found Roy and became obedient instantly. "Why are you here, Lord Roy? If I didn't come, you would break in." Haitong looked away and said guiltily, "Lord Roy. Actually, the person you just saw was not me, but my substitute. This little girl doesn't know what honesty is." Roy covered his forehead helplessly. "What is this?" Haitong noticed Nichitan next to him, with curiosity in his eyes. "I was just planning to introduce you to her. Let Leona come out quickly. It also saved the trouble of calling one by one." Haitong nodded. "Oh. That look is so cute, as well behaved as possible. I just don't understand why she is so naughty when she is with Leona. It feels like a completely different person. In fact, some good children are really like this behind their backs and need an outlet." "Leon, Leon." Haitong called softly. "Even if you say it to the sky, I won't open the door." Leon snorted and said very proudly. She immediately experienced the law of true fragrance. "Lord Roy is at the door, calling you out. Don't try to lie to me." "Really?" Then Roy also called out, "Leon." In an instant, this guy broke his defense, decisively opened the door, and excitedly said, "Lord Roy. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 26, Imperial Tool, Susanoo. Chapter 26 Imperial Tool, Susanoo. Kurat looked at her with a teasing expression. Someone doesn't keep his word. He clearly said that he would never come out. I don't know whether to say that the two have a good relationship or a bad relationship. Anyway, they quarrel non-stop when they meet. Leon glared at her fiercely. "If you can't talk, just say less. Good guy. It's just a showdown." "Ahem." Roy coughed, indicating that there were others here. So the two of them didn't continue to quarrel, but looked at Nichitan next to Roy curiously. The woman here was dressed coolly. She wore an eye patch on her eyes, and one of her hands was a mechanical arm. Isn't it super cool? She exuded a handsome aura all over her body. She is. Leon pointed at Nichitan, with a curious look on her face. Lord Roy said that he would introduce a new partner to us. It's this guy. Kurat looked at Nichitan and said. At first glance, Nichitan seemed very gentle, not like a bad person. In front of strangers, Haitong seemed very reserved. She didn't let herself go in front of Leon, but instantly became a cold goddess. It was as if Kuma-chan was possessed. On the contrary, Leon was quite generous and put her arm around Nichitan's shoulders. Hello, my name is Leon. Hello. Roy was originally worried about whether Nichitan could integrate into his small group. Seeing how they were talking happily, it seemed that they had already integrated. The most important thing to join a new group is to find a suitable camp. Leon's words gave Nichitan a very good feeling. She was also happy to be friends with Leon. It seems that they have a good relationship. Roy said with a smile. Afterwards, he took Nichitan to meet other members of the cadres. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Compared to Uchiha Madara's indifference, Senju Hashirama is very cheerful and lively, even funny. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me at any time. Senju Hashirama patted his chest to guarantee. Uchiha Madara glanced at Nichitan with a cold expression, and his tone was particularly cold. This guy's breath is very weak. Sometimes Roy felt that Uchiha Madara was as cold as an ice cube. He would only show kindness in front of himself and Senju Hashirama. Roy is the master after all. And Senju Hashirama is one of the few close friends of Uchiha Madara, and he deserves this treatment. At this time, Ace also walked over here with the 3 beast warriors. Is this guy the newcomer? What's her name? For a moment, Ace didn't even remember Nichiden's name. Who made this name so weird that even Roy couldn't remember it in a short time? Her name is Nichiden, Master Ace. Leva reminded from the side. Compared to everyone present, except Nichiden, of course, Leva is the most scheming guy. Nagizata, do you want to spar with me? Ace decisively stated his purpose. As a female battle madman, she came here for only one purpose this time. I want to test the strength of the newcomer Nichiden. This is almost one of Ace's unique ways of welcoming. Basically, all latecomers have been welcomed by Ace in this way. Recalling the memory of being dominated by Ace during that period, Leon and Hei Tong both looked grim. They were both summoned to this world by Roy at the same time. Originally, they were full of curiosity when facing the unknown and fresh world, and then they met this woman called Ace. Because of this experience, Hei Tong and Leon have a very good relationship. Okay. Facing Ace's challenge, Nichiden did not refuse. She actually agreed to Ace's challenge. This makes people wonder what Nichiden's ability is. The master will not promote useless people as codders. This Nichiden must have unknown abilities. Everyone's eyes subconsciously focused on Nichiden. The movement here also attracted many people to watch. Who is that guy? I heard that he is the new codder of His Majesty the King. Is Lord Ace going to fight with that new codder? Ace has a high prestige among them, and any slight movement is big news. What's more, they were going to fight with the codders, and their eyes were bright. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know? Lord Ace is fighting with the new codders, and we must cheer for Lord Ace. The man was speechless. I don't think you are cheering, you just want to join in the fun, right? However, Ace is fighting with the new codders, which is indeed a big bluff. I wonder what the new codders look like. He was curious. When they arrived at the scene, they would naturally be able to see Nichiden's true face. At this time, Ace and Nichiden also found a vacant space. That guy is. Ace glanced at the man behind Nichiden. The other party had 2 horns on his head, which was similar to the bull demon king in mythology. He is my imperial weapon. Susanoo. Nichiden said. Yes, I am the imperial gu of Lady Nichiden. Susanoo also spoke. Imperial gu can actually speak? This is clearly a human, okay? That Nichiden is cheating. 2 against 1, this is not fair. That's right, this thing can speak, how can it be a weapon? For a moment, everyone looked at Ace, and they were filled with righteous indignation, thinking that Nichiden was cheating. Ace frowned slightly. Indeed, I can feel the breath of the imperial gu on you. They can still sense the breath of the imperial gu. After all, this guy's body structure is not the same as that of humans. It is indeed the breath of the imperial gu. I didn't expect this guy to have a biological imperial gu, and it is in human form. Akame couldn't help but say. In order to ensure the long-term stability of the empire and the stability of his own country, the first emperor created 48 kinds of imperial gu. Each imperial gu has incredible power. I don't know what Susanoo's ability is. In short, Akame is very curious. In the field, the 2 sides officially started fighting. Although Nichiden's strength in Akame ga kill was pretty good. But compared with the ceiling like Ace, there is still a big gap. Susanoo recorded various combat methods. But after really fighting with Ace, I found that those combat experiences were particularly ridiculous. Being crushed and retreating all the way. Susanoo was completely at a disadvantage in close combat. Who is this guy? Nichiden was also shocked. She originally thought that Susanoo was powerful enough, but Asts turned out to be so evil. It was a complete crush. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27, Quinn and Minga, The Arrival of Malice. Chapter 27, Quinn and Minga, The Arrival of Malice. Susanoo is not only a household-type imperial weapon, but also contains a large number of fighting skills in its database. It is no exaggeration to say that Susanoo is a top master in close combat. However, he did not even have the strength to fight back under a series of attacks from Asts. He was completely crushed. Bang! With a flying kick, Susanoo flew out. Asts is Asts after all, and his strength is as terrifying as ever. I give up. Seeing Asts walking towards her, Nichidan chose the avatar decisively without any hesitation. Asts stopped and looked at her in surprise. Give up so quickly? No way, it's over before the fight. Everyone. They wondered if they were hallucinating. It shouldn't be like this. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't they try their best first to see if they can win? When there is really no chance, then choose to surrender. As a result, Nichidan admitted defeat directly. Susanoo is not your opponent, let alone me. Nichidan analyzed calmly. No matter what time, this guy is unusually calm. After just observing, she saw that Asts was very strong and she could not compete with him at all. In this case, it is better to just admit defeat. Anyway, this battle is meaningless. Boring. Asts snorted and felt boring. This is too boring. I thought there would be a wonderful duel, but I didn't expect. That Nichidan is too useless, right? You can't say that. This is the reaction of a normal person. Most people will not choose to fight to the end when they encounter a strong enemy that they cannot compete with. In fact, this is the reaction of a normal person. Why did you admit defeat directly? Leon and Kuroa came forward curiously. I watched her fight with Susanoo and realized that the gap between me and her is insurmountable. Since they are not enemies, there is no need to continue fighting. Nagizata said frankly. To be honest, she doesn't care much about winning or losing. After all, she is not a combat coder, so why should she be so obsessed with winning or losing? Okay. You are so open-minded. In the next few days, Nagizata also integrated into this place. She has a good relationship with most coders, and even Asts has gradually accepted this guy. People who can become the leader of the revolutionary army are still good at speaking and doing things. Nagizata. In the hall, Roy summoned Nagizata alone. Looking at Nagizata's dark eyes, Roy said, "Next, you will be responsible for the logistics of the army." Yes. Nagizata nodded. Roy felt happy. Someone was responsible for logistics, and Susanoo, as an imperial weapon, could also serve as an instructor of the army. It felt very cost-effective. By the way, how are the arrangements for the Kingdom of Baton going? Roy is very concerned about the Kingdom of Baton. This country is the non-member country of the world government mentioned earlier, and it is also the place where Jack the Drow fell. Lord Roy, I have sent soldiers to take over there. If there is any problem, we will definitely be able to contact you as soon as possible. For this matter, Nichidan has already made her own arrangements. The Kingdom of Baton. As a non-member country of the world government, it has been nearly destroyed by pirates. I didn't expect that he would actually die, Jack, that BD. Quinn had a complicated expression. He was not sad because of Jack's death, but the main thing was that Jack's ship of artificial devil fruits had all disappeared. No wonder I couldn't contact Jack. This matter must not be known to Lord Kaido, otherwise. Quinn felt bad when he thought of the consequences of Kaido knowing. Kaido was a fickle person. If he knew that there was no artificial fruit, he would definitely go crazy. And he would also vent his anger on Quinn. "What should we do, Joker?" Quinn looked at Doflamingo next to him. At this time, Doflamingo was shrouded in shadows, and fear rose in his heart. How could this happen? It's impossible to get so many artificial fruits in a short time. If Kaido knows that the artificial fruits are missing, the consequences will be disastrous. Then Doflamingo looked at Quinn and said solemnly, "Let's find a way to see if we can get these artificial fruits back. If the artificial fruits can be recovered, the loss can be minimized. But Jack has fallen into the hands of those guys. If we only rely on the two of us, I'm afraid it won't work." Doflamingo spoke again. He is more cautious. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't be so successful in the underground world. Quinn snorted disdainfully. Jack is still far behind. If I want to kill him, I can do it easily. That's right. Quinn is much stronger than Jack. If he wants, he is fully capable of killing Jack. But this guy belongs to Beast's Pirates after all, and Quinn has no reason to do it. It's better to be cautious. Doflamingo said. For some reason, this incident always makes Doflamingo feel uneasy, as if something big is going to happen. Ha ha ha. Joker, you are too cautious. There are only a few people in this sea who can threaten us. It doesn't matter as long as we don't encounter them. Let's set off now and let the people of the Basta Kingdom know that offending our Beast's Pirates will not end well. Quinn laughed. There was an unprecedented viciousness in his smile. They already knew that the murderer was the Basta Kingdom next door. It is conceivable that everything here has long been under the control of the two. The scene changed. The guards stationed in the Baton Kingdom were covered with venom and blood. The death was extremely miserable. After landing on this island, Quinn and Doflamingo slaughtered all the stationed soldiers. Compared with Quinn and Doflamingo, their strength is still too far behind. It's like a natural moat that cannot be crossed. No. Doflamingo refused. Although the soldier did not reveal much. But since the other party was able to kill Jack the Drow, Doflamingo had to be on guard. Being able to kill Jack the Drow. Does it mean that he might be able to kill himself? In this turbulent era of pirates, if you don't have a brain and just rush, you will soon kill yourself. In that case, you stay here, I'll go by myself. Quinn snorted disdainfully. He used to think Doflamingo was a hero, but now he looks like a coward. If he is scared by such a small thing, he will not achieve much in the future. I have never heard of any pirate who can be scared by a small country like this. He wants to try it out. What is the Basta Kingdom like? Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28, Quinn's Attack, The Confident Fat Man. At first, Quinn thought Doflamingo was a tyrant, but now he is just like that. He retreats when encountering a little trouble. The sea is rough. The Brachiosaurus is speeding on the sea, and the direction it is heading is the Kingdom of Basta. Quinn is known as a flexible fat man, and he is also a very reckless character. Otherwise, he would not have snatched Anko soup from Big Mom. Obviously, the difference in combat power between the two is so big, but Quinn still did it. When can we get to the Kingdom of Basta? Quinn took a puff of cigarette and glanced at the younger brother next to him. Boss, we will be there soon. The younger brother complimented him hurriedly. After all, the other party is Plague Quinn, one of the three big bosses under Kaido, and the leader of the Flying Six. On the World Government Bounty Order, the bounty is as high as 1.3 billion Baileys. Although the bounty does not represent strength, it can still reflect a little. After all, for a rookie, no matter how hard he tries, the bounty will never exceed 1 billion. Without strength, you can't threaten the world government at all. The bounty is 1.3 billion, which is very good. Our Captain Quinn is invincible. What Basta Kingdom, I have never heard of it. Have you heard of the Basta Kingdom? Someone asked. The person being asked shook his head quickly. I have been drifting on the sea for so long, and I have never heard of the Basta Kingdom. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. The Basta Kingdom was despised as worthless. They were also treating the symptoms, knowing that Quinn liked to hear these words, and the more they said, the more satisfied Quinn was. Not bad, not bad. Only Jack, that idiot, would be killed inexplicably. Quinn nodded with satisfaction. These subordinates said what he felt. Who doesn't like the feeling of being flattered? Quinn is no exception. Now the whole person is a little flattered. Especially there are people who belittle Jack and praise Quinn, which makes Quinn even happier. So, this guy got inspired and started a concert on the ship, twisting his fat body and dancing charmingly. It must be said that Quinn is still very charming, with the charm of a funny guy. Captain Quinn is so handsome. So handsome. If I were a woman, I would absolutely love you to death. Everyone was enthusiastic, and the atmosphere on the ship exploded to the extreme. Quinn. Although he is cruel and ruthless, he kills without blinking an eye and likes to torture his enemies the most. But he is also an out-and-out funny guy. For a while, the atmosphere on and off the ship was eager and filled with joy. At the same time, the Brachiosaurus continued to move towards the kingdom of Basta at a very fast speed. In less than half an hour, they finally arrived at the port. Captain Quinn, we are here. At this time, the atmosphere on the Brachiosaurus also dropped, and there was a faint murderous atmosphere. They didn't come here to hold a banquet, but to kill people. Quinn's method is very simple and brutal. Since they are enemies, let's fight as much as we want. Whoever wins can control everything. Of course, if you lose, you will lose everything. It must be said that Quinn's personality is very crazy, but it is precisely because of this ruthlessness that he stands out from the beast's pirates. Become the second among the three big names. The bounty is 1.3 billion Baileys, which is a very scary number. The port of the Basta Kingdom is in front. Pull the ship over. Quinn ordered. The navigator quickly turned the rudder, and the pirate ship cut through the waves and approached. The nearby guards also saw the pirate ship rushing up, and they were all horrified. Pirates are attacking. Everyone is on combat alert. With the appearance of Quinn and his gang, the guards immediately went on alert. It was obvious that Quinn and his gang had bad intentions, and they were filled with evil spirits. Under normal circumstances, pirates would not encounter any good things if they approached. Who are these guys? Why do I feel pressure? After all, Quinn and his gang are notorious pirates, and basically everyone has a strong aura. Then, figures appeared on the Brachiosaurus. And Quinn himself appeared as the finale, twisting his fat body. Step by step, he gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. With a bulging belly, a fat body, and small sunglasses on his eyes, he looked cool. Many people recognized Quinn's identity. That is, one of the three disasters under Kaido, Plague Quinn. How could such a big man appear here? Everyone was puzzled. The three big names of Beast's pirates are definitely well-known big names in the New World. Why do such big names appear here? For a long time, no big names have visited the kingdom of Basta, but since Aokiji's visit last time, everything has changed. It seems that suddenly, various big names have appeared here with various excuses. Actually, I know the inside story. A guard said. As soon as this was said, everyone subconsciously looked at the guard. Their eyes were full of confusion. Obviously, they also wanted to know the whole story. Didn't Lord Asts and I go to the kingdom of Baton a few days ago? And then I met Jack the Drow there. He told everything that happened that day. That is to say, Plague Queen must have come to avenge Jack the Drow. So that's it. Speaking of which, Lord Asts is really amazing. He even killed that Jack. In their opinion, Jack the Drow is like a ferocious and evil figure. If they encounter such a fierce god, they will definitely run away without saying a word. Only fools would think of fighting such an enemy. However, such an enemy is vulnerable in front of Aestes, as fragile as a piece of tofu. The guard happened to be there at the time, so he saw the battle between Aestes and Jack. It can be said that Aestes was suppressing Jack the whole time. It was completely a one-sided ravage. Is there any need to say that? The strength of Lord Aestes is obvious to all. Then, they looked at Plague Queen with some worry. As a well-known big man in New World, it is nothing short of a fantasy for them to compete with him. What to do? Although they want to run away, if they run away, the people behind them will be in danger. Soldiers are their duty. If they run away whenever they encounter a little trouble, what is the use of soldiers? What's more, their wives and children are in the city. For the protection in my heart, I will fight to the end even if I die. These guys didn't run away. Quinn was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that these people didn't run away immediately after seeing him. Instead, they mustered up the courage to fight with him. Anyone who is a little more rational should be scared and run away when seeing him, but they are not afraid at all. P.S. I have something to do today, so I have to go home, so I will stop here today. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 29, 3 Beast Warriors join the encirclement and suppression of Quinn. Chapter 29, 3 Beast Warriors join the battle to encircle and suppress Quinn. Quinn did not care about so much, and decisively joined the battle. His eyes flashed with ferocity. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. As he said, Quinn burst out with a terrifying aura. This guy is Plague Queen, one of the 3 big bosses under Kaido. The bounty is as high as 1.3 billion Baileys. He is an out-and-out big pirate, and everyone must not be fooled by his honest appearance. Although he is a little funny, he also holds concerts at every turn. But he is definitely a ruthless guy by nature. Otherwise, where did the amazing bounty of 1.3 billion Baileys come from? Where did the title of Plague come from? Whoosh! In a flash, Quinn was in front of everyone. As the second of Kaido's 3 big bosses, his strength is very terrifying. With full force, the speed is like a gust of wind and lightning, and it is suffocating. Everyone's face changed drastically. What a fast speed! Obviously, they were also completely shocked by Quinn's speed. Awesome! The whole person was like a cannonball. As expected of the boss Quinn. So awesome! So cool! Quinn's subordinates praised him one after another. They only had one role, which was to lick Quinn crazily, without any lower limit. But to be honest, Quinn's speed was really terrifying. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 1.3 billion berries, and ordinary people could not compete with him at all. Not at the same level at all. Look at me hitting! Quinn shouted. He didn't even need to use the devil fruit ability. He just relied on his body to rush through the crowd. A hole! What kind of monster is this? Stop it, you must stop it! Everyone tried to resist together, but they were vulnerable in front of Quinn. He was knocked out hard. Especially the guard who had direct contact with Quinn, his end was extremely miserable, his sternum was directly broken. You can hear the sound of cracking. Puff! A mouthful of blood spit out from his mouth. Is this really a human? It's just a monster. Everyone was shocked and looked at Quinn in despair. Fighting with an enemy of this level, they felt completely desperate. The gap was too big. Insurmountable. As expected of Boss Quinn. Too strong. This is completely one-sided, okay. The pirates on the Brachiosaurus laughed wildly, with sarcasm in their smiles. Didn't they say that the Basta Kingdom was very strong? From this point of view, it was just like tofu, vulnerable. Jack, that idiot, was killed by such a group of guys. He must have been careless. Quinn also laughed. Before coming here, I was a little worried that this kingdom had hidden strength. From this point of view, it seems that there is no such strength. Then let's turn this place into a paradise for plague. Quinn smiled ghostly. He has a sinister and ruthless personality, even a little paranoid. His favorite thing is to abuse his opponents, and he also likes to spread plague. This plague gave Chopper and others a headache for a long time during the Wano Kuni plot, and it is very toxic. Not far away. Asts and Nichitin, two people riding on horses. One is a military general, and the other is the resourceful general. They have a good relationship now. With General Nichitin here, I really save a lot of trouble. Asts said sincerely. I used to handle these trivial matters by myself, but now Nichitin comes to help. Asts felt relaxed all over. Nichitin smiled and said, "This is what we should do, General Asts." Soon, they also noticed the movement in front. At some point, a group of pirates quietly landed in the kingdom of Basta. Plague Queen was destroying everywhere. Looking for death. Suddenly, Asts' eyes flashed with murderous intent. After spending a long time with the soldiers, they also developed feelings for each other. Now seeing his loyal subordinates being tortured by Queen like this, he was completely blown up. Asts' eyes were filled with murderous intent. They are very strong. Humph! Asts snorted disdainfully, and he didn't take Plague Queen seriously at all. Of course, his strength is definitely not as good as yours, Asts, or this. Nichitin suggested. Let your three beastmen train and gain some combat experience. After that, the three beastmen saluted. We are willing to serve Lord Asts. The three beastmen are loyal to Asts. Even if Asts tells them to die, they will die without hesitation. It's like brainwashing. Leva, New, and Datas all kneeled there respectfully. They are waiting. Waiting for Asts to issue an order. Okay, those guys are left to you, don't let any of them go. Asts is very angry now. She will not let go of any pirate who makes trouble here, and only by killing them all can she vent her anger. There is no doubt that Quinn and others' behavior has violated Asts' reverse scale. That guy has been sentenced to death in Asts' heart. However, as the initiator of everything, Plague Queen did not know that he had been hated. He was still showing off his coquettish dancing. This guy is so strong. Is this the strength of Plague Queen? As expected of a pirate with a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. Everyone was broken by Plague Queen. They felt desperate. Indeed. It is a fantasy for ordinary people to fight monsters of this level. Just then. Stop it. I will be your opponent. And me. Four figures slowly emerged from the smoke. Standing tall, like a gentleman butler. Leva. A beautiful young man with a beautiful girl's makeup, holding a flute in his hand. New. Holding two axes, exuding the momentum of a wild beast. Datas. Finally, it is Nichitin's imperial weapon. Susanoo. The first three are obviously the generals of General Asts, the three beast warriors. To be honest, it was Asts who had been the one to take action before, and the three beast warriors hadn't been able to take charge of the situation for a long time. In fact, the three beast warriors are still very strong. As the imperial weapon, Susanoo is also very powerful. Especially his ultimate move, the appearance of the evil spirit, which is very powerful. But the price is too high, and Nichitin can't afford it for a while. It's the three beast warriors. The three beast warriors are here, does this mean? Everyone's eyes lit up immediately. The three beast warriors are the generals of General Asts. And they are usually inseparable from Asts, but now they are here. Does it mean that Lord Asts is right next to them? Great! Lord Asts is here. The guards were all excited to find the whereabouts of Aestes. Then they really saw that Aestes and Nichitin were riding horses and slowly rushing over. Lord Aestes is here. General Nichitin is here too. Enjoy reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 30, Quinn is furious, in Brachiosaurus form. Chapter 30 Quinn is furious, in Brachiosaurus form. Lord Aestes is here. Everyone was excited. As if they had found their backbone. Aestes is the backbone for them. As for Roy, his position is too high, and they usually don't get in touch with him. The one they get in touch with the most is General Aestes, so when Aestes arrives, everyone feels safe for no reason. Aestes, you are quite popular. Nagizita said with a smile. She was also speaking the truth. After getting in touch with so many cotters, the most popular person is undoubtedly Aestes. Not bad. Aestes smiled sideways. To her enemies, she is a cold and ruthless sadist queen. But when she gets along with her friends and subordinates, she will also show her gentle side. Lord Aestes wants to see the strength of the three beast warriors. Indeed, I haven't seen the three beast warriors fight. Everyone couldn't help but say. I don't know how strong the three beast warriors are. After all, they have been with Aestes for so long, so they must be very powerful, right? Everyone was looking forward to it. Three beast warriors. Nichitin was also very calm. He just took this opportunity to collect information about the three beast warriors. Let's talk about the scene. As the smoke dissipated, Quinn saw the faces of the four figures clearly. For some reason, a palpitation emerged from deep in his heart, as if the people in front of him were very dangerous. Who are you? Quinn did not take action immediately, but looked at these people solemnly. There was a faint pressure on his body, and he was definitely not a good character to deal with. You don't need to ask so many questions, just know that we are enemies. Leva's voice was cold. Obviously, there was no room for negotiation between him and Quinn, and both sides had to fight to the death. Behind him, Lord Aestes was still watching, and this was a good opportunity to show off. It seems that there are still masters in the Basta Kingdom. Quinn couldn't help but say. No wonder Jack the Drow fell here. With such a master, it is normal to be defeated. You guys should be the ones who defeated Jack, right? That's not the case. It was Aestes who defeated Jack. Riva answered. This surprised Quinn. He didn't expect that someone else defeated Jack. He thought that it was just the few people in front of him who did it. However, the reality is not like this. After all, Jack is a member of the Beast's Pirates. Quinn, the plague, stared at the three beastmen and others fiercely, and said. When I kill you, I will kill Aestes to avenge Jack. In his words, it seems that Aestes can be killed at any time. Hearing this, everyone laughed. He is not afraid of Marine Admiral, and he fought Aokiji to a draw. Although you are a pirate with a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. But can you compare with Marine Admiral? It's impossible. You still want to kill Aestes, wait until you get past us first. Riva snorted, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Obviously ready for battle. Then, at this time, Niu, who had been silent, spoke. What he said was sensational. Just fight this ugly fat guy. Niu pointed at the chubby Quinn and looked at Leva and asked. Yes. Leva nodded. In their opinion, this kind of conversation is completely fine. But in the eyes of the Brachiosaurus pirates, this topic is a big trouble. Quinn is a guy with super vanity. He has been holding concerts and showing off his dancing skills just to satisfy his vanity. He likes to call himself a handsome fat man. He is also afraid of losing weight, worried that he will fascinate thousands of girls after losing weight. All this is caused by vanity. As a result, At this time, Niu suddenly jumped out, pointed at Quinn's nose and cursed, "Ugly fat man! Ugly! Ugly! Fat!" These 5 words lingered in Quinn's mind for a long time, and no matter what he did, he couldn't get rid of them. "It's over. That guy said the most unspeakable thing. Boss Quinn will definitely get angry now." The old crew members knew how terrifying the Plague Quinn looked when he got angry. They all showed fear on their faces. Once the Plague Quinn got angry, the consequences would be disastrous. "What should I do? Boss Quinn, you are the best. You are our idol." However, they couldn't suppress Quinn's anger no matter what. Now Quinn was like a red and hot brazier, and he had reached the limit of what he could bear. Blue veins burst out from Quinn's face. Anger. Unprecedented anger. Almost exploded Quinn's chest. "What are you talking about, kid?" Quinn's eyes were red, and he was completely furious. Holding a sharp blade, he rushed towards Niu like a gust of wind. His speed was very fast, like a gust of wind and lightning. The air couldn't bear it during the advance, and it whirred and seemed to explode. In Ultimate's anger, Quinn's speed soared. Speed, strength. All aspects were greatly improved. Quinn is angry. This ultimate collision can smash even a small mountain alive. Everyone's teeth were trembling. I don't know what Quinn, who has fallen into madness, will do. In any case, the consequences are serious. Boom boom boom. Quinn was so powerful along the way that nothing could resist him. The air couldn't bear it and exploded. At this moment, Susanoo blocked Quinn and used his physical body to resist the impact of the plague. Blocked. The attack of Boss Quinn was actually... Everyone was stunned, unable to believe this scene. In terms of power, this collision was like an overwhelming attack. In the end, it was blocked by the unprepossessing Susanoo. Ace looked at Nichitan. Your Susanoo is pretty good. After all, he is my most proud partner. Nichitan also smiled at this scene. Quinn did not expect that his attack would be blocked in this way. You are pretty good. He could not hold back anymore. These guys are very strong, and if they continue like this, they might lose. He has reasons not to lose. But don't think you can beat me like this. Roar. Accompanied by a roar. An unprecedented power erupted from Quinn. His body began to swell visibly. The clothes on his body could no longer cover it, and it burst directly. Plague Quinn. One of Kaido's 3 big bosses, a super pirate with a bounty of 1.3 billion berries. His armament haki and observation haki are both quite powerful. He also has a demon fruit power. Zoan, an ancient Brachiosaurus form. Roar. A roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The roar of the Brachiosaurus seemed to have traveled through distant time and space, echoing in this world. It appeared. The Brachiosaurus form of Lord Quinn. The Brachiosaurus that transcends ancient and modern times has appeared here. Everyone's scalp numbed. Looking at the Brachiosaurus that suddenly appeared, the panic in the heart could no longer be suppressed. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 31, Quinn's Death, Are They Just Minions? Chapter 31 Quinn's Death, Are They Just Henchmen? The ancient species Brachiosaurus form directly summoned this ancient creature here. Because it was the devil fruit. This Brachiosaurus was also very scary, and it rushed directly towards the 3 beast warriors and others. The speed was very fast. And it approached in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! What kind of creature is this? Everyone was shocked by the huge size of the Brachiosaurus. This is the power of Zoan. Directly summoned all the ancient creatures here. Nichitan silently remembered this kind of thing in her heart. Bang! This time. Facing Quinn's impact, Susanoo seemed a little struggling. And the three beast warriors also moved at this time. Their strength should not be ignored either. Riva stretched out his hand. He is the owner of the imperial tool of the ring, the water dragon possession, and can control the water flow. Puff puff puff. Under his control, the water flow was suspended in the air and shot towards Quinn. Others also used their own methods. Niu picked up the flute in her hand and played music. As for Data's, he held an axe in each hand and chopped wildly. Various attacks came from all directions. "Come on!" Quinn roared. He was like a man blocking a pass. Blood knife kill. In the end, Riva was forced to use his own special move. Blood knife kill. This is an ability to use one's own blood as an attack method and shoot it out like a hidden weapon. Puff puff puff. The attack instantly fell on Quinn. However, Quinn's armament haki is extremely powerful, and he is an ancient Zoan. His physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. He directly resisted Riva's attack. Resisted! Riva exclaimed. Then he looked at Niu next to him. "Niu, use your flute to interfere with him as much as possible." Niu's flute was a little weakened by observation haki. But at least it was still effective. It's better to have an effect than to have no effect. Data's, wait for the right opportunity and let's attack together. Riva urged, glancing at the rough-tempered young man. "I know, you don't need to order me." Data snorted, seeming very dissatisfied with Riva's order. But he knew very well that Riva was right. Only this way can Quinn be completely solved. Bang, bang, bang. The crazy Quinn attacked more and more violently. But all were blocked by Susanoo. Susanoo was so strong that he almost collapsed. If he was hit once, the consequences would be unimaginable. Data's thought. Quinn's attack power is indeed fierce, and the key is that his blood is thick. If they were one-on-one, they would not have to fight against this kind of monster. "You are not bad." Quinn grinned. He didn't expect that these guys were so strong that they could fight with him to this extent. "At this point, I can't hold back any longer," Quinn said in a low voice. Then he turned into a human beast form again. Why did he turn into a human beast form again? What does this mean? Everyone was curious. When he used the human beast form just now, he was no match for the three beastmen. Why is he using the human beast form again now? However, the next moment... I don't know if it's my illusion. Riva suddenly felt a sense of threat from Quinn at this moment. It's not the feeling of the human beast form just now. This is... Riva murmured. "What's wrong, Riva?" Niu saw that something was wrong with Riva and asked quickly. "This guy gives me a different feeling." "Different? Very powerful, be careful." Riva's expression was more serious than ever before. For such a powerful enemy, there must be no slackness. "This is my strongest form, the cyborg form." Quinn grinned. Half of his body was covered with metal, and metal claws appeared on his left hand. He held a sharp blade in his right hand. The braid on his head can also be used for surprise attacks. This is Quinn's strongest form. That's right. This guy is a cyborg like Sanji. He used to belong to the same organization as Sanji's father Judge, and he was a very perfect cyborg. Cyborg plus the ability of the fruit, this state is Quinn's strongest state. Infinite momentum burst out from Quinn. "Stop talking nonsense, take it." However, Riva was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. The two of them are enemies now. It's either you die or I live. Who would chat with you? As Quinn entered a violent state, the battle between the two sides finally reached a white-hot stage. The battle was very noisy. Boom boom boom. "My interference is completely useless," Niu murmured. She took the initiative to join the battle. The ruthless blade cut the air. The surrounding air was all sucked out, some from Quinn's attack, and some from the three beast warriors. In the end, Quinn was no match for four hands. He was defeated in the attack. In the field, Quinn's burly body stood there, but did not move. What's going on? Why did Captain Quinn suddenly stop moving? The pirates looked at him in surprise. They were very confused. Why Quinn suddenly stood there and did not move? This was unscientific. In the curious eyes of everyone, Quinn's body finally fell heavily and fell to the ground. Boom! The fall of that huge body. Even the ground was shaken. No way! Boss Quinn actually fell down. The plague Quinn, who was so arrogant in their hearts, actually fell down at this moment. Fell in the territory of the Basta Kingdom. It is hard to believe that the famous Plague Queen would fall in such a place. Who are they? How could they defeat Lord Queen? Even if they don't believe it, the matter has become a foregone conclusion. Plague Queen has fallen. His chest is covered with dense blood holes. It is obvious that he was hit by Leva's blood knife, which caused such wounds. As for why Quinn was hit? After a series of blows, even Quinn would be exhausted physically and mentally, and then he was hit. As long as he was hit by the blood knife, he would die. It seems to be solved. Aestes glanced at Nichitin. Then, she and Nichitin came over together. Lord Aestes. Everyone looked at Aestes and others with admiration. The 4 people who had just killed Plague Queen knelt down directly after seeing Aestes. Lord Aestes. Lord Nichitin. This demeanor, this style. All of this fell into the eyes of the Brachiosaurus pirates. Then they were completely dumbfounded. Their arrogant Captain Quinn was killed by these 4 people. So they subconsciously thought that these 4 people were the strongest fighting force of the Basta Kingdom. However, seeing their current actions, why do they feel that these guys are just minions? Plague Quinn, a big pirate with a bounty of 1.3 billion Baileys, was defeated by such a minion. Everyone. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 32, Rare Daily Life. Chapter 32, Rare Daily Life. Let's go. Looking at Nichitin, Aestes said. Since the matter has been resolved, there is no need to stay here any longer. Yet. Nichitin nodded. As for the fate of Quinn and his gang? They have all been killed, not one left. Those guys really deserve to die. But Quinn seems to be one of Kaido's big bosses. That Jack the Drow also fell in our hands. Kaido will definitely hate us. Everyone couldn't help but say. Kaido of the Beasts, that is one of the 4 emperors of New World. An absolute super big shot. What are you afraid of? We are so powerful, are we afraid of just the 4 emperors? Someone said. I didn't expect that the successor of Jinbei's will could be found here. At the same time, Roy also learned that Plague Quinn was killed. If he dies, he dies. Roy didn't care. Since Jack had been killed, it didn't matter if Quinn was killed now. Roy was completely indifferent. Then, he notified someone to call Aestes over. Yes. The guard nodded respectfully and left, coming to Aestes. Lord Aestes, Lord Roy wants to see you. Aestes was puzzled, why did Lord Roy look for me? Then her face turned red, and her feelings for Roy had long been uncontrollable. Soon, Aestes arrived in front of Roy. You're here, Aestes. Lord Roy. Aestes was curious about why Roy suddenly called her. Caught off guard, Roy suddenly grabbed Aestes' arm. Lord Roy. Aestes was stunned. She obviously didn't expect that Roy would just hold her arm like this. But to be honest, being grabbed like this, her heart couldn't help but tremble. Looking at Roy's exquisite and flawless face up close, it was indeed full of indescribable charm. As the saying goes, a lover sees beauty in everything. No matter what Roy does now, he is the perfect man in Aestes' heart. Look at how fast your heart is beating. I won't eat you, right? Roy said with a smile on his face. Then he aimed at Aist's bright red lips and slowly moved closer. She wanted to do something, but she never got what she wanted. Aist always had some resistance to that kind of thing. After all, she was still a pure little girl, and she was not the kind of woman who hunted for beauties countless times. "Let's go eat first," Aist suggested. She felt embarrassed and dampened Roy's enthusiasm. But when she mentioned that thing, she felt a little flustered and couldn't help herself. "Okay." Roy was not in a hurry and showed great patience. After all, this kind of thing can't be rushed, it can only be done slowly and step by step. And looking at Aist like this, she will definitely not escape from her palm. After dinner, Roy and Aist walked out side by side. He looked at the time. It was almost evening now, and to be honest, Roy was still a little reluctant to go out and walk around with Aist. "Are you busy?" "No." From Roy's perspective, Aist's profile was indeed as beautiful as a fairy, exquisite and impeccable. Roy smiled and said, "Then you can walk around with me." "Yes." The two of them dressed up and walked around the city. There was no destination or anything like that, they just wanted to stay with Aist. From Roy's perspective, being with Aist felt very relaxing. Mood is more important than anything else. "How about I pick some clothes for you?" Roy looked at Aist and said. "Yes." Aist did not refuse. It was rare that Roy was so excited, so it would be bad if she kept refusing. A woman who was in love always thought about the person she liked unconditionally. Aist was like this, always thinking about Roy unconditionally. Then the two came to a clothing store. Because they were in disguise, no one recognized their true identities. The boss looked at Roy with a smile. "My friend, your girlfriend is so beautiful." The word girlfriend instantly made Aist's face turn red and shy. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, "Girlfriend? Do I look like Roy's girlfriend?" For a moment, the daughter's heart was flooded. She only showed this attitude in front of Roy. In front of other people, it was completely different. "Come and try it on." Roy handed the newly bought clothes to Aist. "Yes." Aist nodded. Then he put on the clothes obediently. To be honest, this outfit fits well. Although it is a pure outfit, it still makes Aist look heroic when worn. "Brother, your girlfriend is so energetic. I wonder if she is a soldier." The boss came to Roy and said with a smile. "It feels like only soldiers have such temperament." "Well." Roy touched his nose. It was not convenient to tell this person the details. "Ahem, it's okay." He quickly made a fool of himself and was too lazy to continue talking to this guy. It would be bad if it was exposed. If that happened, people would definitely flock to it and surround Roy and the others. This was something Roy hated. He didn't stay here any longer. He directly took Aist's hand and turned to leave. "Lord Roy, they said I'm your girlfriend." Aist blushed behind him and murmured. "What's wrong? Don't you agree?" "No, I'm so happy." Aist smiled, and his smile was beautiful. Soon, the two came to a fork in the road and were about to separate. "Before leaving, let me kiss you." Roy looked at Aist's delicate little face and smiled. Then, without her consent, he went straight to Aist's face and pecked it like a dragonfly touching the water. "Hey!" Aist was stunned. He was attacked by surprise. The blush on his cheeks became even redder, covering half of his cheeks. "I'm leaving." After doing all this, Roy turned around and left, just like those scumbags who took advantage of others. A few days later. He has been really busy recently, with the aftermath of the Quinn incident and other things. He needs to deal with them all by himself. Roy felt tired and sleepy all over his body, and couldn't help rubbing his temples. Now I have time, and I can finally use it to deal with the real business. During this period of continuous sign-in, he has seized a total of 3 character cards. Let's see what characters can be summoned. Roy's eyes were full of expectations. Ding dong, do you want to use character summoning cards ×3? The system prompt sounded in his ears. Roy basically didn't hesitate at all, and decisively chose to summon. Summon. Buzz. The dark and deep dimension door in front of him opened again. This is a strange door leading to countless dimensions. The next second, 3 figures slowly walked out of the dimension door. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 33, Yujiro Hanma and Uchiha Madara. Chapter 33, Hanma Yujiro and Uchiha Madara. The dimensional door opened, and 3 figures slowly walked out. Roy sat on the throne, calmly watching the figures coming out. Master. Without any hesitation. The figures knelt down when they saw Roy. As in the previous setting, the characters summoned by the system are absolutely loyal to the host. It is absolutely impossible to rebel. Get up. Yes, Master. The 3 figures stood up and revealed their faces. One is Genos. That is, the cost fighter in One Punch Man. The fighting scenes are extremely cool, but he has never won. Always abused. Abused by various enemies. Now he appears in the pirate world as a summoner. The remaining 2 are not unfamiliar to everyone, namely Beiki and Yujiro. They are both characters in Beiki. Beiki is the protagonist, and Yujiro is the combat ceiling in Beiki. How does the saying go? Yujiro the ghost back, Beiki the ghost head, Xiaozhong the ghost bear. Let's get back to the point. They were also summoned to the pirate world by Roy. But Roy touched his chin and couldn't help but murmured. The strength of these 2 people should not be enough in the pirate world, right? After all, there are so many monsters in the pirate world. Although Yujiro and his body have reached the peak, they are still in the human category. With his full ghost back, can he beat Whitebeard and Kaido? Obviously impossible. Your next goal is to become stronger. Roy ordered. Then he arranged accommodation for Yujiro and his friends, and temporarily lived in the Basta Kingdom. This is not over yet. I am worried that Yujiro and his friends don't have any sense of urgency. So Roy decisively summoned Uchiha Madara as well. Lord Roy. After Uchiha Madara was brought in by the guards, he soon found Roy on the throne and asked in confusion. You are here, Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara saluted quickly, and he was very humble in front of Roy. Stand up, no need to be polite. This is respect for Lord Roy. Uchiha Madara said seriously. He showed full respect for Roy in his words, and what he said was what was in his heart. Haha. Roy was very happy, after all, who doesn't want to be respected? This feeling is still very good. I wonder what Lord Roy wants me to do this time. It's like this. Roy briefly described the situation of Hanma Yujiro and Beiki. These 2 people have the strongest physical fitness I have ever seen, even stronger than you, Madara. Hey! Uchiha Madara was stunned. Of course he didn't believe that someone's physical fitness was stronger than his. This is absolutely impossible. Although he respected Roy very much, it didn't mean that he didn't have the arrogance of a strong man. On the contrary. Uchiha Madara was very arrogant, very arrogant. He has no experience in haki, I hope you can take the time to teach them. Roy said. This is his real intention. Roy wanted Uchiha Madara to take the time to teach Yujiro and Beiki, so that the 2 guys can become a little stronger. What a pity. Roy sighed, in the pirate world, they can only practice haki. For example, if you want to gradually condense chakra with Uchiha Madara, you will find that you can't condense chakra at all. This is caused by the will of the world. The pirate world does not allow the practice of other things, only haki. However, with the potential of Hanma Yujiro and Beiki, even if they only practice haki, they will soon become the best of the pirates. They have a high talent for fighting. Very high. Otherwise, Roy would not have said that the two's physical fitness is better than Uchiha Madara. Deep in the palace. In front of Hanma Yujiro and Baki's room. Is this the place? Looking at the house in front of him, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but say. He followed Roy's instructions and came here. He heard that this was where Hanma Yujiro and Hanma Baki lived. Lord Roy actually said that this guy's physical strength is better than mine. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara murmured. He is one of the two gods of Konoha, and his strength is very terrifying. When he was alive, who in the ninja world would not be terrified when hearing the name of Uchiha Madara? So he gradually developed an arrogant character. Although he didn't show it, the arrogance in his bones could not be concealed at all. The only person who could make him be on high alert was Senju Hashirama. Now Roy suddenly said. Hanma Yujiro's physical strength was above his own. He could not accept this, and would never allow anyone to stand above him. Unless he was defeated by absolute strength. Let me see Hanma Yujiro and Baki, who were praised by Lord Roy. Uchiha Madara's eyes were slightly stern. He stepped forward and knocked on the door gently. Bang bang bang. After a while, there was a movement from the other side. Who is it? Then the door opened. A lazy guy came out from inside, with a pair of dead fish eyes. He couldn't raise any spirits at all. Who are you? Hanma Baki looked at Uchiha Madara and asked. I am Uchiha Madara, you are Hanma Yujiro mentioned by Lord Roy, right? Uchiha Madara frowned slightly. To be honest, after seeing Hanma Baki, he did not feel the so-called strong aura. Especially those dead fish eyes, it feels like the whole person is listless, as if he is about to die. Hanma Baki was stunned for a moment. Oh, I'm not. He stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of the house. He's there. This person is not Hanma Yujiro, then it must be Hanma Baki mentioned by Roy. Roy also said that this guy has extraordinary potential. But this lazy look doesn't seem to have anything to do with extraordinary potential. I was instructed by Lord Roy to test your skills. Uchiha Madara said. Lord Roy. Yes. Lord Roy seems to have said that we should become stronger. Then Baki opened the door and was very polite throughout. Please come in. At the same time, Yujiro also felt the breath of Uchiha Madara and walked over here. A hideous smile flashed across his face. The breath of a strong man that I haven't seen for a long time. He was extremely hideous when he smiled. The whole face was completely distorted, and the muscles formed a ghost-like outline. You are Hanma Yujiro. Uchiha Madara's eyes lit up instantly. It was as if he had found a fine gem. At first, he didn't think Yujiro could be that strong, nor did he think what Roy said was true. But everything changed after seeing Yujiro. He was completely different from Hanma Baki. Yujiro was filled with a terrifying aura, which was the peerless pressure that could only be exuded by the ultimate physical training. He just stood there, and the space seemed to be distorted. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time. October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 34, Uchiha Madara is stunned. Chapter 34 Uchiha Madara is stunned. You look very strong. Yujiro's face was twisted, and he stared at Uchiha Madara fiercely. It's not that he has any hostility towards Uchiha Madara, but he feels the pressure from Uchiha Madara that he hasn't felt for a long time. There is no doubt that Uchiha Madara is very strong. Lord Roy said that your body is very strong, and I didn't take it seriously at first. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up. He stared straight at Hanma Yujiro. And the will to fight in his heart could not help but rise. If he only fought Yujiro in close combat, the opponent would definitely be an opponent that should not be underestimated. What about now? Yujiro grinned. The two wills of fighting touched in the air, and the air seemed to boil. The temperature around him continued to rise in the process. Hanma-baki looked at Yujiro, his dead eyes said without sadness or joy, "You started again. But not here. Because you will tear this place down." Indeed. People of their level will definitely tear this place down completely when they fight. It's time to consider this problem. Let's go out and fight. Uchiha Madara said. Okay. Hanma Yujiro did not refuse, but went out with Uchiha Madara. Soon, the two came to an open space. The battle between Uchiha Madara and Hanma Yujiro also attracted a lot of attention. Master Uchiha Madara is going to fight Yujiro. Can that Yujiro be the opponent of Master Uchiha Madara? In their opinion, this is absolutely impossible. Uchiha Madara is so powerful that even Ace is not his opponent. Can Hanma Yujiro do it? Many people are also curious about what Hanma Yujiro looks like because they have never met him. As if he appeared out of thin air. He was wrapped in a mysterious aura. Since he could fight Uchiha Madara, his strength must not be underestimated, so everyone was looking forward to it. In the field, Yujiro Hanma and Uchiha Madara stood face to face. Their auras began to collide. Uchiha Madara was a strong enemy after all, so Yujiro Hanma went all out from the beginning. The aura was surging all over his body. The strong blood and chi made the space seem to be distorted. Exaggerated writing. What an amazing aura, I felt an amazing oppression. That guy gave me the feeling that he was not like a human, but... At this moment, they couldn't help but think of the powerful beasts they had encountered in the past. And Yujiro's aura was even more ferocious than them. Lord Roy is right, this guy is very strong. But even so, I won't lose. Uchiha Madara stared at Yujiro Hanma's eyes, and was obviously very alert. Whoosh! He rushed out suddenly. He approached like a cannonball, and then swung his fist. A powerful and heavy punch. As the punch was thrown, the air seemed to explode as if it could not bear it, which shows the power of this punch. Uchiha Madara knew that Hanma Yujiro was very strong, so he could not slack off. He gave his full strength from the beginning. Facing Uchiha Madara's full strength attack, Hanma Yujiro was very calm. The grim smile on his face became even more intense. He stretched out his fist and touched Uchiha Madara. Boom! The moment the two fists touched, the air vibrated. The huge pressure seemed to squeeze and distort even the space. Then, the two began to wrestle, and neither of them was willing to give in. The attacks continued to collide. And their confrontation was very sharp. The two fists were pressed together. Squeezed by the huge force, there was basically no gap. This guy is so strong. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smack his lips. He felt the crazy pressure from Hanma Yujiro's fist. The endless impact was like the sea, surging. The constant intersection of power and the excitement brought by encountering a strong enemy. It made Hanma Yujiro more and more distorted, and his face looked like the outline of a fierce ghost. The excitement in his eyes reached the extreme with his teeth bared. Boom! The next moment, a terrifying aura burst out from Hanma Yujiro. Uchiha Madara was qualified to let Hanma Yujiro go all out. The state of his full power is to open the ghost back. When the ghost back is fully opened, the terrifying power hidden in it is like a tidal wave, constantly descending. At this moment, Yujiro's face was even more grim. Boom! Uchiha Madara was surprised. He could barely fight with Yujiro Hanma in his normal state. But when Yujiro's power was fully activated, his strength suddenly increased several times, and he could not resist. The huge pressure came like an overwhelming attack. I lost. Uchiha Madara's fear reached its peak. Facing such a trend, he would definitely lose in the contact, and failure was a foregone conclusion. The next second, Uchiha Madara was forced to use haki. Buzz! With the gushing of haki, the strength of Uchiha Madara's fist suddenly increased. Then, the situation in the field also changed. At first, Uchihamadara was at a disadvantage, and with the use of haki, his strength increased sharply. Hey! Yujiro Hanma was shocked. He did not expect Uchihamadara to burst out with such strength. Infinite power suddenly descended. Even though Yujiro Hanma was in the state of full activation of his power, he was also hit by this impact and could not help but fly backwards. I lost. Yujiro was stunned. He was clearly sure to win the battle. Why did such a reversal happen at the last moment? At that moment, the power that emerged from Uchihamadara was extremely terrifying, far exceeding his own. Yujiro was shocked, and so was Uchihamadara. At first, he was disdainful and didn't think that Hanma Yujiro could threaten him. Maybe it was just Roy's words. The purpose was just to let him teach this guy haki practice. However, now it seems that the situation is not the case. The previous battle was a pure physical competition, and it was obvious that Uchihamadara was at a disadvantage. Especially Hanma Yujiro, with his back fully open. The terrifying power was so exaggerated that Uchihamadara couldn't bear it at all, and subconsciously used haki. Although the situation was reversed. But Uchihamadara knew very well in his heart that he lost. Hanma Yujiro was very strong, at least his physical training reached ultimate. Okay. Enough of the small talk, let's get down to business. Uchihamadara walked up to Hanma Yujiro, his expression a little serious. His most important thing was to complete the task that Roy had ordered. I have to say you are quite strong. Uchihamadara spoke. Is this the consolation of the winner to the loser? Hanma Yujiro shook his head slightly. I didn't expect there would be someone like you here, it's really good. He grinned, and was not as discouraged as he had imagined after the failure. Since he lost, he would continue to become stronger. And then win again. This is Hanma Yujiro's realization. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35 Roy's Fury. Chapter 35 Roy's Fury. While Uchihamadara and Hanma Yujiro were fighting, a big thing happened on Roy's side. Lord Roy. All the soldiers stationed in the territory of the Kingdom of Baton were killed. Najizaton knelt in front of Roy and reported the situation. Roy was shocked. I didn't expect so many people to die directly and silently. Najizaton knelt on the ground, not daring to get up, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Lord Roy, it is my subordinates who are not doing their job well, please punish me. Looking at the worry and helplessness in this girl's eyes, Roy fell into silence, thinking about a lot of things in his mind for a while, and finally said, Get up, let's talk about this matter after we find it out. First, we must find out the whole story of this matter. Only by knowing the cause can we prescribe the right medicine. There is no need to look at this situation. It is clear that he is being targeted. If he finds that person, he will never let him go easily. For a moment, Roy's eyes showed a strong murderous aura. He really wanted to kill. Roy had only two weak spots. One was his partner. People like Uchihamadara and Asts belong to this category. If you want to be hostile to Roy, then attack these people. Roy will definitely fight for everything to kill you. And the stability of the kingdom, and those subordinates. They were loyal and dedicated, but in the end they suffered such a tragic result. Roy couldn't accept it. In fact, he wanted every subordinate to be happy and smile. But now they were brutally killed. Maybe Roy has a gentle personality, but he is definitely not a saint. Other things can be vaguely passed. But this kind of issue involving principles is different. Investigate. Must find out. Then, Najizaton conducted a thorough investigation on this matter. She personally went to the scene to investigate and looked for survivors. If someone could survive, things would be simpler. Most of them are dead. Only a few have been infected with the virus and are still struggling to survive, with only their last breath left. In the current situation, they are barely breathing and may die at any time. Once they die, the clues will be completely cut off, so Nichiren is now in a state of panic. Very melancholy. I don't know what to do, this situation is too tricky. It's so miserable. Looking at the people on the hospital bed. Although they have fainted, they are still groaning in pain. Nichiren couldn't help but sigh, with sympathy in her eyes. She is not made of iron, she also has a heart, she also has a liver, she also has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Alas! But what can Nichiren do? She can't do anything except sigh. At this time, because of this matter, all the doctors in the kingdom gathered together. Then they studied day and night to find a solution. Senju Hashirama was also among them. As a medical ninja, he was also very accomplished in medical skills and was considered a relatively strong doctor in the Basta kingdom. Senju Hashirama, have you found anything? A doctor ran to Senju Hashirama and said. Senju Hashirama looked at him in confusion, what did you find? The poison in these guys is exactly the same as the venom released when Quinn invaded. The difference is just a matter of time. In other words, the murderer this time is likely to be Plague Quinn. It is very likely that he did this to avenge Jack. Now that the symptoms are known, it will be easier to deal with them next. 2 days later, the first patient woke up. He thought he was dead, but he didn't expect that after a round of hell, he would come back again. Who is the enemy? Nichiren came to him and asked. As soon as he finished speaking, a trace of fear appeared on the man's face. After seeing that the person next to him was Nichiren, he recovered a little. It was Plague Queen, and Doflamingo. Then, he explained in detail what happened that day. Everyone was staying well in the kingdom of Baden, but they saw a ship coming over the sea. They wanted to report the situation here. But Doflamingo was very fast and killed the liaison directly. The subsequent battle was completely a one-sided massacre. Although they were also very strong. Compared with this powerful pirate, the gap was also obvious. From his fearful attitude, Nichiren vaguely guessed the difficulties at that time. I didn't expect that in addition to Plague Queen, there was also Doflamingo. Nichiren murmured. This person was a little beyond Nichiren's expectations. Jack the Drow, like Quinn and the others, belonged to the Beast's Pirates camp, so it was normal for him to have friction with her. What exactly was going on with Doflamingo? For a while, Nichiren couldn't figure it out. Let's report this matter to Lord Roy first. Nichiren thought to herself. She was too lazy to think about this kind of thing, so she let Roy worry about it. Not long after, she came to the palace to see Roy. Lord Roy, the situation has been investigated clearly. Nichiren knelt on the ground and explained the situation to Roy. Get up. Roy motioned her to get up. Nichiren stopped kneeling and stood up. What's the situation? Roy asked, with a little curiosity in his eyes. Then, Nichiren told him everything. Including the alliance between Plague Quinn and Doflamingo. Doflamingo played an indispensable role in the bloodbath of the garrison in the Kingdom of Baden. Of course. This is not good news for Roy. His eyes were filled with anger, and his chest was about to explode. Under Ultimate's anger, Roy was very calm, and there was no rapid breathing. The surroundings were terribly silent. People who didn't know the situation thought that Roy was not angry. In fact, Roy was already furious now. Doflamingo. Roy took a breath and suppressed his anger. He didn't like to show his emotions in front of others. Even the most loyal generals would never do that, this was a man's pride. Dong dong dong. His fingers tapped lightly on the throne. This action indicated that Roy was thinking at this moment. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the atmosphere around him began to become depressing. After a long time, Roy's fingers stopped moving. Call Chi Tong and the others over. Roy ordered the guards on both sides. Yes. The guards left. You continue to do your work. Roy glanced at Nachshitten and forced a smile on his face. Yes. Nachshitten did not dare to go against Roy's wishes. She stood up and slowly walked out. Reading is fun every day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 36, Assassination Team, Night Raid moves out. Chapter 36 Assassination Team, Night Raid dispatched. After meeting Roy, Akahim went back. Kuroi and Leon were both quite curious and quickly came forward. What did Lord Roy call you to do? Akahim said, he asked us to kill someone. Leon was quite surprised. Kill someone? Kill who? According to her, Roy is not the kind of bloodthirsty person. Under normal circumstances, assassination teams will not be dispatched for night raids. But now they still do so, there must be an unknown reason. Doflamingo. Akahim said slowly. Leon and the others also know about the situation on the pirate side. The name Doflamingo is still very clear. This guy is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. There is no intersection with them. Why does Lord Roy want to kill Doflamingo? Leon was puzzled. However, Akahim's expression was firm. This is not a problem we should consider. We just need to complete the mission. As a killer, we should not think about such tedious things. We just need to complete the mission posted above. Then let's go. Leon smiled, and his eyes gradually became firm. What Akahide said was absolutely right. Why think so much? Since it was a mission assigned by Roy, they only had to complete it. Is there anything to do? Hei Tong stuffed the candy into his mouth. The night raid members were led by the 3 of them. Among them, Akahide was the leader, who was specifically against Roy. There were not many people now, and Roy would specially select suitable talents to join the assassination department in the future. The assassination department is also very important for a country. Let's go. On a small ship, similar to a civilian ship. Akahide looked at the turbulent sea in front of him and murmured, "Target, Dressrosa." The Doflamingo base camp was set there. It's not too far from the kingdom of Basta, and it takes at most half a day's journey. Here is a brief introduction to Akahim's strength. High-level observation haki, armament haki, plus the demon sword Muramasa are very strong. Ordinary people are no match for them. With such strength, even Doflamingo can be killed alone. So there is no need to worry about Akahim's safety. Time passed, and half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Akahim and his party finally landed at the port of Dressrosa. The timeline is now C Circle Calendar 1518. Dressrosa is under the reign of terror of Doflamingo. The country seems to be prosperous and vibrant, and everyone's face seems to be full of smiles. They look very happy. Leon said. She and Akahim are decent people, so their justice value is positive. Kuroheim is different. This is a crazy little loli. She has no sympathy for people or life. That Doflamingo may be a good person. Leon said. The citizens are so happy, how could this king not be a good person? That's not necessarily the case, let's wait and see. Akaji said suddenly. She only believes in the real facts, sometimes the sharp eyes are not necessarily true, and the ears are not necessarily false. Everything requires your own judgment. This question is too profound, Leona doesn't want to continue discussing it with Akaji at all. She looked at Hei Tong and wanted to tease him again. This pair of live treasures really don't know how to stop at any time. It's not good for girls to eat too much sugar. Leona taught like an older sister. And then snatched the snacks from Hei Tong without saying anything. Hei Tong. I was enjoying my food. But this shameless guy snatched the snacks away. Give it back to me. I refuse. Hurry up and give it to me. Hei Tong stood up and stretched out her hand, but her height was indeed a little different from Leon's. She couldn't reach it. She looked silly and cute when she couldn't get it. Beside her, Akahide couldn't stand it anymore and chopped Leon's forehead with a knife. Leon's forehead turned red instantly. "It's not fair, Akahide, you always bully me," Leon said with a wronged look. It was as if she had suffered all the grievances and Akahide was the unforgivable villain. However, the real situation was completely the opposite. You are obviously bullying Haitong, okay?" Akahide spread her hands helplessly. It must be said that Leon's shameless ability is getting better day by day, so let's not continue to argue with her about this issue. Otherwise, she will piss him off sooner or later. Let's find a place to stay first. Doflamingo should not be here yet, let's make arrangements. Whether Doflamingo comes or not, Akahima has already prepared a response. Next, it depends on how the gaffe continues. Then, Akahima and others also settled in Dressrosa for a short time. Collect intelligence and so on. By the way, there are many things waiting for them to do. The three did not act together, but each had a task. Time passed. Akahima and others gradually came into contact with the dark side of this country. Although Dressrosa was well concealed, Akahima and others had rich experience. Soon, through clues, they learned about the dark side here. Is this the real Dressrosa? Akahima's expression was cold, even indifferent. At this moment, endless anger and murderous intent emerged in her eyes. The cradle of crime, the rule of violence. Dressrosa, which seems prosperous on the surface, actually hides such a dirty side. Doflamingo. In order to consolidate his reign of terror, he turned all those who resisted him into dolls. And those who became dolls completely disappeared from everyone's memory, as if they had never appeared. No wonder so many people lost their loved ones. But they still looked unconcerned. So that's how it is. This country has become so corrupt that it can't be more corrupt. And the root of everything is because of that Doflamingo. Where is Leona? Akahim looked at Haitong, who was eating snacks next to her, and asked. Haitong raised his head, staring at Akahim with his obsidian eyes, and then said, "She has been with a girl these days, although I don't know the specific name of that guy." Haitong has never remembered the name of the person who was with Leona. Akahim was a little curious. "Take me to see." "Yeah. Anyway, Haitong is very bored now. Since Akahim wants to go, let's go with her for a while." Then, the two walked towards Leona one after the other, with Haitong leading the way. Soon, the two saw Leona. Next to Leona stood a pink-haired girl wearing a helmet in the style of an ancient Roman soldier, a green cape and golden shoes. "Hey! Hey! Hey!" The girl held a sharp blade and chopped again and again. And turned back to ask Leona, "Is it okay to use force like this? Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 37 Hunting Time, Sickly Black Eyes. Chapter 37 Hunting Time, The Yandere Kurwato. Leon teaches like a teacher, with a serious attitude. "Leon, why are you here?" A familiar voice came from behind. Leon was stunned, and then turned to look. "I found Akahim and Kurwato walking towards this side." "Kurohito, didn't I tell you not to tell Akahim?" Leon stared at Kurwato's cute face. "I think it's necessary to tell Akahim about this." Kurohito's answer was like this. "Akahim is the leader of this operation after all, so if there is any problem, it should not be concealed." "So, who is this guy?" Akahim pointed at the woman behind Leon and said. "There is no way. I can't hide it anymore." Leon decided to tell the whole story. As for the woman behind Leon, everyone knows her. In the Dressrosa plot, King Riku's granddaughter, Rebecca. By chance, she met Leon. Then the two became good friends. Rebecca kept challenging the arena to fulfill her promise to Doflamingo. This touched Leon, so he decided to help her, which led to this scene. So that's how it is. Akahim was helpless. The most important thing hadn't been done yet, but Leon was still making trouble. However, everyone has value, and value needs to be discovered by oneself. Taking this opportunity, without revealing the purpose, we should be able to find out a lot of things. After all, Rebecca is the former princess, so she naturally knows a lot of information in the kingdom. In addition to some suggestions from Cyrus, Akahim has a lot of information in her hands. About a day later, a hunting list was taken by Akahim. There were about 100 people on the list who were sentenced to death. Among them, Doflamingo was at the top of the list. Since we are here, let's do it. With their strength, it would not be difficult to kill all the 100 people on the list. There was an uncontrollable killing intent in Akahim's eyes. Rage. Only blood can calm it. Looking at this list, Hei Tong was not surprised at all. She just asked, "Did Lord Roy allow it?" She was not like Chi Tong, who had a sense of justice. She cared more about Roy's opinion on this matter. If Roy agreed with her, she would do it. If he refused, she would resolutely resist to the end. Lord Roy said to let me do it, but just let us pay attention to safety. Chi Tong said. Without Roy's order, she didn't dare to make a decision on her own. But to be honest, Roy really loves these cotters. Under normal circumstances, he would not refuse the requests of his subordinates. Just like this time, Roy had only one request. That is, Chi Tong and the others are safe. This is more important than anything else. Even if he can't kill Doflamingo, he must ensure their safety. What's more, Chi Tong has been with him for so long, and the feelings between the two sides are already deeply rooted. If something really happens to Chi Tong and the others, Roy's character will definitely go crazy, and no one can help. That's good. Hei Tong breathed a sigh of relief and stuffed a piece of candy into her mouth. Then I will accompany you to do this boring thing. She felt that this sense of justice was very boring. What does it have to do with me if others live or die? I don't know what Akito and Leon think. Anyway, Hei Tong can't resonate with them. She will only be good to a limited number of people. For example, if the guards of the Basta Kingdom angered Hei Tong, the end would definitely be miserable. She has been punished for this. It can only be described in one sentence. Everyone is different. Okay, I have been wanting to do something big for a long time. Leon laughed, clasped his hands together, and his eyes were full of brilliance. 2 days later, Doflamingo went around in circles and finally came to Dressrosa. Under the kneeling of the crowd, he walked towards the palace. If anyone did not kneel, the consequences would be serious. The brothers behind Doflamingo, each holding a gun, specifically looked for these troublemakers. Doflamingo is a celestial dragon. He was born to be high above and enjoy the worship of the masses. In the crowd, Akahim and the others hid in the shadows, watching Doflamingo and his group. Is this Doflamingo? Akahim murmured. To be honest, this Doflamingo was born with a bad face. It makes people uncomfortable. After all, they are assassins, and it is impossible for them to duel in front of the enemy. Then beat the enemy away. This is too stupid. It does not fit the image of Akahim and the others. Assassins should look like assassins. Get ready, we'll act tonight. Akahim looked at Doflamingo and his group, her voice indifferent. During the day, they continued to stroll on the streets, shopping, and so on. It was like they were here for vacation. At night, the sun had completely set, and the sky was pitch black. It was already around 8 o'clock. Are you ready? Akahim looked at Hei Tong and Leon in the shadows and said. Well, now we can let them know how powerful we are. Leon smiled, with unspeakable confidence in her eyes. Then, the three of them went to the Dressrosa palace like ghosts. 50% of the targets to be assassinated were in the palace. They joined Doflamingo, and thus got all kinds of benefits, and their official positions were promoted again and again. However, after today, all of them will become a corpse. Whoosh whoosh. The wind outside was howling, blowing the windows wide open. A noble stepped forward with a puzzled look on his face, stretched out his hand to close the window again, and muttered to himself, "Why is the wind so strong all of a sudden?" She was a little confused. "I don't understand why the weather is so abnormal." When he closed the window, I don't know when, a person stood in front of him. It was a short little loli with a very delicate face. Holding a snack bag in her hand, she was still stuffing snacks into her mouth. To be honest, Hei Tong's appearance is definitely not covered. She is a typical beautiful loli. With that cute expression, she is as cute as she can be, and the most important thing is that she is a foodie. Who can resist a little loli with the attribute of a foodie? "Little sister, what are you doing here suddenly?" He approached greedily. For a moment, he didn't think much about why Hei Tong appeared here. Besides, he is a man, so why should he be afraid of a little loli? What a joke! "I'm here to kill you." Who knew that this harmless little loli would say something horrifying? Swoosh! She was very fast, like a flash of lightning, and only a wisp of afterimage could be seen vaguely. Then, Chi Tong arrived in front of the man. Puff! In his astonished eyes, she cut his neck. Blood gushed out and fell on Hei Tong's face, but she didn't care at all, murmuring, "Who should I kill next? Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38, Kill Doflamingo. Chapter 38 Kill Doflamingo. Dressrosa Palace. Doflamingo sat on the throne, and someone knelt down to report the situation. How could this happen? Doflamingo looked a little surprised. "Are you kidding me? Did I hear it wrong?" The report was about Plague Queen. At the beginning, I didn't go with Queen. Queen went to the Basta Kingdom alone, and he was still aggressive at that time. He also ridiculed Doflamingo for not having courage. Now the latest information has come, and the idiot who ridiculed me is now dead. That's right, Plague Queen is dead. After Jack the Drow, Plague Queen also died in the hands of the Basta Kingdom. If Kaido knows this, he will definitely go berserk, right? Doflamingo frowned. Kaido's furious look involuntarily appeared in his mind, and he felt inexplicably panicked. In the New World, the four emperors are the sky. This is the territory of the four emperors, and even Marine can't control it. 2 big bosses died in the Basta Kingdom in a row. With Kaido's temper, he must be furious. This broke Kaido's arms. If only Jack was killed, there would be room for maneuver. Now that Quinn is dead, the situation will be out of control. Cold sweat slowly seeped from Doflamingo's forehead. To be honest, Doflamingo felt very bad in the face of such a force. It was like a lone boat in a turbulent sea, which was in danger of capsizing at any time. Phew 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 ha 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 ha. Then, Doflamingo laughed crazily. The more dangerous the environment, the more uncontrollable his excitement was. This sea is getting more and more interesting. The times are running wild, and the world is changing. The helpless weaklings can just run away. The next era of heroes is coming. Phew 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 phew. The laughter spread in all directions. But no one dared to look up. They didn't dare to touch Doflamingo's bad luck at this time. Although Doflamingo is not worth mentioning in the next great era, the gap is still too big to deal with ordinary people. This world always respects the strong. After a long time, Minga's laughter slowly stopped. There was a trace of worry between his eyebrows, and his heart was always upset. Let's go down. Yes. Everyone retreated. Now Doflamingo just wants to be alone for a while. Do nothing, empty your body and mind. This is the best time, and the worst time. The strong can do whatever they want, and the weak can only be bullied. Sometimes you will feel pressure in this era. Plague Quinn is strong, right? The bounty is 1.3 billion Baileys, the second of the three big names of Beast's pirates. How prominent is his identity? How terrifying is his strength? In the end, he died in the kingdom of Basta. To be honest, at this moment, Doflamingo didn't know what to say. He often said that the weak are only worthy of submitting to the strong, and they can't even choose how to die. But facing such a force, isn't he also a weak person? Not far away. Akame hid in the shadows. As an excellent killer, she had already been able to completely hide her aura. Even if it was a 4 Emperors level strongman, it would be difficult to find her without careful identification. She hid there, like a long snake spitting out its tongue, ready to launch a life-threatening attack at any time. Killers are such a profession. Not to mention being despicable, their purpose is simple and pure, just to kill people. As long as they can kill people, they will do anything. Whoosh! She was still hiding in the shadows the moment before, and rushed towards Doflamingo the next second. Appeared silently. Hey! But Doflamingo was not an ordinary person. His observation haki was very powerful and could keenly sense the murderous aura that suddenly appeared in the room. Doflamingo was shocked. Murderous intent. He looked at the source of the murderous intent in astonishment. There appeared a woman with black hair and black eyes, tall and absolutely beautiful. The murderous intent that Doflamingo sensed was actually coming from this woman. Hey! Akagi held the imperial sword Murasame and approached with lightning speed. The air burst with a hiss wherever he passed. And the speed of this attack was extremely fast, appearing in front of Doflamingo like a flash of lightning, going straight to his neck. In this attack, Akagi originally wanted to kill Doflamingo directly. But at the critical moment, Doflamingo reacted. In fact, it was normal. After all, he had been through many battles, and this kind of surprise attack was not difficult for him. Bang! The silk thread popped out of his hand, entangled with Akagi's attack like a spider web. But this was a hasty response after all. The demon sword Murasame burst out with terrifying force, pushing Doflamingo and shooting backwards. It hit the stone wall behind hard. Boom! A deep pit was smashed into the stone wall, and Doflamingo was embedded in it. UBD. Feeling the heart-wrenching pain coming from his body, Doflamingo couldn't help but scream in pain. Then he looked at Akahim with resentful eyes. The injuries on his body were all caused by this woman. Who are you? Doflamingo asked. To be honest, Akahim's face was very unfamiliar, and he swore that he had never seen this woman before. He didn't know why she wanted to kill him. From the slash just now, he was sure that Akahim wanted to kill him. But, what was the reason? She wanted to kill him even though they had never met before. Who are you? Faced with such a question, Chi Tong just said indifferently, the one who killed you. Doflamingo was stunned. I didn't expect this kind of reply. But it doesn't matter anymore. Doflamingo looked into Chi Tong's eyes. Those eyes revealed an astonishing murderous aura. The relationship between the two sides has long been a deadlock. Who do you think I am? If you want to kill me, you have to see if you have the ability to do it. Doflamingo grinned, and his eyes became more ferocious. The momentum of the whole body was surging to the extreme, and the fighting spirit was high. The two people's eyes collided, and for a while, it was like a sword drawing. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 39, Killing in the Castle, Chi Tong and Ming Ji. Akahim didn't say much, but quickly approached Doflamingo. There was nothing much to say to Doflamingo, she just had to kill this man. Holding the imperial sword Murasame, she quickly slashed at Doflamingo. There was a sound of explosion in an instant. A ray of sword light that was so powerful that it even distorted the surrounding space. The blade was filled with armament haki, so the attack power was significantly improved. Go! Doflamingo also used his own ability. Countless silk threads were entangled and rushed forward, even forming a cutting force. If it really touched, even if it didn't die, it would be seriously injured. But Akahime's observation haki was very powerful. It was easy to sense the direction of the silk threads, and it was also vaguely possible to judge their attack trajectory. Hide! Akahime slightly moved to the side. The silk thread passed along the chest, and it could be seen that it was about B-end in size. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Although Akahime had a delicate face, her figure was not as good as Leone and the others. The overall feeling is very symmetrical, which is also the image of Akahime. The attack was dodged. Doflamingo was not surprised. If Akahime could not dodge, he would be surprised. This woman gave him a strong feeling. Tell me, who are you? Doflamingo grinned. While communicating with Akahime, he continued to condense silk threads to attack. As a string fruit user, silk threads are his most powerful weapon. Its hardness even exceeds steel. Can't cut it. Akahime was surprised. After several consecutive slashes, she couldn't cut Doflamingo's silk threads. This surprised her a little. She could only say that Doflamingo was too hard. Sorry, I can't answer this question. Akahime responded coldly. Even Doflamingo secretly admired her professionalism. This woman is not simple. He seemed to have guessed something vaguely. Then, Doflamingo's grin became even more fierce. Your assassination plan seems to have failed. You can't beat me if you keep going like this. Although I may not be able to defeat Akahime in a one-on-one fight. But don't forget that Doflamingo also has a partner. This is my home court. You can't beat me alone. Doflamingo seemed to be certain of the outcome. In their territory, with so many people under their command, it is impossible to succeed. What's more, Akahime is alone. Alone. Akahime blocked Doflamingo's attacks several times in a row, and the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. I didn't say I was alone. Did you misunderstand something? As soon as these words came out, Doflamingo broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't help but think of a terrible possibility. Maybe Akahime didn't commit the crime alone, and there was an organization behind him. Doflamingo's eyes were full of bloodshot. At the same time, the palace was ablaze with flames, and it was obvious that there was also a battle going on there. March of the Dead, 8 Houses. Akagi was bathed in blood, like a demon from hell. Anyone killed by her died in a very miserable way. Hei Tong was the most bloodthirsty and ruthless guy among Roy's cotters. In terms of cruelty, he even surpassed Aces. Killing is really interesting. Hei Tong smiled strangely. She was covered in blood, but she stuffed the snacks into her mouth very cutely, and then her face was full of enjoyment. I don't know what she was enjoying. The fun of killing? Or the delicious snacks? No one knows. No one knows what this scary little loli really thinks. Ghosts are rampant around her, and there are 8 figures killing wantonly, which is the ability of Hei Tong's imperial tool. March of the Dead, 8 Directions. Can summon 8 puppets to serve him, and the function is somewhat similar to Gecko Moria. A whole. Doflamingo was anxious, with a raging rage. The strong anger caused his body to tremble uncontrollably, and his eyes under the sunglasses were almost about to spit out fire. At this moment, he no longer had the initial calmness. Although Minga is a tyrant, ruthless, and evil. But he is really good to his subordinates, which is similar to Roy. Looking at Akahime. One is already so tricky, I didn't expect there is another one. Even that guy might be stronger than Akahime. In the original work, Haitong was originally 50-50 with Akame, and even suppressed Akame at one time, which is definitely a very troublesome character. Can't go on like this. We must kill this woman quickly, otherwise the consequences may be unimaginable. The gap between his family and Haitong is too big. This is a completely one-sided massacre. At this time, he is absolutely not allowed to dawdle with Akame here. I'm going to kill you. Die. Doflamingo went berserk, the murderous intent on his body surging out like the sea. The string fruit ability was activated. Countless silk threads swept towards Akame. The air couldn't bear the whistling sound of air explosions along the way. The overwhelming killing intent drowned Akame. But Akame just stood there calmly, holding the sharp blade and swinging it vigorously. The sword light swept across, as if to tear everything apart. All the darkness surrounding him was dispelled. When the sword light and the silk thread touched, sparks flew everywhere, and crackling metal collisions were heard. The silk thread made by Doflamingo's ability. Its hardness had long surpassed that of ordinary metals, so it was not inferior to Akame in the confrontation. The two killed each other violently. The sword light and the silk thread were completely tangled together. The repeated collisions caused the air to collapse, and even a vacuum world was formed around them. Boom boom boom. The battle between Doflamingo and Akahima has reached a white-hot stage. Die. Block. The attackers and defenders kept exchanging blows. Both of them had some scars on their bodies, and the air was filled with the smell of blood, but they didn't care about anything at this time. They looked at each other madly. Hate was intertwined. There was only one belief in their hearts. Kill him. This guy must die. He must not be let go. As the battle progressed, the relationship between the two sides had already reached the point of a life-and-death struggle. The killing intent collided in mid-air. The two wills were madly attacking each other. Go. In the end, Doflamingo was forced to use the awakening power of the string fruit. Akahima's strength forced him to use this power. As we all know, Doflamingo's string fruit has awakened. After awakening, it can turn the surrounding things into strings and be controlled by him. Hand touches the house. The house instantly turns into a string and then shoots towards Akahima. Like countless arrows, they came through the air. Akahima relied on her agile body movements to dodge all of these attacks. As mentioned above, Akahima's observation haki armament haki has all reached high levels. Although not the top level, it is still powerful enough. In a pure haki competition, Akahima is slightly stronger than Doflamingo. But Doflamingo has the power of awakening the string fruit, so the outcome is unpredictable for a while. Dodged all. Doflamingo was stunned. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 40, Minga's Death, Black Pupils Are So Cute. Chapter 40, Minga's Death, Black Eyes Are So Cute. Akagumi is very fast. She dodges Doflamingo's attacks continuously. Puff. 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 Doflamingo manipulates countless silk threads at the same time, chasing after Akumi one after another. Their attacks are also intertwined. Akumi's fighting style is more like an art, with a body as light as a swallow, dodging attacks while counter-attacking. Hey! Sword lights are like rain, all thrown by Doflamingo. Facing the offensive, Doflamingo blocks it with silk threads. As long as he slaps the ground with his hand, the ground turns into silk threads and is controlled by it. This method seems to be an absolute defense. But, this trick also has its shortcomings, right? Akumi is very calm. Any trick has its shortcomings, and there is no absolutely invincible method in this world. As long as you find the right method, all problems will be solved. Hee. Doflamingo smiled grimly. He didn't think that Akahima could find his weakness, and said with murderous intent in his eyes, "Just die honestly, don't resist in vain." To be honest, I hate Akahim's resistance. Why should I resist? Wouldn't it be enough to just die honestly? What a domineering theory, but it fits Doflamingo's character. His smile became more and more ferocious. The face with sunglasses looked like a ghost, and the blue veins could be vaguely seen. FFFFFFFFFFF. It made its unique laugh. Akahim looked at it indifferently. No matter what time, she was unusually calm. Like Leon and the others, they would also be angry and annoyed, but Akahim never showed such emotions. It felt like a machine without emotions. In the original work, Tatsumaya once questioned Akahim, why did she show an indifferent attitude when her companions had obviously left? Only then did I know that Akahim's emotions were suppressed. She is a woman with extremely strong mental quality. Puff. Several consecutive attacks failed. Still not working. Akahim couldn't help asking. I didn't expect Doflamingo's defense to be so perverted. For a while, Akahim didn't know what to do. FFFFFFFFFF. Is there no way? Doflamingo murmured. He controlled the silk thread to attack again, but Akahim dodged it. Try the strongest attack and see if I can break the annoying silk thread. Akahim took a deep breath. She was also annoyed by those silk threads. To be honest, the Devil Fruit Awakening was really annoying. It would be great if they could be cut directly. Akahim was focused, concentrating all her energy on the sword, and armament haki also covered the demon sword Murasame. The demon sword Murasame is now indestructible. Whoosh! The sword light flew out. This is Akahim's strongest attack, the strongest attack power. The brilliant sword light swept out, cutting through the sky, splitting the air in two, and even tearing the space apart. It crushed everything it passed through. The next second, it collided with Doflamingo's thread. The thread trembled. Then it was cut off by the sword light. Doflamingo looked at this scene in astonishment, unable to believe that this was actually true. The thread is broken. He knew very well that the hardness of these threads was definitely far beyond steel. But even so, these threads were still broken and cut off by Akahim. He looked at it in astonishment. You can actually cut them off. If the swordsmanship level is not high, it is impossible to do such a thing. There is no doubt that Akahim's swordsmanship level is very high. Although it is not as good as Hawkeye my hawk, it is also a powerful swordsman. Akahim turned his head and stared at Doflamingo's ferocious face. Next it's your turn, I will bury you with my own hands, Doflamingo. This rampant behavior made Doflamingo laugh. He laughed crazily, but at the same time exuded a murderous aura. Okay, very good. If you can do it, just come on. Boom boom. Another series of crazy attacks. Doflamingo was furious, and his attacks seemed to be more violent than before. But with Akahim's observation haki fully activated, this attack could still be easily avoided. While dodging, he gathered his sword intent. Another sword light that could crush withering and rotten wood gathered and shot towards Doflamingo. Wherever it passed, it was like crushing withering and rotten wood. A storm was set off in the space. Hide. Facing this attack, Doflamingo did not hesitate and dodged decisively. He had to dodge. This attack could hurt him. This move is too slow, you can't succeed. Doflamingo seemed to have already eaten Akahim. This move was indeed very powerful, but it took too long to accumulate, and he was fully capable of dodging it. Therefore, Doflamingo was almost invincible. But, the next moment, Doflamingo was scared to death. He widened his eyes, cold sweat oozed from his forehead, and his whole face became extremely pale. There was no trace of Akahim. It seemed that she had never appeared here, but how could this be possible? No murderous intent? Perception was completely useless. This living person actually disappeared in an instant. Doflamingo's heart was in his throat, and he looked around for Akahim's figure. This situation was not good. The situation was completely beyond his control, and now Doflamingo was in a bad state. Where? Where exactly? Suddenly, a shocking murderous aura burst out from above, and a figure came in an instant and fell from above. Her eyes were cold, without any expression. Holding the demon sword Murasame tightly in her hand, she chopped down with all her strength. A sword light directly penetrated half of Doflamingo's body, and blood splattered. Observation Haki had expected all the details. This knife was a fatal knife. All the preparations made by Akahim before were for this amazing knife. In fact, she succeeded. The reason why the demon sword Murasame is called a demon sword is because there is a curse on this sword. Once touched, death is inevitable. Half of Doflamingo's body was cut open, blood spurted out, and the power of the curse naturally invaded. The curse poison quickly spread along the wound to Doflamingo's body. It is obvious that he will die. Doflamingo's expression was painful. Why? I don't know what he meant by this sentence. Does he want to know why Akahim killed him? Or some other question? Akahim's cheeks were gloomy. She took back the demon sword Murasame and said in a cold voice, "Destroy." Every time she successfully killed an enemy, she would say this sentence, which was similar to a catchphrase. In the current situation, Doflamingo was obviously successfully buried. It turned out that the initial brilliant sword battle was just a cover. It was a means to distract Doflamingo. When he realized that something was wrong, it was too late. The attack from top to bottom suddenly came. The demon sword Murasame cut half of his body. In the distance, Hei Tong threw the head in his hand to the ground. The head rolled like a ball, with eyes wide open, obviously dead. Hei Tong didn't care about this scene at all. With a look of resentment on her face, "Sister, you are too slow. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Were all those guys killed?" "Well, they were too weak, and even kept begging me for mercy. It was so boring, so." Hei Tong smiled cutely with narrowed eyes, and said, "I will cut off their meat piece by piece." Who made me lose interest? Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 41, The World Shocks, Marine Cleansing. Chapter 41 The World Shakes, Marine Cleansing. Where's Leona? Akagi was a little curious. I wonder what's going on with Leona. Although she's not as good as Akai and Kuroi, she's not someone that ordinary characters can deal with. So the two of them weren't too worried about her. Who cares about her? Kuroi snorted, very proudly. Having said that, if Leona is really in danger, this guy will definitely be the first to rush over. I've dealt with it here, too. Akagi murmured. Kuroi stared into Akai's eyes. Is Sister Doflamingo difficult to fight? Akagi told the truth. He's a very powerful person. If you don't pay attention, you might be killed. Kuroi was surprised. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. If I had known, I would have let him deal with him. Kuroi originally wanted to fight Doflamingo, but was stopped. After all, the other party is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. As Kuroi's sister, Akai didn't want her sister to be in such danger, both publicly and privately. Okay, let's go back. Yeah. Hei Tong looked very happy, raised his hands and shouted, "Great, we can finally go back. If he doesn't go back, I'm afraid Lord Roy will be worried." Hei Tong's appearance, which is in sharp contrast to his bloodthirstiness just now, this guy can only show his obedience and cuteness in front of Akito, Leona and the others. Enemy? That's just a tool for Hei Tong to satisfy his bloodthirsty nature. The two returned to their residence and waited for Leona. After a while, Leona appeared in front of them intact. "You're here, Leona." A flash of surprise flashed across Haitong's face, but it was quickly concealed. She didn't want to expose her true feelings in front of Leona. Sundara Haitong is also very cute. Yes, Haitong, do you miss your sister? Leona smiled nonchalantly, reaching out to touch Haitong's hair, and trying to steal Haitong's snacks with the other hand. Swish! A knife chopped fiercely on the table. Leon was so scared that he quickly withdrew his hand. Don't touch Haitong's snacks. Then, as if declaring sovereignty, he brought the snack bag in front of Leon. Look at what's written on it. Leon looked over with curiosity and half-belief, and found that it was written. Haitong's snacks. These 5 words were printed on Haitong's snack bag. Leon. This is too cute, how could you come up with such a naive idea? Akaji held his forehead and looked at the couple speechlessly. Okay, you guys can make trouble when you get back. Now that the mission is completed, we should go back to the kingdom of Basta. Okay. Haitong held up the snack bag, looking cute. If you don't look at the bloodthirsty look just now, it's really cute. The contrast is really big. Okay. They packed their luggage and prepared to leave Dressrosa. And Leon ran to say goodbye to Rebecca, and did not reveal the matter of killing Doflamingo. Just said that the mission was completed and they were going back to the Basta Kingdom. Are you from the Basta Kingdom? Rebecca looked suspicious. She didn't expect that they were from the Basta Kingdom. She had heard about this kingdom some time ago, and she wanted to go and see it, but it was obviously impossible for her. After all, she was a person with a blood feud. Yes, we are from the Basta Kingdom. Come to us if you have a chance. Leon made an invitation. Rebecca nodded vigorously. She also hoped to go to the Basta Kingdom and meet Leon. Yes. Then, Leon and Rebecca waved goodbye. The two separated at this point, and Leon returned to the side of Red Eyes and Black Eyes, ready to leave with them. After packing up, they all boarded the ship. Leon lay on the deck of the ship, but Rebecca's appearance appeared in her mind. I really hope to see you again, Rebecca. After a few days of getting along, she and Rebecca became very good friends. There are still very few friends who can confide in each other. Akame and Kurom are one of them. Rebecca can also be considered a friend of Leon. What are you thinking about? Kurom appeared beside her at some point, looking at Leon with dark eyes. I'm not thinking about anything, but I won't see Rebecca anymore in the future. You can take some time to come and see me, and I'll accompany you then. Kurom said softly. To be honest, Leon was very moved by her words and nodded vigorously. Yet. The ship set sail and gradually sailed towards the distant sea. Doflamingo is dead. When the news came out, the whole Dressrosa fell into a carnival. With the demise of the Mingo group, their missing memories were also completed. Knowing that the most important person to them was once taken away by Mingo, became a toy and suffered torture. And they had always supported such a king, and they regretted it instantly. So that Doflamingo is such a person. This BD. Sure enough, there is no good pirate. When the news of Mingo's death came. Good, he died well. That guy should have died a long time ago, who killed Doflamingo. The people were celebrating. At the naval headquarters, Sengoku also received the news of Doflamingo's death. That Doflamingo is dead. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. With his death, a position in the 7 warlords of the sea will be vacant. Sengoku touched his chin. Who killed Doflamingo? There was no clue at all. For this matter, Marine specially sent people to investigate, but there was no result. Doflamingo died inexplicably. The entire Mingo alliance has been wiped out, and Sengoku was furious when he saw the next piece of information, that guy actually built a smile fruit factory in Dressrosa. With Mingo's fall, this matter could no longer be concealed. This is something that the world government has expressly prohibited. But Doflamingo is still doing it. Akinu snorted coldly, anger rising in his eyes. Sure enough. Pirates are not good people. He hates pirates, and hates them to the extreme. Because of his life experience, he felt sick when he heard the word pirate. In fact, pirates are really disgusting. How many people are like Luffy? Most pirates are extremely vicious, and there are few good people. That Doflamingo is really too much. Aokiji also rarely expressed his opinion. In fact, the three admirals, including Sengoku, all vaguely knew about Mingo's crimes. But they were intimidated by Mingo's identity, not the identity of celestial dragons, but that this guy held the secrets of celestial dragons. It may be about the existence of Yumu, or it may be other news. Celestial dragons forbid Marine to investigate. Find out all the evidence of Doflamingo's crimes. Marine needs to clean up this matter. Holy Land Marie joys. 5 elders also started to discuss because of Minga. I didn't expect that Doflamingo would die. It's good that he died. Our secret must not be leaked. I don't know if Minga has any close friends. In order to keep the secret, 5 elders are also very cautious. Find all the people who are close to Minga, and don't let any of them go. Kill. A big purge must be carried out. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42 Kaido is furious and crashes into the Flower City. Chapter 42 Kaido is furious and crashes into the Flower City. Under the orders of the 5 elders, Marine began the cleansing. At the same time, Marine is also looking for evidence of Doflamingo's crimes over the years. The inhumane experiments are only one aspect, and there is also the oppression of the people. This investigation has indeed found a lot of things. Who killed Doflamingo? Sengoku has been thinking about this matter. The person who can kill Doflamingo must be very powerful. After all, Doflamingo is the 7 warlords of the sea, and the reason why he can become the 7 warlords of the sea is because of his strength. Ordinary people are not qualified to become the 7 warlords of the sea. Overnight, all the forces of Doflamingo disappeared. It can be said to be terrifying. We must find out the organization behind this. Sengoku looked serious. How great it would be if the mystery of this organization could be unveiled. But there is too little information, and this idea is not realistic at all. The world government was shaken by Doflamingo's death. New World. The 4 emperors basically had no reaction to this matter. To be honest, Doflamingo's strength was not worthy of their attention at all. Who were the 4 emperors? Standing at the top of the sea, they stood like emperors in the New World. In their eyes, Doflamingo was just a stronger ant, not worth mentioning. Except Kaido. Wano Kuni, Ghost Island. Upon learning the news of Doflamingo's death and the destruction of the Smile Factory, Kaido burst into tears. Joker, why were you killed? What should I do if you die? Didn't we agree to dominate the world together? Kaido burst into tears, and the whole person was particularly desolate. Everyone had never seen Kaido like this before. For a moment, he was stunned and a little at a loss. Lord Kaido, I am sorry for your loss. A pirate ran to Kaido to comfort him. But Kaido didn't buy his tricks at all, and he started to act without any warning. Picked up his mace. Instantly, an extremely terrifying aura emerged from his whole body. This scene frightened the younger brother silly. He didn't expect Kaido to be like this suddenly. The air was filled with murderous intent. Kaido obviously wanted to kill this guy. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Why did Kaido want to kill him? Facing this difficult tyrant, the answer is actually very simple. Who asked you to get close to Kaido at this time? Don't you know that being with a king is like being with a tiger? He was completely angered by Kaido. Bang! The mace was smashed with all its might. The pirate was directly smashed out, forming a parabola in the air. Boss Kaido! Everyone looked at Kaido in horror. Kaido drank when he was angry. Once he drank, he went crazy without alcohol, and now he started to go crazy again. Bang bang bang! All the people around were angry. Facing the violent attack, they couldn't bear it at all. After a few rounds, no one could stand on the field, most of them were eliminated by Kaido. The rest looked at him in horror. Lord Kaido is crazy again. As for the reason for Kaido's anger, it was also very simple. He and Doflamingo had an agreement long ago. Doflamingo provided Smile Fruit to enhance the force of his beasts pirates. It should have been like this. He and Doflamingo had a friendly relationship and good cooperation. But now Doflamingo is dead, and the Smile Factory has been destroyed. It can be said that Kaido's plan has completely failed. Doflamingo's death has the greatest impact on Kaido. After all, he wants to be the master of the world. To become the master of the world, he must get Doflamingo's support. After all, he has the artificial devil fruit. Now all the plans have failed. Damn it! Damn it! Kaido trembled all over and became more and more out of control. Now his anger is out of control and out of control. The anger in his heart rose, and he wanted to destroy everything he saw, and a strong desire for destruction emerged. Boom! The next moment, Kaido directly transformed into the blue dragon form. The huge blue dragon circled in the sky, and then rushed out all the way. Not far away, Jin looked up in Kaido's direction and frowned. As the only one of the three disasters on the island now, he has to deal with most of the pirate group's affairs. What happened to Lord Kaido? Is the rumor true, Doflamingo is dead? Only this possibility is worth Kaido's madness. The six brothers gathered together in the castle. Now the plot has not started yet, so the members of the six brothers are different. However, Runty, Black Maria, Peggy-wan and others are all in this group. Ah! The dragon roar echoed. Kaido obviously went crazy in Wano Kuni again. Seeing this scene, everyone was silent. Only Runty widened her eyes and said angrily, "Kaido, you idiot! What are you arguing about again?" Peggy-wan was startled and quickly covered Runty's mouth. "Hey, what are you doing? You can't call Kaido by his name. Kaido! You are a fool! Everyone!" She was adopted by Kaido since she was a child, so she has no fear of Kaido. In addition, her personality is like this. She has always been outspoken. In Wano Kuni, only this guy dares to scold Kaido. This sentence can't be said. Peggy-wan's voice is getting smaller and smaller. Anyone who has such a headache sister will feel helpless. This Runty is extremely troublesome in every aspect in Peggy-wan's eyes, and he wishes he would never have anything to do with this guy again. It seems that the rumors are true. Joker is dead. I don't know who did it, anyway, they succeeded in angering Lord Kaido. If he wanted to provoke Kaido, this wish was obviously fulfilled. Kaido was full of anger, and he almost lost his mind. What is this? In the Flower City, Kurozumi Snake, who was enjoying himself in the castle, suddenly saw a huge figure flying in the sky. The blue dragon circled and came with overwhelming power. "Kaido, it's Kaido! What does that BD want to do?" Kurozumi Snake's voice began to tremble. Kaido turned into a dragon, and the infinite pressure made him almost breathless. Some people don't understand what Kaido is doing here at this time. Doesn't he know that the Flower City is his territory? In fact, Kaido didn't take this guy seriously at all. He was just drunk and wanted to find a place to vent. Just saw the flower capital. Saw Kurozumi Snake enjoying herself in the castle. Whoosh! Kaido's speed increased, and he quickly hit Kurozumi Snake. This scared Kurozumi Snake so much that he completely collapsed. "A whole Kaido! What are you doing? Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 43, Red Eyes returns, new characters appear. Chapter 43, Akame returns, new characters appear. Kaido, what do you want to do, UBD? Kurozumi's eyes were full of bloodshot. I didn't expect Kaido to turn into a blue dragon and smash directly at me. There was no sign beforehand. What on earth is going on? Kurozumi's snake collapsed. If Kaido smashed down, he would definitely be miserable. Kurozumi's subordinate, Fukuro Kyuju, the captain of the Onue Ban, also looked at him in amazement. What happened to Lord Kaido? For no reason. Suddenly he turned into a blue dragon and smashed into the flower capital. Although they wanted to resist, the gap between them and Kaido was too big, so they could only watch. Kaido smashed down. Boom! Kurozumi vomited blood and was knocked unconscious in an instant. On the rough sea, Akame's boat was still sailing on the sea. They were resting on the sun loungers, with sunglasses on their faces, and they looked very comfortable. Ah! The newsbird was circling in the sky. It turned around and finally landed in front of Akahima and Haitong. This scene immediately attracted the attention of the two. What kind of bird is this? To be honest, they had never seen a newsbird. It was their first time seeing it, so of course they were a little curious. Lord Akahima, this is a newsbird. Someone on the ship knew it and reminded him immediately. This time they went out to sea not only with Haitong and Leon, but also with several members of the assassination team. But their strength was too weak to be worth mentioning. So that's how it is. Newsbird, but it's quite rare. Both Leon and Akahima were attracted and wanted to study the newsbird carefully. Akahima found the newspaper on the bird and took it off. When he opened it, he was stunned instantly. Akahima, what's wrong? Akahima coughed and said earnestly, it seems that we are also famous. Everyone was very interested in Akahima's suspense. Haitong and Leon rushed forward and snatched the newspaper from Akahima. The headline on the front page was like this: Shishibukai Doflamingo was killed, who is the mysterious organization? It was obvious that they had become a mysterious organization. Ha ha ha, we have become a mysterious organization. There are not many people who can make the Donquixote family disappear overnight. So it's normal for us to have this name. Akahim said with a smile. Although she said this, she couldn't suppress her joy in her heart. Who doesn't want to be famous? I have always seen Aces and others become famous, and I have long been envious. Now we are also celebrities. Kurohime and Leon were much more direct, and the two hugged each other and cheered. Of course, this incident was just a small episode. The voyage of the group continued. They set off from the water and sailed all the way to the kingdom of Basta. From Dressrosa to the kingdom of Basta, the journey is actually not far, only about half a day. But they wanted to go shopping and have fun at the same time, so they were a little late. 2 days later, they barely arrived at the port of the kingdom of Basta. There is a ship ahead, let's see if it is a pirate. The guards used binoculars to carefully observe for a long time, and finally exclaimed, it is Akagi and the others who are back. When they heard that it was Akagi and the others, everyone was excited. Let them go. Lord Roy has been waiting for them for a long time. After all, they were the first to follow Roy, so the two sides have a deep relationship. Soon after Doflamingo's death, Roy received intelligence. Knowing that Akagi and the others had successfully completed the mission. It stands to reason that they should have returned long ago, but they were nowhere to be seen. Roy began to worry. Did they encounter something on the way? Were they ambushed by a terrible enemy? For a while, Roy lost his appetite and was worried. Luckily, they brought Den Den Mushi with them. He quickly called to confirm, and learned that Akagi and the others were indeed not in danger, and Roy's heart fell. But soon, the soldier's voice became stuttering, and his body was trembling faintly. He stared straight at the port. The whole person couldn't help but hold his breath. This scene was very strange, which made the sergeant stunned for a moment, and then a bad thought came into his mind. He quickly turned his head to look. The scene in front of him made him speechless. The ship of Chi-Tong and others was actually suspended in the air. It seemed that there was some terrifying force that lifted their entire ship and suspended it in the air. Then, rumble! A huge sound sounded, and the inexplicable force dissipated like a tide. Then, the ship of Chi-Tong and others lost traction and fell fiercely into the sea. There were huge waves on the sea, as if a tsunami was coming. After all, it was a small boat, not a huge warship, so facing this impact, the keel broke instantly. Once the keel was broken, it was naturally impossible to withstand this huge impact. And the whole ship was instantly broken into pieces. Then Chi-Tong and others, including the people and the boat, sank directly into the deep sea. It was obviously a shipwreck. Chi-Tong and others were still on the boat, but the ship sank. Everyone. Guards. Non-commissioned officer. Everyone's eyes widened, and they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Heads were buzzing. Completely messed up in the wind. Roy had been waiting for Kai-Tong and the others to come back for so long, but the ship was sunk as soon as they arrived. If Roy knew this, he would be furious. Lord Kai-Tong! Lord Hai-Tong! Lord Leon! Everyone was anxious. At first, they were still confused, but they soon reacted and started the rescue plan. I hope Kai-Tong and the others are okay. If they are really in trouble, the consequences will be disastrous. The sergeant's forehead was sweating, and he was a little at a loss. He couldn't help but look at the new character that Roy had just summoned not far away. I wanted to complain a little, but I didn't dare to say a word when the words came to my lips. That BD has a bad temper. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 44, The Proud Tornado. Chapter 44, Arrogant Tornado. With green curly hair and wearing a black slit gown, she looks and has a childlike figure. She is the latest character summoned by Roy. Trembling Tornado. Due to the limitations of the world, she can only exert part of her power and can continue to become stronger to regain her own strength. That's Lady Akame and the others. Tornado, what are you doing? The sergeant roared at Tornado. His eyes were full of bloodshot. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. Akame and the others had just returned, but they were sunk into the sea by Tornado. It caused a huge storm. Facing the questioning of everyone, Tornado was also embarrassed. Just now, she heard everyone talking about pirates, and she acted without thinking. Now it seems that she has made trouble. The other party is her companion? Let's not talk about this first. As a proud tornado, how could she admit her mistakes? She immediately raised her head high. Revealing her snow-white neck, Tornado snorted with a haughty look, "It's all Ace's fault. He asked me to guard the port." She lightly pushed the responsibility to Ace. She was indeed arranged by Ace to guard here. But, what does this have to do with Ace? It was you who threw Akadu and the others into the sea. Now Tornado obviously doesn't care about these things. Humph! She snorted, and then she floated in the air and left. This way of leaving was more like running away. Tornado knew that she was in the wrong and didn't want to stay here any longer. This guy. Everyone was quite helpless. Tornado was sometimes arrogant and willful, and they had no choice. They could only let her go. After all, they couldn't beat this BD. Let's not talk about this. After Akadu and the others fell into the water, the guards started the emergency plan. They were so busy that they didn't know how to rescue them. Akahim, Haitong, and Leon surfaced. What happened? Akahim was shocked. When they came back happily, the boat suddenly floated in the air strangely. It was like being lifted up by a strange force, and then smashed hard on the sea. Fortunately, he and Haitong knew how to swim, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. Great, you are okay, Master Akahim. Akahim was soaking wet, and it was simply a wet temptation. Sister, what happened? I don't know either. Leon kept complaining. Because the new clothes bought at Dressrosa were all soaked. Akahim stared at the guard in front of him and said, "What happened just now?" The guard was embarrassed. What should he do in this situation? He was at a loss for a while. Under the questioning of Akahim and others, he finally gritted his teeth and told the whole story. What? Why? When he learned that Tornado had done something wrong, he just snorted coldly and then walked away. Leon couldn't bear it anymore. She was originally a hot-tempered person. It doesn't matter if the clothes I just bought are soaked. Just came back and the boat was thrown into the sea, this kind of thing can also be ignored. But you did such an excessive thing, and you walked away without saying a word. Isn't it too much? Tornado of Trembling. Leon silently remembered the name. Akagi looked at her wet clothes helplessly. It was obviously not suitable to wear this to meet Roy. Then change clothes first. Let's go. Akagi's voice was cold. Yet. The three of them lived together. Akagi and Haitong were sisters, so they lived in the same house. One house, two different rooms. After changing several sets of clothes, Akagi felt that they were not suitable and was at a loss. Since she was meeting Roy, she naturally had to show her best side. Expecting Roy to pay attention to her expression. Thinking of this, a blush appeared on her face. Squeak! The door opened. Haitong showed half of his head and urged, "Sister, hurry up, Leona is waiting anxiously." Akagi was surprised, "Leona is here. I didn't expect Leona to be so fast. She had packed up before I had anything to do." Akagi didn't delay anything and quickly sped up. A black and red robe highlighted Akagi's slightly cold temperament. To be honest, this completely conforms to Akagi's aesthetics. Anyway, she likes it in her heart. This is it. Akagi walked out of the door contentedly, but who knew that Leona would complain, so old-fashioned. Haitong also looked disgusted. Akagi was embarrassed. Did she have such bad taste? She wanted to go back to her room to change clothes, but was stopped by the two. Haitong and Leona shouted almost in unison. "Sister, Akagi, don't go." In the end, Akagi didn't go, so she met Roy in this dress. It's not ugly actually. It's mainly because Leona and Haitong are cunning and always want to tease Akagi, which led to the scene just now. Roy got the news that Akagi and the others had returned early. Very happy. As long as they are not in danger, he has nothing to worry about. Gather all the other cotters. Yes. After a while, all the cotters of the Basta Kingdom were gathered, including Uchihamadara, Tornado, Senju Hashirama, Ace and others. Tornado was too arrogant, so basically no one was willing to stand with her. Humph! She snorted, with an expression of indifference on her face. In fact, she was very eager for someone to come and say a few words to her. She didn't feel so isolated and helpless. This was a tangled and extremely arrogant guy. Although he was eager to contact people in his heart, he acted as if he was keeping people at a distance. The whole face seemed to say, "I am an iceberg, strangers are not allowed to disturb me." These words. It was Nichitan who had the highest emotional intelligence and took the initiative to talk to Tornado. "Is your name Tornado?" Tornado was excited, and finally someone came to talk to her. But on the surface, she kept people at a distance, holding her chin high. "Yes, I am Tornado." The arrogant look made people frown. This guy is really a stranger who stays away from strangers. It's better not to approach him. Nishiden was watching with a smile. She had seen through Tornado a long time ago. This guy might not be as strong as he looks. As expected. Tornado opened one eye and peeked at Nishiden's reaction. He found that she was still looking at him. Tornado raised her neck higher, but the blush on her cheeks seemed to be deeper. Tornado. Roy looked at Tornado, who raised her head like a swan and resisted the urge to laugh. To be honest, Tornado like this is quite cute. What's wrong, Lord Roy? Although the state has recovered a little, Tornado is still strong with a light blush, like a ripe apple. It makes people want to take a bite. You accidentally knocked Akame and the others into the sea, you have to apologize later. Why? As the arrogant Lord Tornado. How can he easily bow down and apologize? But facing Roy's unquestionable eyes, she pouted and finally agreed reluctantly. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45, Chi Tong, I Just Want a Hug. Chapter 45 Akahima, I Just Want a Hug. Although she was not very willing in her heart, Roy was watching after all. Under pressure, Tornado could only agree to this unequal treaty. In her opinion, this seemed to be an unequal treaty, and she was wronged, completely forgetting that Akahima and her friends were the most wronged. On the other side, Akahima and her 3 friends walked over here. Lord Akahima. Seeing Akahima, the guards all greeted her in a friendly manner. Akahima usually has a good personality and gets along well with the guards. Hurry up and go in, Lord Roy has been waiting for you for a long time. Yet. Akahima nodded, and took Leona and Kurohima to speed up the pace a little. Soon they arrived in front of Roy and saw the cotters gathered in front of Roy. Uchihamadara, Asts. Hey, there is another person I don't know. With green curly hair, she looks a little arrogant. After all, she raised her head high, really looking down on people. This should be the Tornado the guards mentioned. Akahim murmured. The first time I saw this woman, I felt her overwhelming arrogance. Even more exaggerated than Asts. After reporting the situation to Roy, Akahim and others stared at Tornado. Akahim was just curious and didn't take what happened just now to heart. Leona and Haitong didn't think so. They are super vengeful. Haitong took out the snacks and stuffed them into his mouth, looking at Leona. That guy should be Tornado, right? Yet. The two of them looked at each other unkindly, and there was a hint of tension. Ahem. Roy coughed and looked at Tornado, indicating that it was your turn to appear next. Although Tornado was very reluctant, she still walked in front of Akahim. Sorry. Although it was an apology, the attitude was somewhat arrogant. It was a little quiet around her, and she opened one eye and peeked secretly. Are you apologizing? Who would apologize in this manner? Leon was furious. I don't understand what this guy is doing. If he's apologizing, can't he be more sincere? Who can accept this attitude? But Leon's words didn't work on Tornado. She raised her head higher and threw it to the side fiercely. Humph. That proud look made Leon want to slap her. UBD. Leon was so angry that it made people sigh that it was different when the scale reached E level. Tornado, lower your attitude and don't speak so loudly. Roy held his forehead with both hands. The reason why the current situation was created was only one aspect of Tornado's arrogance. There was another reason. This guy didn't know how to apologize at all. I thought that just saying sorry would be enough. But the attitude when apologizing is the most important, otherwise others will think you are provoking. Hearing this, Tornado's cheeks were flushed again, a little redder than before. Thump, thump, thump. My heart seemed to be about to jump out of my chest. Although my neck was still raised high, my tone was obviously lowered. "I'm sorry." She said she wanted to resolve the conflict between Akahim and Tornado, but Akahim was actually not angry with Tornado at all. On the contrary, she thought Tornado was very cute. That Tornado was terrible. Leon approached Akahim and complained. She did such an excessive thing, but she didn't show any expression, and her apology was not very sincere. "Kuriko thinks she's okay." Kuriko answered while eating snacks. She didn't hate Tornado because of this. At present, the few cotters who don't hate Tornado are probably Akahim, Kurohime, and Nichitan. Tornado's matter is just a small episode. The most important thing next is Akahim and the others' celebration party. They can't go home until they are drunk tonight. Roy thought with great anticipation. "I haven't had a drink for a long time. I can make an exception tonight and enjoy it." The cotters left one after another, leaving only Akahim to report to Roy. During this period of time, many stories have indeed happened while lurking in Dressrosa. When he came into contact with the real darkness in Dressrosa, even Roy felt his scalp tingling. The darkness introduced in the original book is only part of it. It is not an exaggeration to call the kingdom under Doflamingo's rule hell. Hell. It is indeed suitable for this name. Akahim murmured. Compared with Dressrosa, the Basta Kingdom is the real paradise. All this is thanks to Roy. And it is worth their lives to protect. "Tell me, what reward do you want after completing this task?" Roy smiled at Akahim. Before the action, he said something similar to Akahim. As long as the conditions permit, he can promise her as a reward. It is time to fulfill this promise. He is not a stingy person. If it is gold, silver, treasures, power, etc., he will definitely give it to Akahim. Chi Tong shook her head. "I don't want it." "Why not?" Roy was puzzled, not understanding why he should give up when he had a promise in hand. If it were him, he would never miss such a good opportunity. Chi Tong met Roy's sight. Her big eyes were watery and full of determination. "This is what I should do. As long as I can be used by Lord Roy, I will be satisfied." She wanted to be the knife in Roy's hand, to cut through the thorns for Roy and clear all the obstacles in front of her. This white-skinned, beautiful, cold, and calm female killer has given her whole body and mind to Roy. This is not contradictory. Whether you should do it or not is your business, and giving you a reward is my business. Staring at those bright eyes, the pupils seemed to be as bright and beautiful as red crystal stones. "If it's possible." Roy was surprised, and when he was curious about what reward the cold Chi Tong would want, Chi Tong spoke. "When you hugged Leona and Kuroi. I'm so envious." When she said this, Akito's cheeks were as red as water, as if water was about to seep out of them. Her little heart was beating wildly. She couldn't control herself. "Actually, I also want to be hugged by Lord Roy." Akito stood there feeling uncomfortable, her cheeks burning. When she said the last sentence, her heartbeat was more than 5 times faster. She finally said it. This sentence has been suppressed in her heart for a long time, and she has never dared to say it. But the more this happened, the clearer the shadow of Roy in her heart became, and she also wanted to fight for herself a little. She turned away with a blushing face. At this moment, Akito didn't dare to look directly into Roy's eyes, otherwise she would be at a loss. This. Roy's mouth was dry. After all the calculations, she didn't expect Akito to make such a request. How should this reward be given? A single man and a single woman were in the same room, and the atmosphere was a little charming. Who? Akito's breathing became heavier, and her cheeks were as red as the sunset glow in the sky. Dong, dong, dong. There was a crisp sound of footsteps, and Akit slowly approached Roy, and the distance between the two sides was getting closer. The rapid breathing sound was also clearly heard. I just couldn't tell whether it was Roy's breathing or Akit's. There's no need to say much about Akate's appearance. This guy is the type that will cause exclamations wherever he goes. Both his appearance and figure are very delicate and well proportioned. Such a peerless beauty actually asked for a hug. Lord Roy, will you agree? Akate's whisper came from my ear. The ruby-like eyes exude a watery tenderness. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 46, Tornado joins the Assassination Division. Chapter 46, Tornado joins the Assassination Division. When Akahide walked out of the room, her face was still red. The blush did not dissipate until she reached her room. Hei Tong was a little suspicious, pointed at Akahide's red cheeks, and asked, "Why is your face so red?" Akahide was stunned and touched her cheeks. "Really?" Hei Tong nodded seriously. "Like a monkey's butt." As we all know, monkeys' butts are also red, but it's a bit bad to describe someone else's face. Akahide was decisively angry. "You dead girl, you're asking for a beating." Rolling up his sleeves, he slapped Hei Tong's butt hard. Snap! This butt was still shaking when he was hit. Don't think that Hei Tong looks like a little loli, all her emotional flesh has grown to this indescribable place. "It hurts, it hurts. Sister, you are so bad, I will never talk to you again." Hei Tong turned his head away and vowed never to talk to his BD sister again. "Ignore her this week. Ignore her today." Leon knocked on the door and signaled Hei Tong and Chi Tong to go out together. "What are you doing?" Hei Tong looked suspicious. "Lord Roy has arranged another person to come to our assassination department. Let's meet first." Leon said the intention. Hei Tong pouted and said nothing. "What are you doing? Hurry up and call Chi Tong out. I'll wait for you at the door." After saying this, Leon went out on his own. Hei Tong was left with an awkward situation. "I just swore that I would not say a word to Chi Tong today, but this happened. There was nothing I could do about it. Who said it was Lord Roy's order?" Hei Tong kept persuading himself in his mind, then took a deep breath and walked in front of Chi Tong. "Sister, Lord Roy asked us to go over and said that he would arrange someone to join the assassination department." "Who?" Chi Tong raised his eyebrows, obviously curious about the candidate. "I don't know either. I'll know when I go there." Hei Tong explained the matter clearly in a few short sentences. Akahim hurriedly changed her clothes, preparing to meet Roy again. Which clothes should she change into? Akahim was in a dilemma again. After a while, she brought Black-Eyed Leona and the others to the assassination division. Roy and a green-haired girl stood there waiting. The trembling tornado. As the saying goes, enemies are particularly jealous when they meet. Leona and Tornado quarreled again. "Why are you here? Do you think I want to be here?" Tornado snorted. "This guy is also a powder keg, and he gets angry at any time. When he gets excited, this irritable girl is ready to take action immediately." The surging superpowers surged instantly, and a dull sound came from the surrounding space. Tornado with disheveled hair was suspended in the air. The power contained in this little loli is earth-shaking. No one is allowed to take action here. Roy released a breath and immediately suppressed Tornado. Her superpowers were also sealed and could not be used for a short time. Roy not only inherited Tornado's superpowers. A thought can also seal Tornado's full strength, truly controlling life and death with a single thought. Humph! Tornado curled her lips, unwilling to accept it. "I'll punish you by not using your abilities for a week, so you guys should get along well in this week." After saying this, Roy turned and left. He used his abilities to seal Tornado's superpowers for a week, and during this week, she couldn't even beat the most ordinary soldiers. After all, Tornado's strength lies in her superpowers. Without superpowers, she would be completely useless. Roy also thought for a long time, and wanted Tornado to truly integrate with Kaitong and the others, and this method was the only way to do it. "Welcome, Tornado, we will be partners in the future." Kaitong took the initiative to extend her hand with a warm smile on her face. "I welcome you too, my name is Hei Tong." Hei Tong also expressed his goodwill to Tornado. Tornado was instantly moved, as she had always been isolated by other cotters. No one was willing to communicate with Tornado. Not only cotters, but even in the eyes of some soldiers, Tornado was a difficult person to get along with. When other officers were loved and respected by the soldiers, but she was ignored. Tornado felt so wronged. She actually wanted to get along well with everyone, but she had flaws in her heart. "There's nothing I can do about it." She closed her eyes tightly, and her cheeks turned even redder. She secretly opened one eye and peeked at everyone's reactions. Tornado has flaws in her personality. It is said that she was imprisoned in a mysterious organization when she was a child. This also made it difficult for her to trust others, and then she used arrogance to cover up her fear. Black Eyes and Red Eyes both laughed, and their impression of Tornado changed. Only Leon was still angry with Tornado. The evening banquet was held as scheduled. Grand singing and dancing resounded in the venue. A band was specially invited for this event. They are also considered to be a relatively famous band in the pirate world. The atmosphere was exciting and happy. It has been a long time since the kingdom has been so lively. "Come, drink. Drink, drink, drink. Lord Roy, I offer you a glass." Clinking glasses, toasting cups. Senju Hashirama and Genos toasted cups. Uchi Hamadara and Hanma Yujiro were arm in arm. "Leon, UBD, why did you grab the food in my bowl?" Tornado glared at Leon angrily. Leon was probably drunk, completely forgetting the grudge between her and Tornado, and patted her shoulder. "What's the big deal? Don't be so stingy, okay? Everything is so warm. P.S. Why is it so annoying? I still need to revise it. Expand the word count here, otherwise it won't be released." "Why is it so annoying? I still need to revise it. Expand the word count here, otherwise it won't be released." "Why is it so annoying? I still need to revise it. Expand the word count here, otherwise it won't be released." "Why is it so annoying? I still need to revise it. Expand the word count here, otherwise it won't be released." "Why is it so annoying? I still need to revise it. Expand the word count here, otherwise it won't be released." "Why is it so annoying? I still need to revise it. Please increase the word count here, otherwise it won't be released." "Why is it so annoying? I still need to revise it. Please increase the word count here, otherwise it won't be released." "Why is it so annoying? I still need to revise it. Please increase the word count here, otherwise it won't be released." Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 47, Garp appears. Chapter 47 Garp's appearance. Grand Line, Marine Ford. The Marines were bored and used binoculars to search the nearby seas. I think this is totally unnecessary. After all, this is Marine Ford. How could any pirate dare to approach? The naval headquarters is stationed here. Even if the pirates had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to approach this sea area. Are the New World 4 emperors awesome? Under normal circumstances, they would not come to Marine Ford. Just then, they found a warship coming here. The warship had a dog head logo, and any marine with a little experience knew what kind of big shot was entrenched in this warship. Vice Admiral Garp is here. Garp is now in semi-retirement. But even so, his prestige in Marine is still very high. Everyone couldn't help but get excited when they heard the name Garp. Some Marines who had just joined the team were so excited that their voices trembled. Vice Admiral Garp. Is it the Marine hero Garp? Who else could it be but him? Hearing this, the man could no longer suppress the excitement in his eyes. Marine hero Garp is definitely his idol, and it is precisely because of Garp's existence that he chose to join Marine. Garp's deeds are needless to say. More than 30 years ago, he ended the cancer of the sea. Rocks pirate. He became famous all over the world. Although there are secrets that they don't know, Garp's contribution to Marine is definitely not small. After that, it was unstoppable. He forced the pirate king Gold Roger into a desperate situation many times, and also captured one of the 3 legendary pirates. Golden Lion. All these deeds are legendary. As for Roger's name, ordinary Marines only know that this guy is called Gold Roger, and the secret of the D family has long been hidden by celestial dragons. In fact, there are more than just Garp on the warship. As a little fan of Garp, Aokiji is lying on a chair basking in the sun at this time, wearing sunglasses on his face. He can even drink juice when he is thirsty, and his life is so leisurely. Garp is rubbing his hands, with some excitement on his face. Are you serious? Is the Basta Kingdom really that strong? Aokiji lazily lay on the chair. We have been in Marine for so long, but we still don't know the background of the Basta Kingdom. I can only say, very strong. This is the evaluation given by Aokiji. Although he is reluctant to admit it, there are indeed several people in the Basta Kingdom who he can't beat at all. A stay is enough to give him a headache. As a result, there are several people who are stronger than A stay. How to beat them? The 5 elders and others have held several meetings for the Basta Kingdom. And the final conclusion is not to provoke them easily. Once such a monster is angered, the consequences will be disastrous. Garp asked. How do you think I compare with them? Then he looked forward to Aokiji's reaction. Wanting to hear Aokiji say, of course you are more powerful, this kind of words, so as to satisfy his vanity. As a result, Aokiji kept saying shocking things. To be honest, you are no match for them. This instantly made Garp furious. Aokiji brat. What nonsense are you talking about? He was just a vice admiral, but he actually called Aokiji brat. If someone who didn't know the truth was here, they would definitely be scared to death. But it was normal for Garp to call Aokiji brat. With Garp's qualifications, strength, and connections in the Marine, he was much better than Aokiji in every aspect. I'm telling the truth. Aokiji lazily lifted his eye mask. Although Garp was furious, he was not afraid at all, because Garp was not really angry at this time. Interesting, I will go to the kingdom of Basta later. Aokiji, you have seen it clearly. Garp laughed loudly, but there was a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Since Roger's death, he has rarely encountered a decent opponent, and now he has a strong interest in the kingdom of Basta. Soon, they arrived at the port of Marine Ford. The Marines were ready and had been waiting for Garp for a long time. Vice Admiral Garp, Aokiji Admiral. Yes. Garp looked at them and nodded slightly. Although he is Vice Admiral, the title should be ranked before Aokiji, which shows Garp's status in the Marine. Is this Vice Admiral Garp? What a strong momentum, worthy of being a Marine hero. The Marines were impressed by Garp's momentum, and their eyes showed admiration. It was like a fan seeing his idol. Let's go. Garp said nothing more and took Aokiji to the naval headquarters. Marine Admiral Aokiji followed Garp like a follower. Everyone was shocked. It felt like Admiral Aokiji became a lackey in a moment compared to Garp. Admiral's office. Sengoku was still dealing with various issues related to the Shishibukai system. The fall of Doflamingo involved a lot of things, and during this period, Sengoku had been busy helping Akahim and the others clean up their messes. Garp is here. As soon as he heard that Garp was here, Sengoku stopped. When old friends met, of course, they would exchange pleasantries, and then Sengoku would try to win over Garp to help him do things. I refuse. Garp refused very straightforwardly. Laozi finally semi-retired, and he still wanted to do things on his own. What a joke. Ahem. Sengoku choked. After the communication, we learned that Garp actually wanted to go to the Basta Kingdom and have a fight with Roy and the others. This matter is of great importance, and Sengoku must remind. It is very important for us to communicate with the Basta Kingdom now, and you must not cause them dissatisfaction. Don't worry, I'm not going to cause trouble. Garp waved his hand. Do you think I look like a troublemaker? Then Sengoku looked at him for a long time and concluded that this guy is a restless person. His thick eyebrows and big eyes are indescribably fierce. Hey! You guy, do you believe I will beat you up? In just a few seconds, Garp, this BD, showed his true colors again. However, during this period, the world government does want to investigate the Basta Kingdom, and this task can be given to Garp. Sengoku touched his chin. Garp can't go alone, I'm a little worried. Finally, it was decided to send Admiral Backup Momuzagi to go with Garp, so that they can take care of each other. Momuzagi is the younger sister of Grandma Crane. Moreover, he is a candidate for Admiral at such a young age. He is qualified for the job in terms of qualifications and ability. Bobo Bobo. Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi and decisively called Momuzagi. Garp started to quarrel again. Hey! Sengoku, don't you believe me? I can complete the task by myself. Bah, who wants to help you do this? Garp's loud voice almost deafened people. Really? Aokiji picked his ears and kept a distance from Garp. Anyway, with Garp yelling here, the serious place of the Admiral's office instantly changed. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 48, is the Rinnegan going to reappear? Chapter 48 Rinnegan is going to reappear? Sengoku rubbed his forehead and ignored Garp's roar. Having worked with Garp for so many years, he has already understood his character. Decisively turned these complaints into wind in his ears. Aokiji Akainu Kizaru Sengoku, collectively ignored Garp, and soon this guy shut up in boredom. Call me when you're ready. Garp waved his hand and left aggressively. I have to say that old man Garp has definitely mastered the temperament. As soon as Garp left, everyone felt relieved. That BD, he is so noisy every time he comes. Akainu took a puff of his cigar and complained. He was unhappy with Garp, but the other party was a Marine hero after all, so it was hard to say anything. Marine Admiral wanted to fight Garp, but he was still a little short of the heat. Sengoku didn't have time to pay attention to him. He was busy calling Momuzagi, signaling her to come back quickly. At this time, Momuzagi was leading Marine on patrol at sea, and then she received a call from Sengoku. What's the reason? After hanging up the phone bug, Momuzagi looked suspicious. She has a great figure. Even wearing a Marine uniform, she can't hide her charm. A pair of long legs as slender as jade, and a spider tattoo on the base of the legs. Next to her, the dog Shitun was trying to show his courtesy. Jun, I like you, be my girlfriend. Holding the rose in his palm, like a prince offering flowers to Cinderella, Shitun has grasped the vulgar temperament to the point of death. Momuzagi was indifferent and took the rose from Shitun. Roses represent the steadfastness of love. Once she took the rose, did it mean that Momuzagi had accepted her confession? Shitun was overjoyed. Thinking that hard work paid off, and her own spring had finally come. The next second, the rose was thrown into the sea by Momuzagi, and the petals fluttered and finally scattered into the sea. I refuse. The voice came out in a crisp voice, without any room for turning back. This was the 83rd time that Shitun was rejected. But Shitun was obviously very experienced. After being rejected, he was still not discouraged and vowed to promote the identity of a dog to the end. What's the matter? Jun. Seeing Momozagi's suspicion, Shitun couldn't help asking. Sengoku asked us to go back. Neither of them knew what Sengoku was thinking, but as long as they arrived at the naval headquarters, they would naturally know these problems. Turn around and go back to the naval headquarters. Understood. The group hurriedly returned to the ship and headed for the naval headquarters. After about half an hour, they finally arrived. Sengoku had been waiting for them for a long time. When he saw Momozagi and the others coming, he quickly told them the details. "Let me go to the kingdom of Basta." Momozagi was stunned. As a Marine Vice Admiral, she certainly knows about the Basta kingdom. She is also curious about this mysterious country, and now she can finally see its true face. "Vice Admiral Garp will go with you, and we can take care of each other." "Little Garp?" Momozagi nodded. Because of Granny Crane, Momozagi can directly call Garp Little Garp. And Garp dare not get angry. After all, Granny Crane has a bad temper, you can't afford to offend her. "I'll go with you too." As a licking dog, how can Shitun not come to join in the fun at this time? Little did he know that this time Shitun went to the Basta kingdom just to draw a clear line with this guy. Being harassed again and again, even the most beautiful woman with a good temper would be annoyed. "I refuse." Finally, the candidates were determined. Garp, Aokiji, and Momozagi went to the Basta kingdom together. In addition, Momozagi and the others had another task, which was to try to find out the details of the Basta kingdom. How to say it? Marine also does not allow this time bomb to exist. This threat is too great. If necessary, they still hope to destroy the Basta kingdom directly. However, the current Basta kingdom is full of fog. I don't know how many strong people are entrenched. In this environment, even if Marine can win in the end, it will pay a great price. Marine can't afford this price. The 5 elders have been studying this problem for some time. How can we completely solve the problem of the Basta kingdom? In fact, it is very simple to solve this problem, that is, to completely destroy the Basta kingdom. But does Marine have the strength to do so? Obviously not. So, on the surface, they established diplomatic relations with the Basta kingdom and had a harmonious relationship with each other. New World, Basta kingdom. Roy and others obviously didn't know that Garp and others would come to visit in a while. During this period of time, the relationship between Tornado and Akahim has been warming up. Obviously, they have been completely integrated. It's good. Roy smiled. He was very satisfied with this result. As a king, of course he hopes that his subordinates will unite and help each other, rather than fight among themselves. At first, Tornado could not use her ability, which was Roy's punishment for her. When she could use her superpowers, Akame and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Tornado to be so strong. After all, Tornado is the second S level in One Punch Man. Don't look at the little Loli's figure, she actually contains extremely terrifying power. Her superpowers are at the level of destroying the world. If she uses her full power, she can even crush countless meteorites into powder, which can be said to be very exaggerated. It is obviously a very terrifying killing move. But Leona and Kurom used it as a tool for fun. They flew around in the sky riding Tornado's superpowers. Roy. This is quite speechless. Call Uchihamadara over. Roy looked around and ordered people to call Uchihamadara over. After a while, Uchihamadara was brought in. This time, he called Uchihamadara because there was actually something important. Yesterday he suddenly thought that the condition for Uchihamadara Rinnegan to be activated seemed to be due to the fusion of Senju Hashirama's cells. Senju Hashirama is of Ashura's bloodline. Indra fused with Ashura, causing Uchihamadara to finally open his eyes and activate Rinnegan. Using the same method, will Uchihamadara awaken Rinnegan? Thinking of this, Roy couldn't help but get excited. Thinking carefully, this possibility is still very high. Is the legendary Rin Egan going to reappear in the pirate world through his own hands? P.S. It's really speechless. After the modification, the number of words is still the same. I'm drunk. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 49, Yujiro and his son go out to sea. Chapter 49 Yujiro and his son go out to sea. Lord Roy. Uchi Hamadara looked at the man in front of him. Curious, Roy called him for a purpose, and he couldn't guess it for a while. Here. Roy handed something over. Uchi Hamadara was a little suspicious and asked, Lord Roy. What is this? Just fuse it. Roy didn't bother to explain the extra things. It's obviously not good to just say Senju Hashirama's cells. After all, with the relationship between Uchi Hamadara and Senju Hashirama, he would definitely not choose to fuse Hashirama cells. This is not what Roy wants to see. Yes, sir. Uchi Hamadara agreed quickly. He left with the Senju Hashirama cells, and did not choose to fuse on the spot. Fusion also requires a process. It's not that the Rin Egan is activated immediately after fusion. Looking at Uchi Hamadara's back, Roy was a little expectant. After awakening the Rin Egan, what will Madara's strength be? There is no doubt that it will be much stronger than it is now. Uchi Hamadara returned to his room and opened the box Roy sent. What on earth is this? With a suspicious mood, he slowly fused the Hashirama cells. After all, it was Roy's order, and he had to obey. There was no problem after swallowing the Hashirama cells, and it was no different from usual. Forget it. After feeling it for a long time, he didn't think there was anything strange. Uchi Hamadara didn't dwell on this issue. Go out. Find Baki and Hanma Yujiro's room. Uchi Hamadara wants to find these two guys again for a physical duel. And Baki and Hanma Yujiro are also fighting at this time. Buzz. The two people's breath surged, colliding like seawater. Hanma Yujiro's muscles were tied up, and he looked like a corn spirit. Baki, you are no match for me. Hanma Yujiro looked down at Baki in front of him. In fact, it was true. Baki was no match for Hanma Yujiro at all. But Baki was obviously not convinced. How do you know if you don't try? The dead fish eyes became bright, with crazy fighting spirit in them. The two of them confronted each other, neither of them convinced. Uchi Hamadara didn't expect that Baki could also release such momentum and compete with Hanma Yujiro. Hanma Yujiro grinned. Without any warning, he suddenly attacked, and the fierce punch came like a dragon's tail. Bang! Baki was not to be outdone. The two fists collided in mid-air, sweeping across. Armament haki gushed out, and black lightning flowed with the confrontation. There is no doubt that both of them have comprehended armament haki and observation haki, and their attainments are not low. The data card shows. Hanma Yujiro. Armament haki, intermediate. Observation haki, intermediate. Baki. Armament haki, intermediate. Observation haki, intermediate. In such a short time, they have gone from being completely ignorant to this level. It is already very exaggerated. Two-color haki intermediate, even in the Grand Line, is considered a small master. And the fighting skills of the two must be added. I didn't expect you to improve so fast. Uchi Hamadara couldn't help but murmur. After a short confrontation, Baki was defeated in the end. This guy is still so strong. Baki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Hanma Yujiro solemnly. Even with the addition of a haki setting, he is still no match for Hanma Yujiro. From Hanma Yujiro. You can feel the amazing pressure. It won't be long before I surpass your Uchi Hamadara. Hanma Yujiro came to Uchi Hamadara, with the fighting spirit in his eyes. Even though the difference in their fighting power was huge. But Hanma Yujiro would never admit defeat, believing in himself that one day he would be able to defeat this man. Uchiha Madara smiled, "If you can do it, just come on." Although he was looking forward to Hanma Yujiro's growth, but wanting to surpass himself was undoubtedly a foolish dream. Now he just wanted to say that, "I'll give you time to catch up, until you can't see me anymore." Next, Hanma Yujiro will fight Uchiha Madara. Although he learned to use Haki, he is still a little far behind the top powerhouse like Uchiha Madara. Bang! In the end, Hanma Yujiro was blown away. "You are still as strong as ever." Although he was unwilling in his heart, he had to admit that Uchiha Madara's strength was terrifying. "I want to surpass him in a short time. It's nothing but a fantasy. You are already very strong. I am a little surprised by your speed of improvement." Uchiha Madara couldn't help but said. He was indeed surprised. It has only been a short time, just a few weeks. Yujiro has mastered Haki to such an extent that he can resist several moves from him. A word suddenly popped up in Uchiha Madara's mind: monster. Lord Roy is right. Uchiha Madara murmured. He doubted Roy's words at first. Is it necessary to pay so much attention to Yujiro and the others? It seems that he is just an ordinary person. But Yujiro slapped him in the face with the actual situation. Without staying for long, Uchiha Madara left. If this goes on, there is no way to beat Uchiha Madara. Looking at Uchiha Madara's gradually receding back, Hanma Yujiro's eyes flashed with a solemnity. He now has only one goal. That is to defeat this man named Uchiha Madara. It's just that. Uchiha Madara is so powerful that ordinary people can't compete with him. A moment later, Hanma Yujiro and Beiki stood at the gate of the palace and came to see Roy. Soon, someone came out of the palace. "Lord Roy asked you to come in." "Yes." Soon, Yujiro and Beiki were brought to Roy. Roy was dealing with government affairs with Nichitan. The situation on the sea has been chaotic recently, so there are a lot of things happening in the kingdom of Basta. Seeing Yujiro and the others come in, Roy stopped what he was doing. "What are you doing here?" "Lord Roy, we want to ask for your permission to go to sea." This is also the purpose of Yujiro's visit. He wants to go to sea and leave the kingdom of Basta. "Why do you want to leave?" "We want to see a wider world and improve our strength by the way. In fact, becoming stronger is the main purpose. In the kingdom of Basta, the only opponent is Uchiha Madara. This is obviously not going to work. In order to gather the strengths of all the schools and enhance their own strength, Yujiro and his team resolutely decided to go to sea." Roy thought about it and finally approved their application. "You can go now. Take this Den Den Mushi and keep in touch at any time." Roy handed over a Den Den Mushi, which was the link between the two. Yujiro was delighted and took it quickly. "Yes. I didn't expect Roy to agree so straightforwardly. I thought it would take more time to talk. However, it's good that the goal has been achieved." Yujiro's face was bright. And he was full of expectations for the new life that was about to begin. Port. The two of them each took a small boat and were about to set sail. "See you in half a year, don't die before then." Beiki looked at Hanma Yujiro solemnly and reminded him. "I should be the one to say this." Yujiro grinned, and the two of them were full of gunpowder when they talked. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 50 Rinnegan Activation. Chapter 50 Rinnegan Activation. When Uchiha Madara returned to the room, he felt that his pupil power was skyrocketing wildly. His eyes seemed to have undergone a change. This is. In front of the mirror, Uchiha Madara found that one of his eyes had turned into a spiral shape. A huge pupil power flowed out of that eye. Rinnegan is naturally more advanced than Manjiki. So Uchiha Madara can feel the surge in pupil power most directly. My Manjiki has evolved. Then, Uchi Hamadara continued to adapt to the ability of the new eyes. After activating the Rin-Egan, he naturally learned how to use it. Rin-Egan controls the cycle of life and the power of 6 paths. There is no doubt that this is a very exaggerated power. Hey! At the same time, Roy also felt it. It seems that Uchi Hamadara has activated the Rin-Egan. Because of the system, there is a strange connection between him and Uchi Hamadara. Moreover, Uchi Hamadara activated the Rin-Egan, and he would inherit such power. Swish! Roy's eyes turned into the outline of the Rin-Egan. After obtaining the Rin-Egan, Uchi Hamadara was very excited. The first thing he did was to find Senju Hashirama and beat him up. Madara, what are you going to do? Hashirama, come and fight. Let me show you my new tricks. There is a saying that wealth and honor are like walking in the night in brocade clothes. After Uchi Hamadara got the Rin-Egan, he couldn't wait to show off in front of Senju Hashirama. It was rare that Uchi Hamadara was so motivated, and Senju Hashirama also became interested. Under normal circumstances, Madara would not fight with him. Now he must have something to rely on, but he didn't know what it was. Bang! The two fists collided. For a moment, countless air waves rolled and spread in all directions. The two fists faced each other, but they did not touch each other, but touched each other in the air. Lightning filled the void. In the end, the impact had nowhere to go, and it went straight to the sky. Boom! The clouds in the sky were broken and split in half, and the sky was directly torn apart by this impact. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The sky is cracked. How is this possible? Is this really something that humans can do? The confrontation between the two even tore the sky apart. If it were just like this, Uchi Hamadara would not be enough to defeat Senju Hashirama. Now, both of them are the owners of Conqueror's Coil, and their strength has definitely reached the Emperor level. And Senju Hashirama's bloodline ability is a little stronger. In the original work, Senju Hashirama suppressed Sengoku Madara, but now Uchi Hamadara has awakened Rin-Egan and his strength has soared. The battle situation was reversed in an instant. No wonder you came to duel with me. So that's how it is. Senju Hashirama said with a smile. Of course, he also found that Uchi Hamadara's eyes had changed and turned into Rin-Egan, which was his reliance on defeating Senju Hashirama. Indeed, Samsara Madara was in a stronger state, and Senju Hashirama gradually couldn't hold on and chose to admit defeat. I lost. Now, the strongest person in Roy's camp finally changed hands and became Uchi Hamadara. Finally won. Uchi Hamadara was excited, but he was very cold on the surface and didn't express this feeling. Everyone was a little confused. Master Uchi Hamadara won. So amazing. It turns out that Master Uchi Hamadara is so strong. In this battle, Uchi Hamadara used very exaggerated abilities. First, the perfect Susanoo collided with the wooden golem, and then he was completely blown up by the true several thousand hands, so he had to use the Rin-Egan ability. Even if he used the Rin-Egan, he only narrowly defeated Hashirama. You can imagine how strong this guy is. No way. Uchi Hamadara won. Ace was also paying attention to this battle and was shocked. In the past, Uchi Hamadara and Senju Hashirama's battles were basically won by Senju Hashirama. But now the situation has changed, and the final winner is Uchi Hamadara. What are those eyes? Everyone noticed the change in Uchi Hamadara's eyes. It was no longer the outline of the eternal Mangeki, but became Rin-Egan. Senju Hashirama flew over with a smile on his face. He was not depressed by the defeat, he didn't care much about such things. Uchi Hamadara, you awakened Rin-Egan. Yet. Uchi Hamadara nodded. Super proud. Everyone knew that Uchi Hamadara's new eyes were called Rin-Egan. Good name, Haki. Tornado was suspended in the air, touching her chin. Is it called Rin-Egan because of that outline? Since she traveled through time, she rarely fought with others. So the only ones who know Tornado's strength are Akahim and her friends. As for the real combat ability, Akahim is not sure, because Tornado has never fought. Not really. She did fight Leon once, and the result was a complete crushing. Leon was in front of Tornado. It can be said that she had no power to resist. So that guy is so strong. Behind Aces. The unbeatable legend Genos looked at Uchiha Madara with a shocked face. Uchiha Madara always had a cold expression on his face, as if someone owed him millions. Genos didn't have a good impression of Uchiha Madara. As a result, this guy is so powerful? Seeing the fluctuations in the fight between the two, he couldn't help but calculate in his mind. If it were me, what would be my chance of winning the battle against Uchiha Madara? The final conclusion is 0%. Genos. Uchiha Madara is indeed very strong, and I can't compete with him at all. Even Aces is not his opponent. And now, Genos is Aces' younger brother. He was arranged by Roy to work under Aces, just like the three Beast Warriors. They are all Aces followers. He has also challenged Aces several times, and the final result is without exception, all of them were killed instantly. After all, this name of the invincible legend is not a cover. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th.